down, and he's already moving. It's going to be a heads-up fight with Fabian, but he gets ahead of it. Catches him off. Echo trading out at least, but he's going to have to trade a lot more for nothing. 7-1 now for KC. A lights-out start to Sunset. And, you know, we've seen a lot in recent memory of maps be picked by teams and then it just be a blowout for their opponent. And it's a breath of fresh air to see KC coming in looking so prepared.
What is great as well is one of the main advantages. I sat there and went, if a team's playing twice in a week, the thing that's a little bit unfair is you could break down what another team has done and pick a map they've played. They have picked a map that they played just a couple of weeks ago, playing the same comp, and a map that we haven't seen from Eternal Fire. So if anything, they've gone, here's an advantage.
Yeah,
and they are still absolutely demolishing them on it. So clearly very confident in their Sunset play. And honestly, at this point, you can see why. And for Eternal Fire, this does not look great so far. Izzy's definitely had his moments, and with the operator it will help, but it's not him to go down.
Yeah.
Neki's been traded immediately.
I did think, oh, Narrate missed the shot. Then I looked at the kill feed. No, Neki got taken down right past Izzy. Whether he was the intended target.
And we got out of there scot-free.
Turns around and, oh, the wall is red. With KC, they've traded. It's not coming. Well, KC have done an excellent job so far of picking the right site. The majority of times that Eternal Fire play these late round stacks, actually every time I think KC have just walked the other direction. Guess what's happening this time? Audaz alone on the B site. Numbers coming his way and back up miles away. He'll get one.
Down, B.
At least keeping the numbers even for the retake. But the plant coming in for KC without a doubt.
Had a deep operator as well, but position being swept up. They're going to look to try and play towards the market instead, and another nice shot connected. Stun even better, but Izzy was so low on HP, it didn't matter too much, and Echo, this would have to be one of the best. Look at the confidence out of Narrate at the moment. Still willing to peek out in that 2v1, but he's just not been missing. 8-1, he's 9-3, and the best thing about that is he's not even top. He's not even second. There are 2 players above him at the moment. Everybody on KC is performing.
Yeah, again, coming into today with the question,
Let's go!
can they do it on the VCT stage? Was that recovery just a little bit of good luck in the off-season, in the downtime, or does it represent a change of the guard for KC? It very much looks that way. 8-1 up. A solid start, if ever I've seen one. And Eternal Fire left to pistols. Again, there's no free rounds against a squad like this, but as I've said, every time that Eternal Fire have stacked up a site, every time that they've said, hey guys, let's put 4 of us over here. Let's just see if they come our way. We'll shred them. KC have gone the right way. This time, well, they started out right outside the B site. Looked like a freebie, looked like Neki would be in trouble. Then they start to move back to middle, but the intention may still be to crunch in on poor old Neki. He's been paranoid, hit with a Prowler, revealed by a Haunt, and shot by Avez. That's about as bad as it could have went.
He wasn't on fire.
Whoop.
Oh, you know what? He got 2 out of that. I thought he'd be dead after the first one, so I was just going to let him roll with it, but he's done well. Narrate is human, we've just learned, because he's missed a shot. Even still, though, with the judge, a singular rifle. Fabian winning this fight versus Avez might be the one thing that could turn around, but he's got to predict, and again, they're just landing every shot. I think if you came into this game and went, you know what, KC are going to win by just beating them in 1v1s. They're going to win almost every fight individually. They're going to swing everything. They're going to get aggro. I would have called you nuts. I was like, that's the way Eternal Fire will body them. And it's been anything but. One team has showed up looking fantastic. And I have to say, Eternal Fire, maybe they forgot that they're not playing against a coach standing in anymore.
It kind of looks that way. Yeah, I agree with you. When it comes to individual fights, you would back Eternal Fire every step of the way. It's what has
Turkish
been
kids.
Their strength on that stage. But KC have come through. Another level activated. The executes look good. The pressure applied is perfect.
Well, unfortunately, the showstopper. isn't going to see a thing.
Man.
He's going to get four. Avs had the spike. If you want to know how confident they are fighting right now, he just peeked against Fabian while holding the spike alone in his spawn. That's insane.
Not even the observer expected it. Understandable. Avs should have been fleeing, but he waited around. That's another ultimate spent. And what have Eternal Fire got for it? Absolutely nothing.
That's an alpha male. That's what I've just witnessed.
Echo has to be the one to deliver. Okay, no, he doesn't. They're going back in the other direction. The Nightfall cleared the space moments ago. They know that, well, there was no one in A main. And off that information, Necky's moved to middle. Eventually, he'll leave the trips to hold that. Echo is containing so much space. He is giving them the chance to take this fight together on the A side, and, well, they're going to need it.
They need a hero play of their own. The problem is, with Avs getting that one kill, he was one away from his Nightfall. So now they've been able to already make things incredibly awkward for Necky. He's only going to get the one, but maybe, just maybe, he's created enough doubt. The problem is, again, they've just inserted a player. Time
17.
ticking at least a little bit low. But this has to be
He can win this.
a heroic play from Ordaz.
No
A
smokes.
little bit disjointed on the push, but they're now going to look to try and take this together. And with the spike already removed, he's trying to sell them a ruse, but instead, now just has to take this as a 1v3. Nice shot onto Dosia. Second player just around the corner. He'll clear him as well. And now it's just him and Narrate, but Narrate is coming back around behind him. It was a really nice try from Ordaz, who was having a rotter of a map. But unfortunately, nice try doesn't stop your opponent from getting to 10.
Yeah, that definitely could have got them back in the game, but another fantastic display by Narrate. He's been so patient in this game. I think this guy has leveled up over the last couple of months. The control he had in that situation, just dancing around the box, no panic, and an easy closer for KC. It's players like Narrate, like Avez, 14 and 6.
Narrate's only died 3 times.
Yeah, indeed. It's everything going right for KC all at once. For Zaysh, it's probably the first time he's felt an ounce of happiness in a while.
Hey, the series isn't over yet, you know. he's like, yeah, guys are in the lead, but it's still possible that things go wrong. And I reckon we could cut to him, he'll still look stressed. One day, Zaysh will have a smile on his face, and I will look forward to that day. Maybe it'll be this one. We'll have to wait and see. Judge on the other side. Cleared, paranoid. They've heard the Judge rain out. In fact, they're just using every single piece of utility. Yeah, Fabian, I'm sorry, but that did not work.
That's the thing. Either you offer them individual fights that KC are winning, or you play it slow and then they execute a small part of the map the second they think you're there. We've seen it in Market multiple times. Necky stood there. He's got PTSD from the last fight. And when you look at this fight in main, it's the exact same thing. Fabian takes a peek. They take him out of the round. Final one for Eternal Fire on the defensive side. It's a must-win, and Ordaz has been spotted in the corner. He's been revealed as well. Dove on by 11.
Drive-by.
The B side has fallen.
Yeah, they seemed like they had a decent crossfire, but KC made it look anything but laser beam battle, and Izzy's managed to. Even still, down to 17 HP, and they've got to be careful. Narrate is still just holding that cross. Has a decent angle to swing back in with. They'll at least reveal the positioning, and Dosia maybe a little bit ahead of the curve, but he knows that he's the close player. Everybody else is just waiting for them to attempt the swing, and guess what? It's an 11-to-1 half. I don't know what you predicted when the 0 and 5 team came up against a team that finished top 4 in the last stage, but I don't think it was this.
No, this has definitely been a step up from KC. Narrate as well, looking fantastic. And funny we should mention it, because Frankie was talking about an interview she did with him earlier on, and now you get to see it.
Narrate, thank you for joining me. First of all, I wanted to ask you about your relationship to LUewNG as your duelist cohort. He got to play his first international LAN in Paris. How do you think he did?
I mean, I think we had like very low expectations just because of the group we were in and like considering how like bad of a performance we had in stage 1. So we went in with no expectations, and I think we at least did well, like compared to the teams we had to play against. We beat Paper X, and he had like some good games against them. So I think he showed like, obviously everyone's first international, like a good amount of my teams. So it's good experience for them, and I think he learned a lot, and he also showed performances against Paper X, and I think it was good.
And how's your relationship with him outside of the server? Do you guys work on things together at all?
I mean, all of the team works on things together. With LUπαιNG, especially, he's very vocal on what he wants to do, and he's always talking. He's always trying to build like good relationships with all the players, and he's kind of bringing us all together, if that makes sense. And he's just always charismatic, always, you know, especially in game, like we're trying to figure things out. We're always having good discussions on how to move forward, and overall, I think he's very good at, you know, explaining what he needs to do, and, you know, just working hard.
And back in 2024, you spent a lot of time working on your game with Zeish. How are things different now that he's your head coach and you're back in the lineup?
I think things are obviously slightly different. We played totally different game style than we did before. I mean, even in 2024, I think we did play a bit looser than we did like earlier this year. But definitely, like, we're playing like super loose. We don't have any strats really. Like, we don't even, honestly, we don't talk at all. Like, we just kind of go into the game and play. So I think it's kind of refreshing to play. It sounds weird, but if you think about it, every player on our team is very smart, and we all know how to play the game. So we're mainly just talking about little things, just communication, stuff like this. So we like build good team chemistry just by playing the game, not like forcing us to be in a system where we don't want to play.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for talking to me. I'm looking forward to the loosey-goosey action from KC.
And it does sort of echo a lot of what we've been seeing and saying about what we've been seeing from this team. It looks like they're much more comfortable when things don't go according to the A game, and that makes sense if there is no A game. They're always ready. Be like water and fit whatever container your opponents throw at you. So far, that has been a problem for Eternal Fire to face off against.
Oh, here we go. Looking for a pistol round to close out the map, and while Narrate doesn't want to add a death to the tally, eventually he will fall. He didn't have a whole lot of support over on that side of the map. And his teammates now will be looking to try and play the retake. A post plant for Eternal Fire at least will go down, but can they hold?
Well, I know somewhere Hypoc is calling for this retake to get started. Eternal Fire waiting for that moment. KC patient on the way through. The point of contact, Aves, he's been having a good game, top of the scoreboard, and it looks like he'll climb a little bit higher. It's KC across the board. Echo, the last hope of Eternal Fire, and hope fades quickly on that attacking side. 12 rounds locked in for KC, and their return to VCT is looking extraordinary.
Yeah, it's just looking a lot better overall. I think a lot of it will probably just come down to Fercy being that little bit happier, getting to play the style you want. It does feel like... I do sit there and wonder a little bit, though, if Zeish watching that interview just went, why did you say we have no strats? Like that. I feel like he must have been exaggerating a little bit.
I feel like he might just be trolling Zeiss there.
Yeah, we have a coach? Wait, what? No, but I also do get what he's saying, though. It's a very different look to what we saw under ENG. And it seems like the players are vibing with it.
And it's only something you can do with experienced, smart players. Like Narrate said, you look at this roster, that's what you have here. Like a wealth of experience. And I think for these guys, like, there will be a time where they're going to look to up that ceiling and deepen the strat book. But for now, vibes are carrying them far. Not here. As Aves falls early, Eternal Fire on the stinger buy, and they've caught Doja in the smoke. He's deleted, and now KC looks like they've hit a roadblock right before 13.
Spike planted.
Of course, they've got so many attempts that... Question will be, do you just hold on to the gun for this? Nope, already, Sugetsu. Well, find one but fall. Now, LUπαιNG does have a rifle. He could just opt to bring this into the next round, but when you're feeling confident, you're feeling confident, and I think this man has never lacked confidence. Either way, it'll be closed out. That's a rifle. Eternal Fire, they are going to get themselves a second round onto the board. It is not the outlook that we wanted to see from one of the top Turkish teams, but they're at least going to try and maybe build up a little bit of momentum for the second map, which is going to be their choice.
They are almost suffering from a symptom that they introduced. Like, this squad came through and played more aggressive. They forced teams who had structure to rethink. how they were functioning because they were getting rolled by something that seemed more simple than what they were running. Like the complexity was getting in the way. And now KC come back in from 0-5, trying to play a structured game to loosey-goosey. What strap book? We can't throw the strap book out the window. We haven't got one. And it seems to have worked. Yes, around here for Eternal Fire, the upset with the Stingers, but it is just a lengthening of what is a very short life, you have to imagine.
Bring them down.
Oh. Okay,
Oh,
Dosia
not
managed to
this
get
short.
2 with the Classic. I think that will be it, because they're going to know exactly where LUπαιNG is.
Last player standing.
And eventually he'll go down, and Ordaz will make sure it doesn't go any further. Dosia still showing that, even though at least earlier he was a little bit lower on the board, yeah, no lack of individual skill on him either.
Well, he's pulled himself positive with the Classic against a decent buy, so definitely no notes on that one for Doja. 12-3, a 9-round gap between the two, and for Eternal Fire, as I said, this very much feels like a formality. This is the first big test for them. It's a formality in terms of the map, but you extend that to the series, and yeah, it's going to feel a bit better to get a couple rounds on the board at the end, start to heat up before that little break into the next map. Eternal Fire's pick of Lotus up next. The question is, at what score will we be getting there? And already, it looks like there might be another for the attacking side. A strong opening with Abaz down, and Izzy's caught Doja.
Well, Sugetsu under serious pressure. But he did well, at least initially. I thought maybe a chance for a little bit more, but for NAVI and LUπαιNG, the question now begins to be asked of, is this just a save? Ultimate's building up as well for the Eternal Fire side, so their streak of rounds looking like it's going to build at least a little bit. Although I will say, if KC loses this map from here, I think we just end the series 1-0.
Yeah, no, I think we just 0-5 them again. Let's just end it.
Yeah,
it's more painless.
Well, you're gonna end their whole season. Not
Yeah,
even,
just call
I was
it.
gonna be like, just they lose this series.
No,
but
I was thinking we just send them home.
Okay.
Book the flights. Give them a bit of time off. We'll simulate it. Simulate the matches. But I think for Eternal Fire, as I said, good to build up these rounds. But it's a very small detail, but I'm happy that KC are saving. NAVI and LUπαιNG might not get away with these weapons, but the fact they're trying, they'd normally back themselves up against these numbers with the games that they've been having, but showing us that patient face yet again. Challenge for NAVI that he has lost. So it will be just the one weapon carried forward for KC.
So all jokes aside, I do still feel like it's only a matter of time before KC get this one over the line, but I think the sooner they snuff out this fake comeback, the better it will be going into the second map. The problem I have here is, although they have managed to force a purchase into this round, you have a judge, that's not the end of the world. It's the ultimates. Nightfall, Showstopper, and nothing available for this defensive side. Now, if NAVI can get a kill and then die, he'll have the tour de force ready for the next round, which is probably where they can hope to get the majority of their ults, but at least into this one, their opponents have an inherent advantage.
Toxin screen down.
A minute 10
Bring them down.
on the clock. The showstopper yet to be found. Eternal Fire looking to break into this A site. It's a good time to put that ulti to use. Have your Rays trailblaze and take point of contact. Doja's in a good spot, though. I don't think there's any real danger for this defensive side, but it should at least get Eternal Fire onto the site. That's the main thing. That's the goal. 45 seconds. Nightfall already thrown through. Nothing seen, and well, you got to think that showstopper's just around the corner. 35 seconds on the clock. They are taking their time, hoping that Echo can pincer with them. There's a trip in his way, and now that he's broken it, Doja's got to pay attention over in that direction. His eyes diverted as they make it round that corner. Now smoked off as Echo strikes, but the shots didn't land. It was a nice setup from Eternal Fire. They'll end up with the side anyways.
Yeah, and then more worryingly, they still have that showstopper, at least for now. Although Fabian is getting a little aggressive. Maybe waiting for some form of contact, but contact is about to come through. He's got a lot of players coming his way. Izzy already with one, and he doesn't give a damn about the showstopper. He has absolutely no intention of using it in this round. The 1-2 punch, the 1-2-1 punch, as there goes Fabian once again. Really building into this map. This is the guy that we wanted to see! What is that? Holy cow, Fabian! An in-zone flawless, but that last shot, that's a shot of dreams.
He's got a showstopper in his back pocket the whole round. I was thinking, one mistake and Casey walk away with this, so surely he's going to use it in this round when they've got the money. And not only does he not use it, he pulls off some acrobatics to close the round out. As I said, for Eternal Fire, yeah, you're probably not winning this map. Even if you keep this up for another couple rounds, KC just need one bump in the road, and that will slow you down enough. But the reality is, well, building up momentum, that's all that they need.
Well, this is the fun thing. Like, I was worried we were going to come in today and not see the Fabian that we saw versus Liquid. Obviously, inflated stats. It's a new Liquid roster, and they had a coach playing. But he was playing exclusively Veto, and he was slamming them into the ground. He was just making a highlight reel on the map itself while getting the majority of first bloods. I think it was 5-0, by the way, in first kills, first deaths. He was just literally just running at them. And obviously, I think that's easier to do versus that version of Liquid rather than versus the version we're currently seeing of KC. But it is a scary prospect that, okay, on a map, though, I don't think we've seen them play since, like, February at the beginning of the year, since they weren't even Eternal Fire, basically. Yeah, maybe they're not going to look that good. But then going into Lotus, where they felt very comfortable, maybe even going into the likes of a Haven, that could be a little bit more interesting when playing up against them. So I think that's going to be a bit more of a fun thing to witness. I think it was actually the Haven they haven't played since February. But nonetheless, it's going to be one where they're going to feel more comfortable than what we've seen on Sunset. And if Fabian's playing roughly like this,
My eyes are down.
they could be in a bit more trouble.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to, at this point, forget about that first half. Like, you just got squashed by KC playing a difficult game. They were executing late round, almost always onto the light side of the map for you, almost always catching the player that was alone there. The individual fights looked good across the board, but now a bit of a resurgence. Eternal Fire showing that they can certainly match pound for pound. Jump peek not even allowed here as Avez is shut down. This is, of course, a pistol round for KC. But Eternal Fire will do well to keep it clean. Don't want to see them have to burn any of those. The number where I stand back up, probably like, I think 12,
Wait, you're not already standing?
12-9. Screw you, Tom. 12-9.
9, okay.
Yeah, I think if they get 9, I'm starting to believe again. They got 2 buy rounds in between it. And again, the fact that they're doing it cleanly, the fact that we're not seeing crazy risks, I don't want to see around having to be won by a clutch, and so far what I'm seeing is fine. Everything's a tradable scenario for Eternal Fire. They play the default early on, catch KC as they look to even jump peek, and shots starting to land. Much better look from them, and coming into this buy round, a showstopper could definitely be valuable. Say, for example, if Pit goes up, finding that player will be much easier. You just got to look in their general direction.
Well, they might be the most momentum-based team we have in EMEA, and that's mainly because once they get going, they're incredibly difficult to stop. And see, I told you when we they are still 12-6 in the lead, and it's like they're 8-0 down. Immediate showstopper, yeah, Viper's Pit's got to be cancelled, running through the utility, and it's a nice shot for Sugetsu. Even still, though, traded out by the double ultimates. A plant will go down, and off rip, it has to be a retake for KC.
And this would have been better if the Pit went down, but a win is a win. Nice breakage of the door by Echo, timed.
They still haven't planted, okay.
As the paranoia lands, and now KC running it back through. Still the 3v3 and a chance now on the peak around the side. Avez unchecked. The smoke goes up just in time to block vision for Izzy, and they're checking their back, catching Echo. This could be it. The final bell ringing as Izzy falls. It is 13-6. KC, they gave them a little bit of life towards the end, but flatlining before they get within danger zone.
Yeah, it was a fun map if you're a KC fan, and one that you're kind of hoping that this will be the comeback on the next. Nonetheless, let's go down to the sideline interview, which is Aves.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with Aves. Aves, we've seen you as a duelist. We see you now as an IGL and starting off on the Fate today. What an insane first half. I think that people are wondering what has changed so much between the KC that couldn't close a match and the KC that we saw in that first half.
I think we're playing much more loose. Like everyone does whatever he wants, and everyone is kind of calling what he wants to do, and then we're adding on top of each other. But yeah, like at the end, there's like me who's like saying what we're gonna do at the end, because there's so many ideas, we cannot do all of them, of course. But yeah, we're just playing so much loose, where everyone is doing whatever he wants, and it's working for us.
Well, I hope that you keep doing the same. Congratulations on the map win. You can't go anywhere because we have a Lotus after this break.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So dominant performance from you guys on Sunset. What is it you like about the map, and we'll continue to see Narate on Chamber? I mean, it's a map that I always appreciated. I really liked this map since like the beginning it went out, so I can explain it like better to the team, concepts and how to play it like really deeply, you know. So yeah, I like it. And then about narrate, that's like we're gonna see. We made some adjustments like since EWC, so like we're gonna see like how we're gonna play. But like yeah, for sure, like narrate is really comfortable on flex. I'm trying to put him on as many agents as possible because he's like really strong as playing different agents. Otherwise, he's getting bored. That's what he tells me. So I'm trying to make him happy. Thank you.
All I am saying is, narrate, you're a liar because I can see a playbook. It's on Zeish's desk. And I mean, Zeish, he played a blinder with the team in that one.
Yeah, I think that... of course, you need to have some rounds to call in for them to remember being like, guys, so we're having this issue, so let's try and do that. But I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, if we combine what Narrate said, just ignore Zeish, because I think that he has a lot on his back. Like, he's been suffering for ages in that coaching booth. But if we put together what Narrate said to you and what Avis just said to me, is everybody's like kind of loose, and then when it's time to make a decision, Avis is the one clearing out the noise. And throughout that first half and that attack, I don't think we can complain about anything, so congratulations.
Petra, what did you think of Avez's calling?
Good so far. I mean, it has been working out very well in the beginning. And yeah, near the end, I think he probably had to step up, but yeah.
What did you think of the second half, though, when Eternal Fire started to throw their hand to the ring and get some rounds in? Was that brilliance from Eternal Fire, or do you think that it was KC starting to slip up and let the map get away from them?
Yeah, no, I think it was Eternal Fire waking up a little bit. So I hope they're going to continue with this firepower in the next map.
And yet we did see this happen in Paris against PRX as well, but it's good to see that they were actually able to close it this time.
So yeah, well, when the pistol didn't manage to convert, obviously the situation is different. You know that after an 11-1 half, the other team has to force, literally, after you win the pistol. And watch out, because for Eternal Fire, things were looking very good. Izzy was having a lot of impact with the operator on the attack. But I think I was so surprised to see that KC was so well-rounded in their B executes when we were seeing them on the attack. Because my biggest tea with this team was that, yeah, individually you're great. And then when we went to like listening to the comms, there was a lot of noise. I don't think that there was direction missing in many scenarios. Avis is saying now that there's a lot of ideas and he kind of organizes them. I feel like before there were no ideas at all. I remember listenings from us in a good map for them, that was Haven, and me being like, guys, no, why is no one saying anything in this moment? But then there's voices in another moment. So, you know, it's good to see them like that.
And they've got Narrate now back in the team, and he is someone who's got so much experience. He can contribute to those ideas, and he can also contribute kills as well for Puka.
Yeah, I think that he was brilliant. But to me, I think that I want Petra to speak on this one. Petra, you even have a place in this map. You even have a spot named after you. And you were actually very impressed with Narrate. I think that we all were when it was the attack.
Yeah, I mean, he was getting picks everywhere. He even walked onto the sides with the team, opening up for the team. He's not missing any shots. He feels so comfortable.
So, okay, so what do you need from a chamber on the attack here on Sunset?
Information and balls.
Balls,
yeah.
Balls. Cajones.
Yeah, and he's showing them.
Yeah, we can say that.
If we can say balls, we can say cajones.
We can say cuyons, which is what they always say in Catalan.
Well, I'm certainly learning about balls on this desk today, but we're going to go to Lotus. We're going to see a whole lot more, and we're going to see, as we've spoken about Chamber, Petra, we're expecting to see Narrate on the Chamber here as well.
Yeah, and I think he's going to do the same what he did on Sunset. He's just going to go out, get the information, and lock down the sides.
Yeah, to me is the fact that we see KC, now they're going to be starting on the defense. That's where things started to get shaky in the previous map. And do not forget, at the end of the day, we're speaking about an Eternal Fire that did surprise us for the good against Team Liquid. Not because we didn't expect them to not shoot back, but because it's your first game of the season. Everything can go wrong, seriously, for any of the squads. So I expect them to be the kind of team that is not bothered by what happened on the first map. Listen, it doesn't matter if we I don't think that they underestimated the opponent. Seriously, first week, anything can happen. And I think that the casters were doing a good job saying like, oh, they could have prepped for this because, you know, this is what they played in EWC. But still, for KC, it looks comfort.
Well, let's see if we're going to see Vito again on the side of Eternal Fire. We are. They're not going to be reinventing their spiky wheel, as I'm calling it, Petra. It's a wheel that looks a little bit bumpy, even though they've got the goods to deliver. They're just not necessarily relying on the composition to do that.
Yeah, and the fact that they're picking Vito again will say so, right? And as we can see, Narrate picks the chamber, and I'm super excited to see if Eternal Fire is gonna use enough utility to push him back.
I don't know how much effective that Easy operator is going to be on this attack. Players that I expect to step up are Odas and obviously Fabian. I want them to get cheeky with them TPs. I want to see verticality. I want to see them TPing behind players. I want to see some creativity.
More utility.
Yes.
Yeah, if Mini was here, he would certainly be saying he wants to
He'd
see
be like, oh my
the
God,
Veto
great,
TP.
two teams that play Viper and Lotus. EMEA is alive again.
But you have to play Viper on Lotus right now. That's what he'd also be saying.
Exactly. Yeah, that would be him.
So he'd be fairly satisfied with this one. It's just that he wasn't necessarily satisfied with the way that Eternal Fire were playing their veto, not using it necessarily for cross-map control. But as you say, we could see some cheeky TPs instead.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, I'm excited to watch some proper veto. I haven't really seen anyone playing it that well yet, so maybe this is the time.
So looking at these two teams, their compositions, and then the way that they like to play, and actually just even considering the bounce-back mentality of that first map, do you think that we potentially are going to see a third deciding map today?
So the thing is, like, if we are to see a third map, it would be very in like the KC line. We have one map that we can play, we're great at it. Is the other two that we will find in this mix that will not feel that comfortable. But today, Haven is that third map. And I know that at some point there is a limit where you like stretch the gum and at some point, well, and you can do it with cheese as well, with cheese sticks. I know you like cheese sticks.
Oh, yeah.
Cheese sticks.
That's so good
in
after
Spanish,
eating
we say with when you're chatting a lot, you're stretching the gum because you're like chatting. You know. Anyway, I still think that Haven is a place of comfort. And if they are truthful in what they're saying about playing more loose, and this helping them, it should show the most in Haven. A map that they were already good at, all the other teams catched up to it, and honestly might need to reinvent themselves.
But a Turkish team's no stranger to a good time on Haven.
Oh, absolutely not. And I think that with Eternal Fire, it is the fire, it is the death ball. For them starting on the attack, you can kind of predict how they're going to play. Incredibly aggressive.
Well, I spoke to Coach Afron on Fire from Eternal Fire earlier today, so let's check in with what he had to say.
Afron Fire, coach of Eternal Fire. Tell me, was your match against Team Liquid a true test of your team?
Team Liquid'e karşı maçın takımın için gerçekten bir test miydi?
Bir oyuncuları eksikti, o yüzden bizim için tam bir test sayılmıyor. Değildi bence.
They were missing one key player. For us, it was not a real test.
So do you think that KC is going to be more of a test?
KC maçı daha mı büyük bir test olacak?
Tabii ki KC yükselişte olan bir takım. Bu yüzden zorlu geçecek bence. Hatta birincilik maçı diyebilirim gruptaki.
KC is right now playing really well, and their performance is going high. I can already tell this is going to be a game for this group, for the first seed game.
So talk to me about the agents that you're now playing. Moving away from the double duelist, we saw double controller on Wednesday. Is this a sign of the future for Eternal Fire?
Ajan havuzundan bahset. İkili komptan şeye döndünüz. Şu anda kontrola döndünüz. Bu Eternal Fire'ın ile önümüzdeki maçlarda sergileyeceği bir taktik olacak.
Komplarımız maçtan maça değişiyor. Geçen stage'de de böyleydi. O hafta çeşitli denemeler yapıyoruz. Hangi komp bizim için uygunsa, hangi ajan poolu bizim için uygunsa onu uyguluyoruz. Zaten oyuncularımız gayet flex, her şeyi oynayabiliyor.
We are changing our comps from week to week, from game to game. So we are doing the preparation for the week, and we have all really flex players, so they can play all the agents. So that's why we don't have a fixed one.
Wow. And so does your prep change between prepping for Team Liquid and prepping for KC today?
Team Liquid'den KC'ye olan hazırlık aşaman değişti mi?
Bir saat sonra görüşeceğiz.
Classic coach answer. It doesn't matter which language. I understand this man will tell me nothing.
You're such an icon. I'm trying so hard with these coaches that I respect. Sometimes actually they do give me information. I say, can I talk to you about that on the show? And they're like, no. And I go, okay, fine. We'll just have to wait and see what happens in the game.
You know, they like yapping. It's just that they don't want some things being public. But I think that people have a lot of respect for Afron Fire. He's discovered many of the incredible Turkish legends that we already have in the game. Alpha Year, for example, Rians as well at some point. Like there's a lot of names, so he's very well known in the community. And although we say these things about Eternal Fire running the Death Ball and whatnot, there is so much depth that he actually brings into the team, and that is what I have not heard. And this is weird because it usually happens with coaches. You get enemies everywhere in the game, but I've never heard anyone say anything bad about him.
He's the Turkish daddy.
And I don't know if that's a green flag or a red flag.
I think it's totally a green flag, or everyone's terrified of him. But he seemed very nice and approachable to me. By the way, if you guys are like casters, start game, please. I just want to let you know we just needed a little bit of time to reset the lobby. So we're going to be going into the game, I was about to say shortly, but actually we are ready to go into the game right now. You ready, Mitch and Tom?
We are good.
No, let's go back to the desk.
Oh, okay. All right. Take it back, Frankie. No, we're joking. All right, let's get into this one, hopefully. As map 2, we'll see Eternal Fire come off the back of defeat on Sunset, no doubt. But the second half looked a whole lot better than the first. Perhaps they've been able to carry some of that momentum through to this.
Is more than one.
That is very true, Tom. And I would even say significantly more, but feel free to check me on that one.
That's pretty close, but we'll see. Yeah, I think Eternal Fire starting to grow into things a little bit more is important. I am curious how this composition is going to work now that they're not against a brand new team that's playing with their coach. I think that Fabian was able to get away with an awful lot of things that I feel like a better, more cohesive team would have punished. And I want to see if KC are that better, more cohesive team. Because they were in the first map.
Definitely. I think we could already see the practice paying off for KC, their new approach. Loosening up the restraints on players a little bit, allowing them to play how they like. And, well, you know how LUπαιNG likes to play. He's already in their spawn under pressure, though. Paranoia has hit, and LUπαιNG will fall. So Getsu alongside him. Now the C side under threat. Doja's rotated in ahead of the curve. A little bit of damage is all he's going to get. The Recon's pushed him back, and the stun almost claimed him. But he's able to make it out for the 3 versus 3 retake. A nice bit of aggression from Eternal Fire, but the catch onto Audaz has complicated things.
They've taken a lot of damage already, leaving it down to
one enemy remaining.
Just one remaining. Izzy versus the world to try and bring them home a pistol, and he's been revealed. Only going to make it ever worse. 25 health, and they know exactly where he is. It is all too easy for KC in that retake. And they're going to start things off with a bang. And as you sort of mentioned, like a lot of what we're seeing right now is that sort of individual brilliance, that aggression, that freedom coming out from the KC players. And I do remember Pal always said that LUπαιNG needed more freedom.
Yes, that's true. I think historically one of the criticisms that Pal has as a coach is just putting that man on too much of a leash.
He was too restricted, yeah.
That's the thing. And now, you know, seeing him get to play his own game.
He's in the building. He's going to find us.
This door doesn't lock. I've just realized that.
It's also medical arts, so it's not like it would have stopped him.
No, I'm not sure many materials would have stopped him. I think if he's hearing what we're saying, he's angry enough to break through anything. Well, the judge up close for Sugetsu does well. KC, man advantage early on. It is the anti-eco. Classics across the board for Eternal Fire. So not much hope that they can deliver a competitive performance, but let's see what they can give. I mean, LUπαιNG's playing loose. We love to see it.
Loosey-goosey.
See? Pal never would have let him do that. They'd be 5v4.
Yeah, and that would be a problem. Oh. Everybody hunting for orbs. That TP was fairly well documented by LUπαιNG. Eventually overwhelmed, but he's found his 3. Only loses himself an SMG, and they're going to try and juggle things around, and it looks like they were well juggled. That's not a sentence I ever thought I would say.
Looks like they were well juggled.
Yep.
It does. I have to.
That is what they say.
I unfortunately have to agree with you there, Tom. It did look like they were very well juggled, as you put it. So all the weapons of significance carried forward. I think the Marshal left behind. No, the Marshal carried forward as well. And so a 2-0 for KC with a very healthy economy coming out of this one. Even get a rifle on Doja for good measure. So a chance for the defensive side. And early on, we can see Eternal Fire, they are going to spread the net.
Go, go, go.
And in a round like this, it makes sense. In almost every fight that you're going to get, any bit of aggression KC put up, unless it's an execute off utility, in which case normally it's going to be in the choke points themselves, not further back where Eternal Fire are holding. As every fight will be favorable, so why not just wait? Let them push up, and then claim that space slowly. Obviously now they're making a lot of noise towards this C site, and the danger is it's fairly easy to predict for KC that you can see they've already rotated in 3 players to the site itself. Narrate ready to swing open that door and cause issues, or TP back as a 4th man. All the while his trap is covering B. I do expect Eternal Fire to pivot, but they need to apply a bit more pressure first.
I'm out of here. We're good.
Utility holding them back. Echo taking space, but it has been noted. Now him breaking of that util is enough for them to try and rotate back, but THEO alone has been enough of a nemesis for Eternal Fire. A quick double, not a lick of damage done to him and his teammates, all looking to rotate into position. He goes for a little more, but is shut down by Echo to get 2 trades. But actually, Eternal Fire are doing well to fight this one back. Eventually, that plant looks to come through, but this kill should be fairly easy for Narrate. Only a single body shot needed. And now he can wait. Watch. As Aves looks to come back around, he still has himself a seize available. Haunt. Maybe ticking down. They are taking their time, and it makes no difference. Narrate is just on it today. Another 3-0 start for KC.
This is the thing, like, despite the fact that KC are playing looser, you see in these moments the discipline kick in. They realize, okay, now we gotta play tight. That from Doja, though, was insane. Eternal Fire were playing this ruse perfectly. Initial noise on C, 4-man rotate towards the C site. 3 essentially, with Narrate being that flex man to help out. And then they open the door. They pull Narrate back. They break the trip on B as well. And all the while, KC, they leave the C site. They think that the hit's coming in on B. It looks like Eternal Fire can burst through and have an easy fight with only Doja in the way, and he gets a collateral the second the smoke fades. And your whole plan is undone. The numbers now back in favor for the defense. For Eternal Fire, this is the worst moment for it to happen as well in a buy round like that. It's KC getting lucky.
Hello.
Hold on, though. A bit of a challenge on the side, and now it's getting dangerous.
Saketsu now looks to go out as well. Doesn't look like he can deny the plant. The spam would give his position away. Echo, in the meantime, has claimed a very aggressive position, but he whiffs. He doesn't manage to get the kill. That puts things back to in 3v3 with a weaponry advantage for this defensive side. Door being open just for the visual. Izzy, who managed to get them that advantage in the first place, just trying to play proactively, trying to get into their face, but being low HP, he has to be that little bit more careful. Levin, he's just walking up and just takes both down. Fabian, he's gonna die to the utility. There was nowhere left for him to go. And it seems like just almost the noise that was being created by the other players is enough for Levin to just walk in.
They are having fun now. This is a problem for Eternal Fire. They're the team we talk about being able to run away with things. And right here, look, they put a serious spanner in the works. But then it all fell apart towards the end. Of course, weaker weapons in play. Excuses are there, but at 4-0 down, it's time to step up to the plate. Eternal Fire, pressure on. After that first map, in the second half, it looked decent. It looked a lot better. They needed to have a better start, and they don't want to be in that same position here. An early attack has pushed Narrate back, but, well, an audacious play by Audaz has very much been caught. They walking through this, and it's working.
This feels like almost a rank strat. TP into the spawn. The rest of the team were so much further behind that there was enough time for them to aggress and evolve. Fabian is going to try and get in. He's always clean with the shot. Sometimes this man alone could be enough to steal you around. Is it one that they can recreate? We'll have to wait and see. They haven't even finished this one off yet. But of course, he gets himself healed all the way back up. Echo in position as well. And for Narrate, it's going to be a difficult spot to clear. And Fabian has no fear. A first round on the board. The first few kills as well for Fabian. He was having a really troublesome game up until that point, but as said, at any moment it seems like he could just step up and take over.
Yeah, I think as well the opening pick for Echo, very important for them to make it into the site. He had a drone leading the way, but if he loses that duel, I don't think they're even getting boots on the ground for KC. That was what defined it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Yes.
I feel like on this attack side, Fabian is basically just waiting for the evolution and then using it like a Reyna. Like, would he genuinely be better off be playing Reyna?
I'll never agree to that. I'll never
Okay.
say yes, but
in
I see
comparison,
your
tell
idea.
me what he has done with the rest of the utility that makes it better than him just playing Reyna.
Oh, well, of course, he's got a trap to protect the flank. Look at it,
He
protecting
actually
the flank.
used
Can you see it?
one of the rounds he used it in the post plant and it was
Yeah.
shot within half a second.
Yeah, well, you can see he's used it here. Do you see it? Can you see where it is? Get real close.
This
Yeah,
is
it's
hurting
not
my
there.
eyes.
It's
I'm
not there. I
almost
think it got
touching the
shot
monitor
again.
with my nose.
Well, LUπαιNG's being shot as well. That's the thing. I would expect that to be used just as the flank protect. They're not doing that, which is a little bit strange because I'd say that is the big advantage. And then obviously, when you're flooding out right now, counter
He's got
utility
past
being
all of it.
broken, that's
He's
a
got
little
past all
bit
of it.
dangerous. Doja able to walk through and
There's a
isolate
second
one.
guy.
There is a man in the back. They'll never expect Echo able to take one down, and the fights on the site working out wonderfully. It's a good recovery for Eternal Fire when it looked like there was a bump in the road, but they have hit it softly.
Yeah, winning some of those individual fights, getting themselves into position. I was a little bit worried about Dosia, but yeah, you have that late lurk, and I guess that's why they don't have the util holding onto the backline, is they just have Echo holding onto the backline. But this was the same in the last map. You had some of those moments, those openings from Izzy that they just weren't able to convert, and I think their post plants definitely seemed to struggle a little bit more, but I guess for the most part it was them playing over on that defensive side. For now, at least. A couple on the board, but the economy's still pretty good for the side of KC. I guess the other real argument, like removing Reyna from the conversation, it does feel like Chamber would make more sense.
Sure. There I can certainly give you that we have the same opinion. I think that when it comes to this agent, though, there are definitely things that are on offer that I enjoy. I just don't see don't see Eternal Fire using Vito for that right now. As Petra said, I think in general, I would agree. I haven't really seen a Vito that I thought that's worth the slot instead of it going to someone else. Now, big burst of utility from KC to keep them back from this C site, but it's all a ruse. Eternal Fire are intending to play this late onto A, but Echo's been spotted and hasn't managed to find the pick in the meantime. At least have the wall to go and join him, but they don't know how many players are waiting on A, and the more seconds go by, the more players will be here. Narrate, not even part of that. There's 3 players on the site now.
They get the crossfire in hand. Man advantage, but not for long. Viper's Pit in position. It was Echo actually playing a bit of a risky game around it. The spams doing damage, and actually, Narrate's going to drop the spike. They also got rid of Echo at the same time. Ordaz has nowhere left to go. That wasn't even a retake. That was a pre-take from KC.
That was wild, yeah, spamming through the box, through the pit from 2 different angles as well. And, well, I guess they covered all their bases. There was nowhere left to hide, nowhere to run. It's a crazy round. But this rotation as well, that probably should have ended the round already. They go swinging out, looking for the player on site, and there are 2 more up top helping out. That ultimate from Doja getting him into the right place at the right time. 5-2 now for KC and an immediate timeout. Eternal Fire were on a 2-round win streak. They lose 1, and they're right back to taking a breather.
Yeah, the last round before that, they used pretty much all of their remaining ults and then threw the Viper's Pit in this one. And I feel like it's got to be frustrating. Again, Eternal Fire have been able to get themselves into some pretty good positions, but it feels like there is nothing that KC can't dig themselves out of, which, again, like you go back to stage 1, and it was the polar opposite. They could never get themselves into a good position to begin with. So they're definitely looking like the team feeling confident. Sugatsu getting hyped up as well. It's said, like, we hadn't seen the best of him in a while, but coming in today, he's looked great. And now 5-2 in the lead on the defense. Of course, the majority of rounds from Eternal Fire when they play versus Liquid were on that defensive side, but I do think it would be foolish to go into this and just believe that that's going to convert over in the same sort of way, especially when, I think when it was PaperX, this is where KC actually did fantastically well on the attack. PaperX are quite a good team.
And I think with the way things have gone for Eternal Fire, I'd like to hear what's going on in the comms.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Burası direkt.
Chamber'la şey de orada. Neon da oradaydı.
Gitti.
Soner alıp dönsene ya.
Ya bir C'ydi beyler. Şu an döndüler
Base split
ama.
atak bak. Base split atak, tamam mı? Gidin kapıyı açıp paranoya at. Gelin base split atak.
Kanka A'da beni görmedi. AP Hobbit.
Bol açtım.
Ömer bekle oğlum kapama.
Kapıyı aç. Hatta kapıyı açıp denesene kanka. Fight at. Trebi yok mu önünde?
Oluyordur biri seni.
Var önünde trebi var. Bol açtım sana. Drop'a backside'e bakabilirsin. Trebini kıracağım ben.
Aa fake bir side'daki bırak.
Sağlam yürü sızmaya çalış yürü kurma.
Heaven'da.
Önünde program.
I don't know about you, Tom, but I got a lot from that. It's interesting to get a peek behind the curtain there for Eternal Fire. A lot of talk about getting the spike to a site. Now, that job's being done with the A site taken, but Audaz wants a little bit more. The retake already too strong for KC in a 4v2, but now the herd's been thinned out. And the snake in the grass finds its fangs deep in the flesh of this KC side. Echo might even get away with this, but no, Levin is hot on his tail. Won't let him escape the paranoia, though. Should put him in the ground. Audaz left into a 1v1. It's Doja on the other side, still with a paranoia to work with, but his position unknown for the time being. Audaz looking the wrong way, and he won't adjust in time. Big round for Doja, and for KC, they will find 6 despite a solid attempt against the numbers.
It's funny as well, because you know on Audaz's side he's going, well, my opponent isn't just going to walk straight through that smoke, so I'm going to hold the angle where he walks around. Because the funny thing with that is, that's exactly what Eternal Fire would have done. They would have walked straight through the smoke and just gone for the Angel. It's confidence, it's a surprise, and it's what KC have been doing throughout the entirety of the map. And as you can see, a taste of your own medicine sometimes isn't quite as sweet as you'd hope.
You know, I love as well, these listen-ins are often called before the round starts, and I feel like our producers are honestly on for a streak of curses unlike anything I've ever seen. Feels like every time a team just gets bombed out. Maybe we need a KC listen-in. It's the only thing that could slow them down. A 6-2, but hold on. Eternal Fire now starting to show up when they've got the weaker weapons. The opening pick was something, but a hiccup that's turned into a real problem now for a 5v3.
A very direct, fast-paced take, and well, for the defense, economically not in the greatest position in the world. You have to be a little bit careful that if they're going in, if they're going to try and challenge versus Eternal Fire, there's actually a chance for them to win the round. The best chance seems to be with TRjourd, and he's already gone. That's the operator lost. And for the remaining 2, they need to try and save, but the question is, can they save? Dealing with Izzy gives them a chance. And well, these weaker weapons are hoping to try and find themselves an upgrade, and that they have.
Well, not a round that I was putting any stock into for Eternal Fire. You saw after losing that previous round right off the back of the pause, the vibes were not looking good on their side of the stage. But now is when they decide to step up in a big way. Izzy sliding his way into that opening duel, the TP for the reposition on Audaz, finding them a second. And from that point, there's weapons to be recovered, a site to defend, and a spike ticking in your favor. Eternal Fire not going to let this one slip too far. 6-3, still a very workable scoreline for this squad.
Yeah, for sure. I think if their defensive side's anything like last time, if VIE-ENG can get going as he did, there's definitely still opportunities. But as said, the attack side that KC played versus PaperX was fantastic. So definite opportunities for them in that next half as well. With 6 already on the board. This one isn't looking too likely, but Adosia and LUπαιNG Sheriff, nothing to turn your nose up at. It's also worth noting that, of course, TRjourd has the Headhunter, so a lot of potential damage here.
And Narrate should also be baiting. That's the real opportunity. If he's spotted, taken down, or TP'd, and then LUπαιNG can be the one. Now, I don't know if that drone will have seen him. It doesn't look like it, but Neki clears him anyways. Takes himself one and a second onto Avez, and that is a lot of the danger dealt with very early on. Although still some remaining when that wall drops as well. Headhunter going to carry a lot of value. Only 2 shots left for Narrate. Lets the Neon slide on by. Not going to take that shot. Oh no, it's messy. Won't get there in the end.
The hardest player to hit with a Headhunter and only 2 bullets. THEO has managed to find one, but he is nowhere near the action anymore. The spike hightailing its way towards the other side. Now, THEO has managed to get a rifle. Ordaz might be having flashbacks to the last time he held around a smoke. But there's 2 players on the other side of this. The only worry I have is they are fighting him. They know exactly where he is. He doesn't really have anything to lose. They will be able to buy into the next round anyway. Now just sitting on that high-low. It seems like an impossibility for him to get anything done. Nice work from Eternal Fire to weather the storm of aggression in that round and fighting back towards that 6-6 scoreline.
Yeah, I am expecting KC to show us that same strength in a big way in the next half. So if we can at least see Eternal Fire step up to 6-6, I think we're in a much better spot. Because thinking back to Sunset, the weaknesses were on that defensive side for Eternal Fire. It was KC being able to pressure, being able to lurk with extreme efficiency. There was a round where they literally just walked up behind Eternal Fire in the one gap that was left open, and nobody was even thinking about it. I don't expect that level of mistake from Eternal Fire, but at the same time, I do expect that same ability to think on their feet and on the fly for KC. Hunter's Fury here. Neki almost taking Avez down. He's done damage, but the kills go the other way. And it's dangerous now. That Nightfall making it much easier to finish off their dinner.
They are seemingly forced all the way back. Some of that damage, at least, was in the form of the Nightfall, but that certainly isn't. Head ripped off. And right back to winning ways for KC. Only Neki and Ordaz stand between them, and what looks like a fairly clean round, but they do have to be careful. They don't want to give anything over to the players on the other side, but for THEO, he really has been unstoppable in this half. Neki now needs a 1v5, and I think he'll be lucky to get the 1.
Well, he'll be very lucky now to survive even a couple more seconds. A decent attempt, all things considered. But 7-4 is where we go. 1 round left to play for, and the question now, can Eternal Fire make this, well, a manageable situation? Give themselves a chance to equalize with a pistol found, or will this be an uphill battle in a series that is already stacked against them after Sunset?
Yeah. It's both teams, in theory, if we're going based on just the last couple of times they played, going into their favored half after this. So a singular round could make all the difference, from KC potentially being out of sight and Eternal Fire being just a pistol round behind. Fabian with the chance to evolve into this round, and actually the aim taken away. THEO, after the last, cleaned up in that spot. Now he's been cleared out.
Yeah, I was worried for Eternal Fire.
Spike planted.
Stepping right back into the same fight that Doja showed his strength in, but not going their way. The plant is theirs. The retake for KC, all coming in from spawn. The stun gonna set them apart. LUπαιNG already dropped down, but it's Ordaz up top. I mean, Ordaz relies on that cover from Echo. Echo has been reliable so far. Big round for Avez. One more needed and found. Now they can make it towards the site. Echo standing by, but he's got back up, and Neki's drawn their eyes. Sugetsu can't even make it out of the drop, and by now the timer is too far gone. They know exactly where he is. Echo's even given him a chance, but not a chance to win. Just to stack the kills in his favor. That spike is to explode. 7-5 we go.
Yeah, decent resurgence after what was another slow start for the side of Eternal Fire. It definitely doesn't look like they're going to be out of this one yet. Nonetheless, we're going to go down to an interview with Zaj.
Zesh, you've been with Karmine Corp since 2022. Now you've stepped into the head coach role and so much has changed already since stage 1. Can you tell us about the journey to being a contender now going into stage 2?
So the start of the year was pretty rough for us, sorry. Since I took the head coach, I think it gave us like a fresh start, let's say, even though we didn't change roster. I'm not saying like that I'm doing anything better than ENG or like this type of stuff, because I do a lot of respect to him. I really appreciated like my time with him. Like during 2 years, it was a really good time. But like it felt that maybe a new approach like helped the team in a certain way. We're gonna see it in stage 2, because for now we played only EWC qualifiers and like the EWC LAN. Of course, beating PaperX was something really good for us. It gave us confidence and trust in what we are doing every day and why we work. So we are now coming into stage 2, want to prove even more, show another face to our fans also, and get better.
So what's it been like working with the players that you know so well? Now they're seeing you slightly differently, but Narrate, for example, he's come back into this team, and back in 2024, I know that you built a fantastic relationship with him. So how is that now helping you in terms of leading the team and setting them up for success?
Yeah, I think other than the tactical part, I have a really strong aspect. It's how to handle a team, how to talk with people based on their personality. I will not talk to Narrate the same as I would talk to Sugetsu, because that's the human part. The human part, sorry, I understand really well. It's a really big strength I have, and I think that's helping us every day to manage emotions, manage frustrations, understand how to speak to certain persons in a certain way. So yeah, I feel with Narrate, for example, we have a really good connection, but it's because mostly I try to go in his way by talking to him based on his personality, because he's not a player like the others. I don't know how to explain it properly, since people don't spend time with him, but he's a player that you need to speak with him a lot more than the others, to make him feel in comfort zone and this type of thing. So yeah, I think this connection helped me a lot with him.
Well, it's definitely helped the team so far. Thank you so much. Good luck today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, well, it certainly has worked. A lot of changes for KC, and like you said, that fresh start without really making the roster changes, well, it has worked out in their favor, certainly on map 1, and leaving Lotus half one with an advantage. Now time to defend that lead. As KC on the attack meet the forces of the defense in a big way, and leave just Neki on his own towards this A site. Time to take him down, you would think, but Neki digs deep for 2 more, his 3rd of the round connected, and a final will evade him. But Narrate's got 2 more to take down.
Yeah, he's given him an opportunity. Narrate has been fantastic throughout the day, but he's walking right into the double stack up. Both players waiting, and I don't think he knows the other is on that deeper angle. Still trying to hunt down where Echo is playing from, and instead they both look to swing together, but it's a little disjointed. 2 HP in the wallbang is enough to make sure that doesn't go any further. The comeback to level things up almost complete. All it will take is a 2nd round conversion.
Yeah, Neki does so well. The fact that they know that he's here, they're trying to hasten the pace towards the site before backup can get to him, but well, he didn't need it. Trading out to keep the numbers reasonable for Eternal Fire, and well, the numbers on top are all that matters. 7-6, 1 round in it now. As you said, the follow-up should be pretty easy. You can see that it will be a full eco on the side of KC. Still that headhunter to worry about, but well, I was going to say not for long. Narrate did just about escape.
Oh yeah, they're going to re-aggress. Of course, for Fabian, he has the same ability. In a slightly different stance. Of course, expectations in this round are almost nothing. There would have to be the overwhelming of a player, and especially with the weaponry being up on everybody on the Eternal Fire side. There isn't a single player just playing a pistol. You look at this from their side as, okay, this is a very safe way to play the round. We then look at it from a case of you need to not really lose anybody in this round. And well, they've already lost 1 and 2.
Yeah, I don't, okay, I was about to say I don't think the KC are going to win this
3.
one, and maybe they won't, but already the cost paid is far too much for Eternal Fire. Fabian, the one to stabilize things before they really get out of control, but KC are going to feel good about that impact early on in half 2.
Yeah, they only got one rifle and a judge back for this round, so an incredibly costly one from basically nothing. It was just the headhunter bullets that were purchased. And of course, you look over on the side of Narrate, and that's not going to cause him any issues at all with investing back into this round. So an opportunity for KC to reclaim their lead. And with not a whole lot playing against them, I do like this though from Izzy. Getting this far up with a judge. One of the few places where he can not only do a lot of damage if they come around the corner, but he can lock off a very large portion of the map.
And they don't need to do too much to get him there. Just that utility down from Fabian to eat any util thrown in the other direction means they don't have to commit 2 or 3 players to the angle. Instead, any reveals, nades, and so on will just be eaten up, taken out of the round. And so Izzy's able to get up close, and then it's his responsibility to hold on. That allows them to double stack up on B and C. The trip broken on B, but no fake information will have any impact on Eternal Fire for the moment. Now they look to push out, but that is exactly when Narrate strikes again. The patience on display. His lurks on the attack have been huge, and that triple kill can be added to the tally. Izzy, the world against him now. A chance for a flawless round, 2 HP on LUπαιNG. Izzy's gonna have to fight through a few to get there. In zone, flawless, connected, a 4K for Narrate, and a big round for KC.
Yeah, I'll be honest, coming into today, like I've obviously been playing a lot of Phoenix over the last couple of months. I was quite excited to see that. I'm not upset seeing him on the chamber at all. I think his lurking has been fantastic. I think he's incredibly intelligent on when he takes his timings and his fights. And it's kind of what he was saying, like maybe they don't have a set plan, but you can see the cogs turning in his head. Like, okay, they must be looking at this player now. That's a distraction. I'll use that to punch my ticket to winning the round. Very clean stuff. Economy built, but Eternal Fire do still have a buy here.
These are the sort of things that are difficult to put into your game plan. Like moments like that for Narrate, and so many of the rounds that he has had.
It's tough to teach as well.
Yeah, when you try to manufacture it, all it takes is one piece out of line, and it won't work out, but Narrate's got that sense for just when to strike. Even using his opponent's utility as soon as the Viper Orb went up, he swung in. It was no thought, just a reaction for Eternal Fire that has put them around down. Rifles out for this squad. Fabian stopping any util coming his way, and that pressure towards C is getting Eternal Fire curious towards the A site. That's where Sugetsu's sitting and waiting. He's found himself one. Has a wall to isolate the next, but doesn't know about the wraparound. And just in time! And Necky's gonna be scratching his head, wondering why he was looking that way while stood in the open. But the timing on that flick, absolutely perfect. Fabian fights back though. And it's only a one-man disadvantage. Well, that didn't last long.
Yeah, they're just winning so many fights. Like, you could see it. There's a moment where Fabian turns that back into a 3v4, and Narrate goes, no, I'm not having that. I'm going to shut him down. Sugetsu wanting to fight has dealt the same blow, but with 2 players, one high, one low. There was never a chance for Echo to get back through that choke. 9-7. Again, just a display of individual brilliance coming out. That was Sugetsu basically winning a 1v2 on one side of the map, and then Narrate re-aggressing to fight off against Fabian, who, as said, when he played against Liquid, he absolutely obliterated them. The guy was running around the map, ended up 24-7, 5-0 in opening duels. Right now, well, he definitely can't get 7 deaths because he's already got 13.
A timeout now. The last one for Eternal Fire, while KC have yet to use through any of theirs. Definitely seeing where the pressure's applied, but when you look at the scoreline, 1-0 up in maps already. KC seem to be with getting towards the end of the road very early on in this series, and for Eternal Fire, it has been all about making those adjustments, patching the holes. A close game so far, trading out towards the end of that second half, but I did say that this is where my expectation is that they will struggle, because KC so far, thinking back to Sunset, there were rounds where they were 2v4, where Eternal Fire had all the information, And Casey would still manage to pull it off. The individual showing up deep into the rounds. The comfort looking off the charts for this attacking side.
I also think that at least versus Liquid, it might have just sold Eternal Fire a bit of a false story. That you can just push everywhere and get away with everything you're doing and have these multi-frag rounds, whereas right now they're not winning just a straight 1v1. No, like we were seeing Fabian win 1v4s where he pushed one side and the rest of the team did other stuff. He, at the moment, isn't beating just Narrate.
Oh, Eternal Fire. A little bit of control up on B, but that's a judge. I don't think Izzy's going to be pushing any further. Yeah, I think it's a concerning sign when you think about a player being in this position on his own and a triple push coming down A main. I tried to draw a line there, but didn't work. And that's the thing, you know, you have 3 players push you down, he's isolated in a corner, and they lose 2 and he gets out. Like, that just can't be happening. And I think for Eternal Fire, it is definitely a reason to call a pause, seeing the round slip away like that. But we are very near the end of the game. The KC are facing an eco now. If there's no big mistake or big success for Eternal Fire, then it will be double digits. Now, I say that, I noticed the rotates through. Izzy's going to be on site with a judge when the hit comes in. If KC don't read the danger towards this side of the map and decide to go back to B, they could end up in big danger! Neki taking 2! Well, that's the surprise that might send them running.
The spike still all the way back. Push up coming in onto B, but the problem is they might get caught from behind. Ordaz, he doesn't have much to play with. He's just trying to hold in case they make a move towards the C side. Instead, he'll have a very quick backstab, holding the line though. LUmiejNG trying his best, but he will fall. Now Fabian is able to evolve, waiting on the corner, but it's only going to be the one. Sugetsu needs this kill, and he needs it now, and he will not. It is Fabian with a triple. Another big individual round, but it was Neki that basically got the ball rolling.
Yeah, well, that's my bad. What should be a very easy round is what I thought. But Eternal Fire, the rotates to the A site, don't matter a goddamn bit. It's the fact that Neki pushes straight through that wall. And you know, I think the idea for him is, if I go in here and I die, we might get an emoted Thrifty, because they'll push the site so quickly they'll run into all my teammates. Instead, he just looks like he's cheating on those first 2 shots.
Anchor set.
And then the panic sets in, and of course you panic in that moment.
That's a big individual round for Eternal Fire. It might just be what gets things going for them. And for KC, still coming up with a purchase. They're going to have a good opportunity to try and get something done in this round. Let's have a little listen in.
1A, Omen C.
Guys, be careful, they look tired.
Guys, comms, you can leave me.
Yeah, let's leave. The problem is I have
Can we face, guys? Face. After bubble. You're on here, on top side.
Yeah, can you do bush or smoke after?
I'm watching top side, top side.
Guys, we're gonna try to test C. If we get stopped, we can come back to
They're heavy, guys. They're heavy C. Just leave. We're good. Just leave.
Okay, Marshall, leave. Marshall, stay here. Let's come back towards the SD. We're not keep B. I have looking at it.
They're gonna.
They guys care deep A. They put deep reveal. He might look.
Want Mario?
THEO? There's no need. It should be Veto here.
We can end split B, by the way.
Can we just pick?
Yeah, come.
Wait, distance.
You want jump shot?
Come.
One went heaven, guys. One went heaven. Viper, I guess.
Wall up, and you stay here. I will recon.
Balls, be careful. Check right.
One in front of B.
I recon now. Well done.
Good.
I'll find you.
They don't have info.
Wall up.
I will smoke stairs.
He can be on top.
Guys, end B split. 30 seconds we have.
I will down.
Open door first once.
30
We'll
seconds
be
left.
split.
I will come with you, Barak. I have to open door though, okay?
I'm on backside.
Let's go be split. I'll ult. Wall up, Dima. Go. Let me ult first.
Involve.
I'll take.
One more C.
Guys, we need to...
Guys, Omen C. Other 2 are probably
Yeah,
turning.
plant. I am sitting.
That one?
They're gonna take me.
Clear.
No, we can't.
I am in front of main. I'm in smoke. Out maybe.
And plan secured now for KC. 2 players stand against them. Ordaz in main, and Neki about to be spotted up top. Finds one to start us off. The shock dart's good for damage. Sugetsu eats that down to 63. The second could have taken him out. Audaz onto Avez. Now it's getting competitive. Time is against them, but the numbers are in their favor. And it's all thanks to Audaz on his feet as Eternal Fire equalize.
I thought when we came back in, it was just going to be a quick walk to the finish for KC in that post plant. They managed to hold the line on the background of being able to wipe out one, but it's just Audaz from this position. It looked like an impossibility, but I think maybe the distraction sold by his teammate was enough for him to get that additional space. And well, we know the individual depth of skill on Eternal Fire goes to all 5 players. 9-9. Definitely not out of this one just yet, and well, clearly feeling the pressure. It's going to be a KC pause this time.
It is only their first pause used. That's the advantage they have for how they've cruised through to this point, but well, calling it certainly signals that the pressure's on the other side for Eternal Fire. Well, that's 2 in a row now, but playing against the numbers like that, that's really what's going to put them back on the board for Audaz. You saw it the second he hit that final kill. He erupted from his chair. And in a moment like this where you need a comeback, not just in the map, but the series, well, a round like that is gold dust. You could have had a team ace and everyone would say, oh, okay, let's hope we can do that again. But a moment like that is a rallying cry that should carry Eternal Fire perhaps up into the lead. KC call that timeout and come in with a bye, though.
Yeah, I think that it's a very good time for Saish to call
Don't be
pause,
stupid.
'cause you've lost a round you probably shouldn't have, especially once you got into the site and got the spike down. I think it was, what, a 2v4 that really it was only one position that went unchecked. They seem to do well in a lot of the mid rounds, feeling out the map and basically just figuring out where the gap was, even just leaving pieces of the puzzle behind, like Sugetsu cutting off the flank. But the post plant needed to be better. And knowing that they have a bye in this round and that ultimately it feels like a bit of a crunch round for either side, having the opportunity to talk things through with the team. But they also give a pause over to the other side.
Both teams approaching this one very slowly. We've seen much more direct plays. We've seen defensive aggression, but after the timeout, each squad looks to feel out what the other's objective is now. Fabian just ran from that corner, knife in hand. The second the angle was given up, otherwise that could have been an awkward battle. KC will gravitate towards this A side of the map, but very much waiting for Eternal Fire to push down. Look at Sugetsu's position. Look at Narrate outside C and B. These guys are waiting for Eternal Fire to overstep, and yet that's not happening. Then they go walking in, and that's Izzy's moment to strike. They got impatient, and this time Narrate will pay the price.
Ooh. 11 trying to sell a ruse on the other side.
30 seconds left.
It seems at least initially that it might have worked, but I think that was more just an opportunity to put the smoke down for Audaz, wanting to make sure his teammates were covered, but now he needs to do the job himself. In fact, he's just going to duck out of there. Got enough time to use his ultimate, wants to play this as a 5v4 retake, but what that allows for is the Viper's Pit, which is going to make that a lot more difficult.
Yeah, that could definitely be the game changer. Sugetsu still has a snake bite online, and as time ticks away, that piece of utility could win the round on its own. Already sent through to slow down the push. Makes it an easy spam for Avez. Traded out immediately, though. Eternal Fire keep the man advantage for now. But it's all about finding Sugetsu. If they can drop him, the pit will fall, and down he goes. Down go KC. The lead for Eternal Fire has been claimed.
Even making sure at the end of it that they get the Viper's Pit online in the next round for Echo. But just good decision-making throughout. Like, we've talked about this team in their controlled style of chaos at times, but throughout the series so far, a lot of it has just felt like chaos. This round was a lot better from them. Getting the opener, playing it safe, looking to play as a unit on the retake. And then the second they got rid of Sugetsu, everything tumbled down. Frustration for Saish. And he doesn't have VIE-ENG there to hold his hand anymore.
Oh, let's not forget, they just lost a 4v2. Now see the lead slip. It's definitely a frustrating moment to be in the KC coaching booth. And now
Oh,
they've
it's
just
not
lost
getting any better.
Doja through the smoke. That's definitely...
The thing is, he's been doing that a lot. Like, that's not
Yeah,
a new play.
yeah.
Even since the pistol round, he's been trying to get into that smoke. So it's not even like I would call that luck anymore from the Eternal Fires. I think he is there. I'm going to spam there.
Nonetheless, it's not going to unwrinkle any foreheads on the side of KC. One man down, a Viper's Pit on the side of Eternal Fire to fight back into a round if they even need it. And it's not looking likely that they will. Fabian, the safety net, catches Narrate, who was about to sneak up behind the man with the operator. And with a body count stacking up as well, Levin, the last man standing, 11 HP and 5 opponents to take down. He won't even get the first, and it was a headshot from Fabian. And in zone, Flawless puts Eternal Fire 11-9. They were looking down and out of this series not long ago.
I think Fabian stood up to spam the body, by the way.
Hell yeah.
This is starting to get a little bit worrying now, because we've had rounds of like, okay, you let that slip. This was decimation. This was Izzy just going, oh wait, I can just keep re-swinging these guys and hit every single shot in front of me. And what isn't a danger sign, it's calling 2 pauses in 3 rounds. So that is clearly Zysh saying, okay, this is out of control now. I need another chat with the squad, because otherwise a map that, at least initially, I think, 6-2 up, looked pretty good for them, is now slipping into the hands of their opponents who, well, in this second half, are 6-2 up.
And there's no more timeouts, right, for them to go for. There's no more opportunities to sit down with your coaching staff. No more pit stops on the side of KC. It's all the rounds in regulation to play out from this point forward, and KC better have their solution, or it will be a map 3. It will be all the way to Haven. And after what we've seen from Eternal Fire here again, the defense was where I was worried about them, and you can see why. Some of these rounds, they were being pushed to the limits. They were against the odds, but KC just couldn't close it out, and those are danger signs that we didn't see on Sunset.
Let's see if the second pause can make the difference that the first pause didn't.
Standing ahead.
Otherwise, we are going to a third map. A pacey hit, a change of pace. It's been slow, methodical. Now they look to fight fire with fire. And we'll see if that fire is eternal after all. As already 2 are left standing, a deep position. Actually, a deep position from both players, which would be quite cool if they had the spike.
There.
Izzy already spots out one of them. Now, the second might be a surprise. Nope, he corrects. They are expecting a flank on the flank on the flank. And while Eternal Fire now hit 12.
Yeah, and a very different Eternal Fire defensive side than Sunset, where, like we said, there was a gap for 30 seconds and nobody even checked. Not nobody checked when there was a player there. The whole round, nobody checked. And that ended up costing them. This time, Izzy goes, why's that guy on the left not peeking? Maybe he's waiting for someone on the right. Much better stuff from this squad. And now they're starting to believe there's a map 3 on the horizon.
Naughty.
3 chances. 3 chances to... God damn it. 3 chances to bring us all the way to Haven. For Eternal Fire, it looks like they've fixed a lot of their issues.
Oh yeah, they're feeling it now, and that's a scary prospect. What a fight to win. An Izzy operator facing off against a Narrate rifle, and Narrate's come out on top. If one thing hasn't changed, it's the aim of the North American. But is that going to be enough to drag them through this round and potentially 2 more after it? He's been that lurk, but the rest of the team have kind of struggled at times. But with the Nightfall, that should give them a good opportunity to get into a post plant. But they're actually going back.
So, Narrate dodge. Oh, this is huge! He dodged the drone. He sat outside the swivelly door and now finds himself an advantage for the squad, and the B site wide open. They were trying to fill in the blanks, see if maybe he was creeping his way over the rubble, but didn't expect him to be so close, and that's a common theme for this round. Echo he needs to step forward fairly soon. Cutting it close on 26, and a headshot, well, didn't make a difference. In zone, Flawless for KC. What a way to bounce back.
Yeah, it's whether that's recreatable, though, because that was almost just Narrate on his own. Like, he created so much space that then when the rotations happened, players like LUmiejNG were able to get some kills. Other than that, that was literally one man just dismantling a team. The first, well, literally, 3 kills were his. One was in between, was a player caught rotating because of what he did. And then, okay, someone gets the last kill at the end. But that was literally just a Narrate round. And now, well, it's going to be a more aggressive stance from the opponents to try and deal with him. Look, Fabian's just walked up, and they've TP'd up top as well. Who's expecting him to be here?
Well, looks like they might have been ready for it. It's a battle the KC don't walk out of without too many bruises, but
they lost Narrate. I think that's a big bruise.
TP from Doja. It seems to be expected. It's being cleared as we speak by Neki. The door hasn't opened just yet, but now it does. They'll rally together. The paranoia being lined up. No, it was a smoke. In fact, Neki can still see, and that's going to cost them another body. But the advantage still sits with KC, still sits with the attack, and a very late play by Sugetsu guarantees the kill onto Echo. Izzy, last man standing, 3 to take down. Or KC are going to be within 1 of an overtime. The shorty up close is caught immediately. 1 more for OT. And 1 more chance for Eternal Fire to lock in Haven before it's too late.
It seems like the more direct fights in towards A, even if it was just Narrate in the last round and then trading out those advantages. It's worked out better for KC. It goes all the way in regulation, but is this a 3rd map on the horizon? Or an OT for KC to bring back? Of course, the defense have no problems economically. Although saying that, Izzy is on a judge.
Well, he plans to get close to use it, that is for sure. Already ran down on A, but 4 players there means KC can pick up the pace elsewhere. Originally, they thought about B. They made the right read, the right adjustment. Back over to this C site, TP taken. Audaz will be here, and KC pumped the brakes again. Sugetsu has to be the one to break that drone, but it has spotted 2 sitting outside the B site. Good info for Eternal Fire. They're not going to over-rotate anymore. It's onto KC to reset and burst in, not knowing how much control they've lost and not really being able to account for this position. Final round to fight for overtime, and Izzy is sat with a judge up close on A. They will never expect this, but he only gets 1. And a bit of damage to follow up, but that should have been so much more.
That was exactly where you wanted that gun. And his opponents walked right into the spot, but yeah, it's only going to be the 1. A move. Is he going to go into the smoke with an Odin? Okay, clearly baited into the idea that nobody was on that side, and that open is interesting. It's a question of whether or not they start rotation back, but now they catch them as they move. Patience from KC. Even still, though, an evolved Fabian waits for them on this side. If there's any man that you'd want in position,
12 seconds.
It is normally him. Time ticking away. They need these kills. They need them now. And it's a spray down, but it's not quite enough. Fabian gave it his all, but LUmiejNG takes us to OT.
That is a lifeline for KC. A big round for LUκόσμNG, who now sits 26 and 18, but Fabian almost stole the show with that spray down. 48 HP, I think, was the difference in it. And this is the problem. When it comes to that late round, the new KC are doing something we didn't see from the old. They're taking their time, they're baiting rotations, and they are playing a masterful, cerebral game that it seems so difficult for Eternal Fire to not fall for the bait. There's so much of it being thrown out.
Something tells me even if they win, he won't be smiling. We'll see. We'll see. 12 to 12. Early drone up. Well, it's risky for Narrate to stick around. He's hoping he's in an angle where he can stay safe, and he will be. Patience pays off. And Fabian has bit the bullet for it. Still, Eternal Fire look to try and pressure towards this C site. 2 players await them. 2 players that they've seen as well. But they don't fear it at all. And hey, if Izzy could keep hitting shots like that, maybe they'll be okay.
TP out from Doja. He just wants to put distance between them. And the rotations are already in. He'll have Levin by his side as Eternal Fire looked to pressure it, pushing deep, took to the corner, and then the swing comes in, but it's not needed. Levin was there to support, but Doja carried them across the line himself. Neki now 1 away from a Hunter's Fury. Look, there's
Useless.
a chance if he can manage to find a couple of picks, but he needs those picks quickly, and he steps in just as the C's hits. They haven't spotted him just yet, but it doesn't matter. Levin, quick on the trigger, and what was Eternal Fire's chance to go all the way to Haven. Now, this could be their final stand at 13-12. KC, they showed up late, but not too late.
It was almost the outright cockiness of Narrate just to take that first pick, and while you can see the continued frustration from Fabian, this is exactly what he was doing to people just a couple of days ago. And Narrate showing that, hey, maybe they could be doing the same over on the chamber. Even still, though, KC need to close out one of these attack rounds. There was a massive streak that came through for Eternal Fire in the second half. Will they get right back to winning ways?
Oh, they're taking risks as well. Now getting up close on the wall. Echo hasn't been spotted. Paranoia catches, but he's close enough to see. 2 taken, but 2 traded back. Fabian, he's fighting them forward. Not letting Sugetsu out of that corner, and the price to be paid. Another overtime. Unless Narrate can steal away the 1v3, the spike still needs to be claimed. And for now, he has no info on where these players have gone. This, not quite an impossibility, but he has got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, he has looked like the most cerebral player in this server. A chance. He even knows there's one on the other side, but even while his game of prediction was almost spot on, the shots do not land. 13-13. The battle, the brawl continues. And most of it came down to, well, a missed spot in the corner. It could have very easily been 3, and then Fabian just, again, having no fear alongside the shock darts of Neki. What's going to be the change? No operator in for the defense, but that was mostly something we saw out from Izzy.
It's a frustrating round to lose for KC for sure. That was their chance to end the series here. Walk out with their heads held high. Now Eternal Fire have the momentum. They've got the advantage as well. Aves down, Sugetsu toying with the idea of pushing forward, and although he'll find Neki, he needs more. That trade back puts us even. And Sugetsu is sticking around now with Levin by his side. Wall up, gives Echo the reposition. With the door open, Bates is he in. They're looking for this fight, and it will be Sugetsu to find it. He said it had been a while since we'd seen him on that form of before. Well, what a round it is that he decides to step up. A 4-piece already, and the final will be claimed by KC. 14 on the board for the defense.
Yeah, maybe in an earlier point of this game, they might have waited for Sugetsu to go for the ace, but when you're in OT, it's probably not worth the gamble. A great individual play from him, and another to add to the tally that we've had in this game thus far. Not a player missing out on a moment, but this might be the most important one so far. Now going back onto that attack side, both teams. I like how we had to mute the entirety of that.
Not a word of that got through.
Not a single word was safe for air. We love that from Sugetsu.
Sugetsu might have been denied his ace, but Levin will not be denied his 30 bomb. 1 kill away. And 1 round for KC to forget the hardships of Lotus and only remember the flawless 2-0 in their favor.
Will get their first win.
Indeed.
In a group stage. Like, bear in mind, they went 0-5 in stage 1. Kickoff doesn't have a group stage. So they're looking to get their first point. Their first champion's point. They're probably not going to make it on points, but it has value to be on that leaderboard and not alongside Pacific with a goose egg still.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Pacific can't get a win, but I didn't expect them to get a loss here today. Sugetsu on to Izzy, starting it out well for KC, but Neki, he managed to slip past the Prowler. Damage done back in return. Fabian and Audaz both holding on for dear life, and now here he goes again. Sneaky Narrate, making the play through the B site. This is space that's already given up, though, by Eternal Fire. It will get them to plant on the KC side.
Well, yeah, this is going to be so hard to retake. You've got two players that could very easily go down to just spam.
Spike planted.
Also, when they did a retake on this B site, they had the position that we currently see Narrate in. They're going to need themselves a hero of sorts. And all KC need to do is hold on.
Aves, oh, he's got freebies, both low players walking through, and it's two picked up as easy as you like it. KC, in the end, 2-0 is how they find their first group stage win. Already off to a better start than the story of stage one, and it is Eternal Fire, the young guns who stepped onto the EMEA stage and made many a team shake and quiver in their boots. But today, they are bested without a map.
Well, yeah, this is one of those games where you're going to look at it from an Eternal Fire standpoint and go, okay, maybe that's a little bit disappointing, but you're going to look at it from a KC standpoint and go, okay, that's a fantastic upgrade to what we saw back in stage one. We knew that from what we saw at EWC that this was a different team, they looked in different form, but it still asked the question of would they be able to get their first win on the board today? And the answer is yes, and that's all that matters. Sure, at points things slipped a little bit, and you could see that Saish was maybe still a little bit stressed in what was going on, but that's a fantastic victory, and against a team that many have struggled to play against, a top 4 over in stage one versus a team that finished last. That's a huge turnaround already.
The thing is as well, seeing this system work for KC is inspiring a lot of confidence in their run, because as time goes on, I expect them to get even more value out of this, to build into it, to grow into the stage. Already a fantastic start. And speaking of superstars, let's send this down to the stage where we've got an interview ready with Sugetsu.
So Mitchman just called you a superstar. Do you feel like one right now, especially after that 4K in OT?
Not yet. I'm trying to get back to my shape, like slowly getting better. Yeah.
So talk to me about that huge round. Second overtime, you've got to do everything to get your team across the line to take Lotus. Talk me through what was happening in that round on the A side.
I knew kinda if they're going A, they mostly were going towards 3, you know, and no one was scaling from main. This was like I understood from beginning when they were playing attack side. So just I knew that only Solo who was droning my teammates called me, I killed him. And after they just picked one by one, to be honest, like, I don't know, and just punish them for mistakes.
How did you enjoy going up against the individual firepower of Eternal Fire today? Because there were some moments where they were particularly evil, hiding behind walls, hiding. It was like, I guess, a map of what we might call Petra boxes, because every single corner they could hide in, they were trying to multi-kill you from.
Yeah, I mean, we were ready to play against them because we played already against them on qualifications, kind of, you know. We knew that they have a good firepower, they are like good shooters, but in terms of like overall gameplay, they like a bit struggling, I feel like. And we just, from previous tournament we came, we getting better in shape, and we were just ready for everything. Of course not for everything, because we trolled some rounds, of course. It's impossible to play without it, but it is what it is.
What's great
I already
is to
have
hear
everything.
With such confidence and such vibes, because in the studio you
Scott
guys
Tường đã
are
ném
loud
10.000
and
đồng
you
cho
are
em
bringing the
Tumi.
hype. Does it
Hắn
feel
ta đi ngủ
different already to
RRQ.
stage one?
I mean, I feel like, yeah, when I was not bringing hype, I was more like into myself, you know, kinda. And I feel like when you're screaming, you're more like getting confidence and enjoying the moment.
Well, keep screaming. We're going to head over to the desk now, because we've got some duelists standing by with Kakuka and Petra.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, as you said, we have Narrate and LUπαιNG joining Petra and myself here on the desk. Congratulations on this start of the season. Narrate, you were telling me your first champs point. How does it feel to start the season like this?
I mean, obviously it feels amazing. We're one step past 0-5, so we'll take it, you know.
What about you, LUπαιNG?
I mean, I'm pretty final, so like, like I expected like more easier win, to be honest. Like, but I will take it also.
Yeah, you speak about the easy wins, but of course I feel like we need to start asking about that overtime. After how dominant you were on map 1, especially in that first half, you jump into the second one, and things really look like they're building up for Eternal Fire. There's a couple of rounds where they gain a lot of momentum. Talk us through a little bit of how you managed to bounce back and take things to overtime.
I mean, to be honest, I think I did something really stupid, but it worked out.
What was it?
I just walked peak day, like by myself, no Viper wall. I know they have an op, and I just insta one-tapped Izzy, and I think that kind of like shut down their momentum, because he was getting insane picks on me as well, and like the rest of the team, and they were doing a really good job setting up. I shut them down early, and then we kind of like just snowballed the round, and I think it like helped us build momentum, because we were kind of like losing a lot of rounds in a row. So I thought that was kind of like, maybe I'm biased because it was me, but I think that was the play that kind of pushed us forward.
I think you're gonna be very happy when you watch the replay. Petra, do you wanna?
No, I was going to ask the same question, like how do you maintain so calm in the overtime? Because we were looking at the comps from both of the teams, and you guys seemed so calm, even though you were all talking, and I think you all had ideas in the overtime. Is that how it went, or?
I mean, I feel like we understand like most of the things as a team. So,
Thank you, Marshall.
So yeah, I mean, we lost like too many games, like which is like very close, like during the season.
Yeah.
So we kind of, how you say, experienced it, this kind of moments, and we managed, to be honest. And I knew it, like it's gonna be like better. So I just trust my teammates. In overtime also, like after lost like this kind of rounds, I felt like we will do like comeback. So I just really didn't mind like during the game, to be honest.
It was not a thought in your head it could happen the same again.
I mean, I was pretty chill, to be honest. Like you can see my face, like you can see how I'm talking to my teammates. So I was calm.
I think that you raise a very good point, and it's the fact that we've seen you in this situation before where you've been very close in a match, and it has gone the other way. So what has happened? Is it the EWC? What have you guys been working on for, instead of that being very close into a loss, very close into a we bounce back and this is a 2-0?
I think mainly it's like confidence for us. I think like before, like during stage 1, we had very low confidence in ourselves, and I think as we like changed a lot of things to adapt to like us as individual players a lot better, and I think overall it just built our confidence back up, and we just continue to like show it, I guess. And especially like when you win, like you lose for so long and then you win one match, you kind of like get that energy to propel forward. And I think like after like the EWC qualifiers and then playing at EWC, even though we like got eliminated early, I still think it was like
very tough opponents.
Yeah, we had really tough opponents, and we still like fought to like the end, and it wasn't like a little bit like no one was off, you know. So I think just overall like our confidence is.
So how
is the
do you
reason.
work on your confidence? I'm actually intrigued by this. Because it's definitely working.
By trolling rankeds. And also break sometimes. I'm joking. I mean, like, to be honest,
I mean, that can be true. Why not?
I would say like the biggest thing is Zeish like believing in us,
Yeah.
like individually. We're all just kind of like, we're all very good players, but in this like I'll just say ENG system, it was harder for us to adapt to it. Even though the system is good, it's just as individual
it's not for
players.
you.
Yeah, it was just not fit for us. So again, like ENG went to Fnatic. I think that'll be a great fit for him. For us, Zeish is like kind of giving us the keys, you know? He's not like putting us under any pressure. He's not doing anything like where like this is, you have to do this. So we're kind of all.
It's making you feel comfortable.
Yeah, we're all comfortable. We're all playing the game like we all know how to play. None of us are like, we need to be like fully reminded what to do. We all have like our individual strengths, and I think that's kind of, you know, why we're showing better results.
I mean, like for me, I think like everyone like behind us, like management, fans, like friends, like performance coaches, like I feel like from everyone like there is like huge trust for us. Like even though we were losing like 0-5, like our fans like they were still like supporting. Like like I want to say thank you for everyone like who behind us, to be honest. Yeah, like as Marshall said, like Zeish and like our performance coach Yuan and Simon, also Simonza, our assistant coach, like they are just like trusting too much to us, to be honest. Like they are giving like all the opportunity to do this kind of things. They have just trust against us, so we kind of proving, I guess.
Yeah, I think that you deserve the trust, because at the end of the day, as we're saying, is like you were very close to winning those matches. If it was like broken team, no hope, this and that, it would have been maybe easier to not have your back. But I'm really happy that you guys actually feel the support and feel that this is going to be a good stage for you guys. And as I say, a good stage, you're also playing again in 2 days.
Yes,
how are we
that's
feeling
good.
about that? How do you feel about the change of schedule? Is that something that works in your favor, something that you hate? Be honest.
I think it's a bit something that kind of works in our favor, but I think for me personally, I enjoy playing like quicker paced tournaments. Like EMEA kickoff when I first started playing, it was a faster paced tournament. Like you played multiple days in a row, like there wasn't like that much breaks. And I think it's easier to keep your momentum going. Like if you're winning, like you know how to play the game. And it's not like you're having time off where like you're not thinking about the game.
So the more that you think about it, the more complicated it gets.
Like it's just, you're just feeling the game, you're enjoying the game, and I think it's a better format, to be honest.
So is there anything you want to work on going into the next game?
Are you 11?
I mean, like, I don't know, I will just do my stuff. I will keep my routine. Like, I have no expectation.
Keep shitting on ranked.
Yeah,
I think that you're going to be absolutely amazing. You see that there's some players also getting ready on stage. You want to give some predictions before I let you go?
Elias, good luck. İyi şanslar. Oh, he's not there, I guess.
He literally lost all of his aura. I don't know what to say.
Nothing to do. I wish my luck.
Honestly, NAVI look pretty good, to be honest. Like, we played them in scrims, and honestly, I'm very impressed by their gameplay. I think they're very confident. And I think, like, it's kind of like a confidence match. Like, who's going to be, like, you know, taking, like, the first timings, taking the first bloods. I think it's fully down to, like, whoever's feeling it on the day.
So the prediction is?
NAVI.
NAVI?
I thought so.
Okay, you guys can find off camera. You guys at home, just wait for a few minutes because the next match is going to be NAVI taking on the stage against Vitality, fresh off of EWC.
Goodbye.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Il brillait fort pendant qu'il remonte dans le ciel.
It was double OT, but it was still a 2-0. Eternal Fire sent packing just for the day by KC. Just quickly on that matchup, Petra, was it good to see KC coming out with ideas today?
Yeah, it was good to see them play, even though it felt like they were slipping away a little bit. They came back out of the end a bit stronger, and it was very exciting to see, actually.
Yeah. Exciting to see how excited they were on the sofa.
Yeah, as well. I think that for them, as they were saying, it's been a long time coming. They just wanted to give also a win for the fans because they have so many of them, and they've been waiting for results for so long. So it's good to see that actually they've invested the time in the right things. Now is the moment to relax and breathe, being like, oh, Narrate was telling us, you know, like his objective for today, getting that one championship point.
Yeah, let's remind ourselves of the standings. See the results so far from week 1 and the championship points as they stand, because there's definitely going to be some teams relieved to have a great start. One of those teams is NAVI, who we'll be talking about in a moment. They need championship points. They had a fantastic match earlier this week against FUT. FUT definitely taken by surprise, but are they going to take NAVI by surprise? Because we're about to see a banger matchup. NAVI really did show they're here to take stage 2 seriously, and Vitality is the team everyone's always talking about, so let's talk about them. Sayonara put up some great numbers in Paris and in London, but he did lack a bit of consistency map to map, and I wonder if they can unlock the potential from Sayonara to do what we know he can do across every single series, Kakuka, if that's going to be really where we see Vitality unlock the superstar potential.
See, here's the thing. During stage 1, I was like saying, oh, Vitality, if I were you with the players that you have, like, I'd piss my pants if I would go up on stage and against me is Dirk Chronicle and Sayonara. Like, people should be scared to play against them. Lacked a bit of identity, a lot of back and forth, then they make it into EWC, they're looking so good, they're in this group of death, right? And there's like, oh my god, it's NRG, it's PRX, and it's like, oh, it's going to be very difficult for them. Breeze through it, 2-0, comes to the playoffs, and my problem is that when they're rising, the moment that they stumble upon something, they don't know how to de-escalate the situation. They literally went down in the last map, and I was thinking, I don't think this is a team that even wants to be here anymore. You know, like it's. I don't want to say that about them, but at the same time, it's like, I think you also know that you can do much better than this. So to me, it's like it's a team where problems sadly keep piling up,
and we can visibly see them because we can literally see them go silent as we see them on the player cameras in these moments where things are going wrong, and they seem to struggle for ideas. Petra, you've gone from focusing on yourself as a player to becoming an IGL. Yampi's going through the same transition at the moment. He has had a bit of time now in the role, but how long do you think it really takes to have that identity as an in-game leader?
I mean, well, Jumpy already have this identity, right? But I think when you said they were gonna go quiet, I think it's time for the IGL to step up and to get the team back on track, because it's definitely a mental game. And yeah, you're building on experience.
You can walk across the camera. It's okay.
It's all right. Well, we were talking about you, Yampy, so it's only adequate that he made an appearance. It's like we rehearsed this. Look, NAVI did have incredible vibes versus FUT. Exit is bringing the skill. They can rely on him as a duelist, but he's also bringing a lot of energy to that duelist role and to the team itself, Petra.
Yeah, and it's very noticeable. And also in the game, he's super active, and behind the desk, he's very active. He's speaking everywhere, and he's rotating around. He's unpredictable, so it's going to be hard for NAVI to shut him down.
And there's so many elements to NAVI that we loved when we saw them play earlier this week. And Kakuka, you actually wanted to show us a few things, because Sivov was a fantastic addition.
Yeah, I love doing this on the first week because it's definitely not going to break. Please, Ben, do not go across the camera as well. Because I wanted to take a look at a couple of rounds. So we're going to test this new Telestrator because, as you're saying, Sivov, the new addition, whatnot. We've always said that Sivov has the first match is always good. See if they can keep it up. But what I like the most about NAVI is the compositions that they were taking, because especially I think that they fit very well the map pool that we have. Not only in a couple of them, but I think that this is something that they can extrapolate into different ones, right? Especially, you want to surprise, you want to be different. And I think, to a certain extent, they will set the meta. So I wanted to take a look at a couple of rounds, as I said. We're going to take a look first at this bonus round, right? And I want to, as I said, take a look at what Sage is doing. So where you can expect in a bonus, people being aggressive, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. You're also against the Turkish team. So we see 4 players here already ready to go with the aggression, and they leave Seaboff alone on the other side of the map. You need to be very smart, and you need to know how to play the Sage for this to work properly. So as we see, round starts, they get aggressive, get a kill, and what I absolutely love is what happens later. There's a smoke here to cover for Seaboff, and the moment that he says here's the aggression and after the play is done, look at all the players already rotating to re-clear mid. And also, look at this Sage slow. 7 seconds right there. This is not something that you just walk through, you know? As I said, they go in, re-clear mid, smoke, flash. The positions are ready to go take on whatever might come on B after you put that pressure on A. But look at that. The wall from Sage has just gone up. There are going to be surprises, especially when you're playing up against the Sage, and you need to adjust on how to play against these things. But as a surprise, lovely. But then it might become repetitive. I don't think that for NAVI that is the case. I think that they've been very good in the past and surprising and having very rounds that look similar, but are there to set you off a little bit, like throw you off, sorry. And this one is a very good example, because then the next one, what they do is they change completely. The aggression's still there. They put the wall up somewhere else, and they buy themselves time. It is very difficult when we speak about having a first match against a team to be prepared against this. There's so many things going on, especially from the defense, but it didn't feel like that for NAVI. They had things very much under control. I don't know if Vitality would be the same.
Well, we know that Vitality definitely watched that game. And before we get into the game today, we need to watch a mini battle for the ages. It's going to be a classic skirmish between Yampy and Hero.
Good posture. Boom. Best of luck. One right click kill. No. Yes! And Overwatch gameplay goes to me. Yes! No way, that was so
3 headshots. Okay, let's go.
Incredible. Hey, all the best for last.
No!
Yes! Bro, that was the worst duel we had.
GG.
Well, they were certainly having fun. I mean, Yampy is someone who never fails to have fun, but can he get serious on that stage today, Petra?
Well, we will see, right? He was not very serious when he walked in front of the camera, but yeah.
And he did win the skirmish as well. So they chose to let NAVI pick first, and they've gone with Sunset to open Kakuka very quickly.
I really like that. I love Sunset. Petra even has her spot on the map. What can I say?
Yeah, my favorite
That's how good it is.
Okay then, well let's see if they make the most of the Petra box, because we've got to get this matchup underway.
Versus NAVI.
They might be all friendly now, but things are about to get fiery as these teams head into the server. Vitality, the odds are slightly against them. They've had hardly any time to prepare for this matchup. So this Sunset pick from NAVI, it feels kind of evil, Kakuka, and I love it.
Yes, and I think it's so intentional. We had Angel here on the desk the other day. He wanted to complain about Vitality having time, and then when he realized that they didn't have it, he was like, actually, you know what? I take that back. And I think Sunset could be a very good example of it. That was going to be the third map that it was going to be played between Foot and NAVI. And what I was just showing about the Sage and whatnot, the playing with the double Sentinel could work so well for a map like Sunset.
Petra, we've seen Sunset played already today. Excited to see Vitality bring it to NAVI?
Yeah, I am. Even though I think NAVI is also gonna be very good on attack. So I think Vitality has to make sure they bail out enough utility to go into an execute.
And we haven't had much of a chance to talk about it, but I have done interviews with both Profik and with Pal today, and they have said that changes are coming. So what's going to be really interesting is NAVI, we know from their game plan against Foot that they're very keen to anti-strat their opponents, but they're not necessarily going to know what Vitality are bringing on this one, because we have a feeling, in fact, as I said, we know that Vitality are going to be making changes. So how on earth is NAVI going to be prepared for that?
Do we know that we're making changes? We're just
well,
gonna
I
make
had
that
an
statement.
interview, and it was mentioned by Profik. We do know that Profik's role hasn't
so it's on
changed,
camera, he
and
said
Pal
it.
also hinted
He
at
said
it as well. He hasn't
hinted
said
it.
what the changes are, but he has said changes are coming.
You know what's important that does not change? The racer chairs that we have on the stage for our players. They love to sit on them. It's just absolutely brilliant. So do we. And as we're taking about the agents and the changes that we were hinting, this is what we couldn't say but kind of say it, because Yampi is back on the duel list. At the beginning of the year, whilst they were like quote-unquote waiting for Sayonara to join the full roster, this was the question we saw Yampi playing, as I'm saying, on this duel list. And apparently this is the direction that they want to take moving forward. It was it brilliant IGLing from that position? No, but he's Yampi, so honestly, if somebody has to do it, yeah. I mean, it didn't work when Nats did it, right? Like, that way it wasn't good.
Alarm bells ringing for you, Petra?
No, not really, but I think it's going to be better for Sayonara. I think because he was inconsistent being on the flex.
Is it alarm bursts? Is it the saxophones intensifying? Like, how worried should we be if we see a Vitality? I think that is the question that doesn't turn up today.
So why do you think Vitality have decided to go with double duelist on Sunset? They didn't have to.
They can abuse the double duelist. I mean, at this point, it's kind of late. Maybe you should listen to me about 5 months ago.
Okay, well, we'll see if they can come out on top in this one, because Pansy and Hypok are ready to commentate on Sunset.
And you're right, we are ready, willing, however, who knows? That's very much up in the air.
Always up for question, that one.
Always up for debate.
I will just say, just quickly though, if the bar is Nats on Waylay, I'm excited.
That's what we're aiming for.
I'm very excited here. So thank you very much, Bayer, for setting that one up. All eyes now on Yampi.
My alarm bells are ringing. Am I the only one who's concerned at this?
If that's the bar, no, I'm not concerned.
Okay, you can't just go off this breeze, man.
There are a lot of positives in my eyes. With obviously, Yampi picking up Yoro earlier on the year, it was a big talking point, right? It was kind of
it was like
it was Crisis Station.
Yeah, exactly.
It was a band-aid fix to an issue. But I'm going to be honest, what happened in stage 1? We talk about Vitality. Actually, I'm all right for it.
We will dive into this, because I'm not certain, and I'm always going to be a doubter, but already an explosive beginning. And, well, an explosive end. Na'Vi instantly going to get both players trying to apply that pressure on the A side of the map, leaving Sayonara on the back foot and very alone, and now dead and gone.
Na'Vi just sweep into the A site. Yeah. Just Chronicle and Durka left now. Only really Exit has taken some chip damage on the way in, down to 24. Has to win this one out, and he does handily. First shot will deal with Durka.
Something with Na'Vi as well. Kron going to make a valiant attempt, I'm sure, but something about Na'Vi that impressed me in their opening kind of series here. Powerful on the entries, you got that nice synergy kind of already building with Exit there, kind of complemented up with Chloric as well. Those two kind of nicely in unison, like that when I saw him on Split. And then you've also got that clutch factor coming in with like Hero being that backline presence, that lurk presence too. However, them aside, I start to return to this. Now, all the positives, yes, we kind of highlighted that Yampi, to be fair, when he played in these sort of roles before, when he was kind of on that Yoru, it looked quite good. It was a little in that Yoru era, so, you know, bit of a caveat to that, but he was solid. He looked very good. Probably over-delivered to a lot of our expectations. But we've got to say, does this lower the potential ceiling of the team as well? This is my concern. If we're looking bigger picture, not short-term fix.
No, because I guess at that point, I would echo what Petra's saying. This is some stability now for Sayonara in terms of really getting to grips with this role and understanding, I guess, his piece that he brings to the table. But that for me is a big positive. One of the things as well, Sayonara, we've seen him really excel in some series, but consistency has been lacking in my eyes.
His duelist work was subpar. I think that was quite clear to see beyond the Rays, beyond the Phoenix. It was mediocre at best. And considering the reputation he had, not good enough on that, but already a powerful brawl from Na'Vi. They're happy with this. They're willing to take these fights. As I said, the front line now for Na'Vi, they're pacier. They're a new-looking team. They're not the same old Na'Vi. You don't get to determine how the round goes. I like what they're doing. My concern's a bigger picture with Vitality, and that's something we can touch back on later into the series. For now, Chronicle once again, last man alive. And we also don't really know where even Sunset sits in the veto for them, how comfortable they are down the line. But as it stands, I think it's just seeing the comfort for Yampi and the impact on the IGLing and kind of, I guess, the reshuffle somewhat.
Just able to brawl this out. Not really much for Vitality to do in this situation. I mean, Prophet gets one, but it's Chronicle left. Try and recover here, not able to do much damage. It's going to be a well-invested round 3 here for NAVI. And old progress really leaning towards Seavoff here. Towards that res.
And I'm glad to see him on a roster, on a starting roster, right?
Yeah, I mean,
for me,
it's no secret for me. I'm the biggest Seavoff fan in the building. Usually in most buildings, to be honest. But
well, you've always seen the potential, right? You've waited to see it with a fair shot. It feels like he's never had that fair shake at things. But, well, you see the, I guess, personality type of Vitality is going to be aggressive on the extremity. Yampi willing to try and farm up these orbs, pretty reasonable on the Phoenix, so not too surprising, but sticking around quite alone here with the emphasis towards top middle from Vitality, now with the rifles in hand.
We'll push forward just yet from Vitality, but a challenge into mid. Prophet will win out, but very quickly traded here. Sayonara. Actually, a bit of chip damage gone to Cloric there, but shut down on the retreat back here. Durka now tasked with anything from boiling over in this situation. Still a man to the good, though, for NAVI.
This could be fantastic, or it could fall on his face here for Chronicle. Nice to be able to take space in these scenarios after having a little bit of a question mark on both sides of the map. And he's going to find one. Rooksit gone. There is another body around that corner.
Cloric's not going to want to challenge this, though. 5 HP, got to wait for the reinforcements.
Yeah, he's spot on. Now he's got a little bit of help. Exit there as well, with utility still to play with. Chronicle's getting that tempo just right here. Still has a lot to play with as well. He can fall back on this. You can see the caution, though. They did lose mid earlier on. There could have been someone slipping through. It's really on him to keep control. If he can drop an extra body, he will be over the moon with that. And he's got the fair fight on it. More than fair, actually. Cloric, the one down low, and that's another body. Brilliantly done by Chronicle. That's his job done. He's done his work. He bought the time for rotations, but Durka ahead of the pack there. Yampi's still a mile away, but Durka does what he does best. Get involved, but he leaves it down to a 1v1. And Hero's been a closer. Yampi on better HP, however. Now to try and thread the needle. Hero. Time to dip away.
Ooh, just fakes it. Does Yampi misread this now? Oh, brilliant read from Yampi. Finds the headshot. Close out here and get Vitality's first. Again, talking about obviously the inventory coming into this. Not going to matter too much for NAVI, but Vitality certainly going to struggle in terms of the utility to come out of this. Unorthodox challenge in here. The timing was a little bit bizarre for Prophet. He did have Durka as support. See that follow-up damage onto Cloric, I believe. Able to whittle away at NAVI here and get themselves the first. As I said, the byproduct of that being, I'm seeing a lot of Guardians already. Just in the echo chamber.
Yeah,
there.
just making a couple of noises. Yeah. I mean, we said we wanted to hear more from him. I guess it just needs him back on a duelist and he's willing to do it. But we do see Exit with the Outlaw as well. So see if he gets a brawl from the beginning. He does. Durka destroyed again, so willing to fight out. This Navi, I've already been impressed, and I wanted to see if it held up true against someone like Vitality, who's also willing to double down towards these things. I think
Prophet considering the paranoia, yeah.
And there's the ult going to come in off the back. Yampi doesn't get much for this.
It's good info, though, but maybe... Oh, no. Maybe going to be a little misdirection here with everybody peeling back towards spawn. Couple of spams back on.
They're going so deep on this, though. Again, that feels too far. They already have that side of the map. I don't think you needed so much.
Exit just happy to greet these sort of kills for sure. It's just Sayonara and Chronicle left and both Guardians to hand. You see already on the minimap, looking to give this one up. Maybe just have a chat before this round will conclude. It's going to be 5 standing for NAVI. Res available. Cloric will get one closer to the Hunter's Fury. So brilliant position to be in now. It's only really Seavoff that can go hunting here in terms of the funds. We've got NAVI are going to be happy to settle for what they've got. But yeah, I'm kind of with you there. Like I said, it could have been, like I said, good information. Heroes obviously noted peeling back a little further. The paranoia sent through, but again, NAVI just re-hit onto that space so quickly, and it's with 5. Even if Exit didn't find that kill, there's so many bodies to reinforce that. It's a real gamble from Vitality. Maybe just trying to get a feel for the map. Again, maybe a bit of an unknown in terms of the the pool overall, but a little bit of a head scratcher. Whether or not the approach here is for Vitality to get a very good understanding of how Na'Vi are approaching some of these buy rounds. Could maybe chalk that one up,
Yeah,
but
it's like we're
I don't want to see
trying to
too
find-
many of them.
Yeah, it's like,
I mean, 'cause
okay.
that's to run it back as well. So it's the one where you can say, okay, if we've got some set pieces in mind to have Yampi's ult kind of achieve something, be it kills or information, but nothing else really happening on the map to counterbalance that either.
Yeah, it's left me with more questions than answers, I think, and this is coming into round 5. So, again, I think it's kind of finding out these teams throughout the season. Obviously, at this point, financially, Vitality going to be trying to scrape it together, but even their tempo and tone coming into the last couple of rounds on buys has been most curious. NAVI already going to get the ball rolling. That Sayonara gone. Nice early pick there. And Vitality.
And that's the
looking to
cancel
scrap.
on this flash out top mid as well.
And again, when I look at the fact that Yampi's had to pick up this role, does that knock the confidence of Sayonara? Because they've made changes for him, right? There's that, okay, we're going to play into your strengths. And I feel that's got to come from the coaches. He can't instigate that himself necessarily. But does that then, I don't want to say put more pressure on, but it's like, okay, we made a big change for you here. We're going to go back to something that worked before. We're going to try and utilize you in the best role possible. I need to see him look solid. And I think he has when he's played the Sova, when he's played in some of those roles. He didn't look super comfortable when he was towards the duelist side of things, but we'll have to wait and see if that does become an issue down the line, if maybe he can't find that footing fast enough. As it stands, though, Chronicle still going to be at least doing a bit of damage, but Brooksick, again, these boys can shoot. Na'Vi are looking revitalized for me, completely and utterly, looking like a brand new team. I wasn't sure if it was a flash in the pan in the first game that we saw from them, or this is going to just hold true, and I think it is.
You got to wonder, Angel's kind of take on this sort of change. It certainly goes against his pedigree, both as a player and a coach from what we've seen previously as well. But certainly a positive. And Chronicle and Profek left to try and recover, do some damage. Maybe it's, I mean, that ship will sail very quickly. This is the round where ultimately, if you're going to keep anybody in check, this is effectively now full buy and a half in hand for the side of Na'Vi. Chloric to be found here. Profek will be happy with that one, but it's 4 on the board for Na'Vi.
This is gorgeous work, and I don't know if it's early timeout time. It might be. It looks like it very may well be for Vitality, because clearly it's not quite working here. Whatever those deeper fact-finding rounds were, it didn't look too pleasant. Nice! And Na'Vi have really established tempo. And as you say, it's quite interesting to see a team, as said, led, I guess, in some way by Angel, playing almost polar opposite to it. High explosive sort of gameplay, very happy to be in their faces, very aggressive. But again, if there was anyone to learn the lessons of when it works and when it doesn't, would be Angel.
Yeah, I mean, you're not seeing them really holding any punches. You're not seeing them, they're proactively clearing back into the space, even on the side where, Vitality are drifting into a second trap play, or at least a set piece to try and find a kill here off the flash. Again, I'm not sure what the second part of that top mid play looked like on the back of the flash. But
love to have seen
I mean,
it.
the first blood comes so quickly that it doesn't really matter too much. But yeah,
You're smiling, dude.
Yeah.
You're 4-1 up.
Yeah, I mean,
you're 4-1 up. I guess you are, but
yeah, curious here what the change really for Vitality is going to be. I mean, Yampi sitting at 1-4, Sayonara 0-4.
Yeah.
Certainly, they're the two that are probably feeling the brunt right now.
Yeah, and it is time and comfort, because look, if we talk about scheduling as well, it's not like Navi's not been busy. They've already played a game in this run, but we know the Vitality coming kind of fresh off of being in Paris and then being in London. There hasn't been much time necessarily, just in the server, kind of refreshing things, kind of finding that identity, maybe polishing what you'd learned from those events. So it will be a learn as you go aspect, but it doesn't remove away the names on that roster. You can't give them the full caveat of, oh, they've been busy. Everyone's a little bit busy, but I think actually we're going to be listening into NAVI, so let's see how it's sounding on their side of the server.
Maybe. Into go to market. I can put on my phone. We can wait.
I'm waiting top mid then.
I'm going from back. I'm a drone, exit gear to ult market. Ready?
I'm gonna slow top mid.
And market, tagged. W1 left side.
Top mid.
Top mid still. 2 top mid, 1
One more top mid.
Go help hero.
Edge on Phoenix.
Running on mid. Okay. Top mid, still top mid fighting. Phoenix, dead. One more market, one more market.
Flashing close mid. I'm not peeking again.
One guy was market.
I'm at the main push for 1 second.
Could be walked out close to you, or?
I also market. Peeking.
Yeah, market.
Market, I think one is close. I feel like one's close, but not 100% sure. Give me a minute to be late.
You mark your one top, man.
Sick. Got to stay buttoned up on this one. A good vitality. Nice catch from Profek. Good time. He might just caught a pixel in that smoke just before it plumed. But hey, first one for vitality, really. Once we got into the bigger round, should I say.
Same sort of intention shown. To go forward and actively seek out these engagements. And you see the plan in place, actually, from RRQ to try and piece together something around Exit's ultimate. Unfortunately, Vitality able to mitigate all of that risk. I think it was actually Ed Durka that's able to at least peel away deep enough where he's not affected there and still finds the kill as well. Yeah. That burst out, but again, it's
Standing ahead.
It's a tough game that Vitality are trying to play here, especially from behind.
Exit's going walkabouts, isn't he? There's a setup. Where's the support? There's a paranoia. Look at this from NAVI. There is synergy just absolutely in droves with them. I'm liking it. That's the first kill found. They can reset a little now on middle. You see Durka wants it back, but he's going to be beheaded by Sivov. So the man of the hour, the man of the moment now, starting in the roster, finally, rather than stepping in, doing wonders here.
Next step being to deal with this rotation ahead of time. Exit will find Sayonara. Chronicle spotted as well. Dealt with handily. It's Profek just last one to find. He's found two. Cloric will find the trade though. Number 5 found, and again, a beautiful set piece towards top mid now. I mean, Vitality got to have their head on a swivel in terms of respecting this. NAVI have shown at least prowess on both extremities so far, but this was just beautiful. The bait and switch, the paranoia to boot. Fantastic stuff.
And this just feels like if we get this version of NAVI, explosive, aggressive, with the refined approach and nice little trap plays, set pieces dashed in, gosh, what a tantalizing prospect this team could be. And it feels like a long time since we've been saying that about NAVI. But they've definitely been cooking something up. Let's see if there's something to be said about the other side. Vitality, Durka dealt with, slowed down in his role, unable to gap close. Profek does manage to stand his ground and catch Exit though.
Get ahead of this wall as well, but maybe not for long. Desperate to probably get their hands on that rifle. Another challenge coming through, but Chronicle's dealt with now. And Sivov finds a freebie onto Yampi. Policing this weapon now. No upgrade found. Just the pistols left for Sayonara and Profek. Rotation will come through, but it's a 2v4 right now. Even a rifle here doesn't necessarily swing things back in their favor. Plenty of ults to work with as well, should NAVI see fit.
Oh, this is exciting. I feel like we're finally getting to see this new look NAVI. And it's working. Again, yeah, we don't know where Sunset falls, so this could be a little bit of a misinterpretation of their
NAVI have certainly
capability.
been doing hours of prep here.
And you can see it, right? You see it in the way they approached it, even in the comms there. I liked what we were hearing from them, lively about it. It feels so different. So again, for the NAVI fans, it's been a quiet couple of years for you boys, but you might be back in back with a good shout of having a team to really follow in this. But I think that really gets made on Breeze, and if we go to split, they do have the longevity. But if this is the caliber they can achieve on a comfortable map, ticking the box for me. Now down to the exits, Hero. Just going to keep it very much in hand.
Sayonara goes forward just so he's got the Hunter's Fury here for the next round, but it's another posted here. NAVI, number 6 on the board and looking very comfortable. That is the trend that continues here in most of these rounds. And actually in a fantastic position in terms of the ults now, only missing exits, so plenty of tools to fall back on. Other side for Vitality, yes, ults to invest, but Durka unfortunately feeds into a blender in the previous, trying to make use of his. And Yampi, another one to consider with another plan in place. You see a set piece around that earlier on. Sayonara yet to get on the board.
I just saw that.
At 0-7.
Yeah, that's a tough position to be in. Again, Exit not going to really pull many punches, is he? But getting found fast already. Profek going to isolate Hero. This is good. Much deeper positioning. Durka actually off the leash a little, already herding those backlines closer and closer, so they can cheat the players over now. Get an extra body or two in the right place.
They've got to protect the res. It's going to be difficult here with Sayonara in this position. Yampi also looking this way. I'm going to be able to get it. No angle over the top here. Paranoia sent through, but there's a wall to protect them.
Now this is nicely planned to try and get that res in, so they've able to stabilize. They've got 4 players back on their feet here.
Got to deal
4v5.
with the flank though.
Yeah, do they even consider it? They've got to think there's a chance. But just slightly unawares, and Dirk are going to get the body that he wanted. That's Chloric gone. That's fine. He can fall away from this. Now they have to re-clear with so much diligence. It's going to cost them too much time.
Oh, yeah, he's already back in B main. Ton of space created now, and still question marks towards A. Hero certainly going to fancy his chances here. And expect Vitality to tuck in, not take many more risks.
Here, 30 seconds
NAVI
left.
overturn that.
2 on CT, 1 on site. Prophet getting closer. It's not looking good for them. See if I'm going to find Kron, but it's Yampy really being the decisive player. Just pivoting on that A site, leaving Ruxic with no option here. Mostly a formality at this point, but good display from Vitality. At least able to sit back a bit deeper there, reset a touch, not re-aggress, and feed the beast.
It was the first time they really caught exit on the end of the dash, to be honest with you. You see how quickly as well. I think there's a TP from Ruxic going through as well, and Hero falling. Yampy does really well. You're looking for big rounds from him. That's certainly an example to take note of. There's Prophet over the top here. You see Chloric kind of drifting onto that angle. Maybe awareness, but a lazy clearance in towards spawn. Still 3 ults to invest here. Yampy's included for Vitality. For Na'Vi, unfortunately, the investment came through. There's only the pit they're left with now in the hands of Hero. A wider spread here initially at the start for Na'Vi.
Looking to maybe at least imply or slow down that rotation from Durka, keep a couple of the players present elsewhere. See if they can remove some of the trips in way. One's gone, but Kron able to keep at least one to hand. Yampy, a bit of a different position and a contact piece from Na'Vi, basically just slow walking their way up. I don't want to say it's caught Yampy, he was shouldering the corner, but could have been a disaster. Luckily for him, plays it well, and we wait for the burst.
Yeah, now he's going to have his hands full. He wants to try and stop this from progressing onto site. Exit's going to lead the charge, obviously.
They're so aware of that last position.
No
Almost
coverage
ignoring.
onto spawn.
Yeah, something must have gone wrong. No smoke there, no wall there. Something out of sorts, because he was hell-bent on clearing on the default side of the map. But still, Ruxic going to control site itself, keep Yampy away from the door, but it's Durka to break down one side of things.
Ruxic will TP back out. Able to completely peel away from site. Hero now going to close off one of the avenues of approach. It's going to force Vitality all the way back through the other side.
But how are they holding this? I don't see many present here. They're kind of playing closer toward the pit, so Vitality can get on the side. They can get the defuse started, or at least imply, intimate as such. Sayonara gets up on the board. Prophet on the follow-up, and the plan fell short this time. Na'Vi missing in a couple of places.
Yeah, it's Hero to actually go first out of the pit. You know, I think maybe it didn't stretch far enough, so they've got an angle to spam onto. I mean, it doesn't make it safe at all, but Hero's a challenge first, and I think maybe just an attempt to play in a teammate tucked in.
It's also just, where was that coverage on CT?
I mean, I'm curious to know, well, an opportunity to listen back there of what's called, what's supposed to happen and when, because there's no awareness that Yampy can be tucked there. Very bizarre.
Yeah, and you get it from Exit's point of view to an extent, right? It's
Because
okay,
they've been very,
you're
very diligent in terms of some of these faster pieces, so that's why it's such a glaring issue for me.
Yeah, it feels like maybe a missed call, maybe the wall a little too late, maybe the smoke in the wrong place. Just feels like a couple of those little slips there, but enough that already Na'Vi have gone, oh, okay, we don't like this. There's been 2 rounds now. Yampy started to find good positioning. I've got to say, he's handled
it's back-to-back rounds now.
Exit, basically. Both times he's done exceptionally well at that. Finding the first when he was trying to make it up towards short. That elbow approach as well, also handled. Nice reposition towards CT. Toying with expectations. And that's diligence from Yampy individually there. I don't see it as a team change-up necessarily, but I want to put credit to him on that. But now I guess the conversation becomes, okay, can they keep doing this if everything's buttoned up, though? If they get those smokes right, if the wall's there on time. But as it stands, 6-4, Na'Vi probably still quite happy with how this has gone.
Definitely, yeah. In terms of the overall approach here, and certainly call it a new identity, but revitalize, I think was the word you used earlier.
Yeah.
Certainly going to feel good about this scoreline so far, and a chance to obviously take things further, considering that early lead established. Exit getting closer and closer back. Curious to see what else is going to be available in the last 2 rounds, but maybe nothing. Still Durka Operator in hand now. Smoke to cut the sight lines towards top mid, but it's all in towards the B site right now from NAVI.
Deploying drone.
You just springboard off the back of any info from this drone.
Don't know if it's going to get much, though. Paranoia's been sent. They've got the first foot on the site. It's Hero. Second string to the bow there to catch Sayonara. That's a play towards backside, but there is still Chronicle lingering around. They've got to have a great idea he's here somewhere. Just whether or not he's close enough towards the side of the barrel. Had to have seen, yeah, something had to been seen through the smoke there, as it's an instant pickup for Ruxic. And now they get themselves a 5v3 post plant, Mike. They're laughing.
Careful now.
Chance to really box this off now. THEO and Yampi got it all to do in his Cloric and exit to find the kills. Popping over the top, but it's only going to be one. Seafoff to close things out here. NAVI, number 7, great recovery. Again, another confident approach here that Vitality applied minimal resistance. Again, the drone spots nothing. Exit. No, he's got a ton of space to just dash into, create that question mark, and that's the kill the Hero finds. I was curious of where that came through, but the other one was through the smoke, but that was the opening kill there for Hero.
Nice!
Beautiful stuff from NAVI.
Slap me, Hero, slap me.
Whatever you're into, man.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe just not on main.
The cameras are always rolling.
Lesson you fast learn.
Yes.
Man, I'm liking this game, though, because Vitality is starting to fight back a bit, which is great. And then now
when
got
they
NAVI.
get a chance to.
Yeah, now NAVI is stepping up as well. We saw that lovely site burst. A little bit of a tempo change here as well. Not the same beginning on the A site. So does this leave Vitality unsure? You're already going to have that drone sent down middle. Clears through tiles. Going to spot nothing. This could indicate this A site coming. And it's Yampi again waiting. Oh, he's so good at this. I'm so impressed. He does go down on the second try here, but just playing in these off angles, trying to deal with that first man forward, but you now need to bank on the rest of your boys. But the res is there. They had plans.
Oh my God. The real chance for exit. Shuts that one down. Not going to try and TP here, but Hero's going to be close enough to catch this. If he sticks it, he has. Absolute freebie for Hero. Now just Durka and Chronicle left. Let's try and recover this once more. 2v5. Durka this time around caught, but Chronicle will find the kill.
Nice from Kron, just to support in this. You might as well put everything in, mightn't you? Oh, God. That was to the feet. There's not too many ways out of that one. Kron desperate to drop another player. Seabuff still there. Solid half.
Beautiful half from NAVI. Again, where Vitality had the chance, they were fighting forwards, but even this last round here, Yampi, he's in a one and done. Profek has bailed out from an off angle that's suited them previously, but very bizarre to see the end here. Vitality never really had that step change to continue going forwards. We'll see if that will swap. We'll switch things up in the second half right after this.
Pal, I'm guessing that you watched the last NAVI game against FUT. What were your thoughts?
Great. They look fantastic, to be honest, coming out of the blocks, bringing some anti-meta stuff with the Sage a lot of the time on both of those maps that we saw as well, and it looked dominant on both of them.
So what are you expecting against them today? Because definitely they're going to try and anti you, right?
Yeah, I mean, they can try. They can bring what they want to bring. Now, I think with these little turnaround time, they'll be looking at some of the stuff that we've played recently, but also more focusing on just executing more of the same stuff that they've done to the same level of success. I think they'll be coming in with a lot of confidence. They'll be absolutely dying to beat us, I'm sure. And yeah, we're up for whatever they want to bring on any of the other maps as well.
And you notice when a team is particularly keen to beat you that they end up making mistakes?
No, often they look quite good. So, yeah, I mean, it depends always on the team. I think these guys are obviously fairly new, fairly fresh in terms of a roster together. So it's going to go one way or the other for them. I think they could be on fantastic form again today and really give us a good challenge. Or if they do get too excited or think too much, then yeah, they might shoot themselves in the foot.
You have all the players you need to have a Vitality on fantastic form, but sometimes consistency can be an issue from map to map, series to series. What have you been working on to try and get your individual set up for success?
Just swapping things around a little bit, make things a little bit more naturally suited to some of the boys, which we'll start to see. But yeah, it's just making sure that after especially a long time of playing non-stop, basically, that we just put the guys in really strong positions to do the simple stuff really well.
And I'm guessing you're going to be seeing some of that today.
I hope so, yeah.
Oh, well, me too. I love it. I love a bit of a tease from Pal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You love a tease from Pal, do you, Frankie?
Yeah.
Come on, mate. Can't be saying that.
Cameras are always rolling.
They're always
set it.
But he was a man true to his word. There has been adjustments and changes here. I think it's too early for us to be fully judgmental, but I think we will be having this conversation
Yeah,
throughout.
I mean, that alludes to me to maybe something that's been going on the last few weeks. Again, the way they bowed out of London for me, I know personally, Pal obviously was happy with the overall result, but not the nature of how they bowed out. So, a little bit difficult. We'll actually get a chance to listen in now with Vitality in this pistol round to see how things pan out.
Leave it, because they have to be careful of elbow and short. Just go B-split, just go B-split.
Okay.
They push tiles.
Okay, I'm holding elbow, guys. We'll fight.
Minus 50 while
Freeze the round, freeze the round, freeze the round, fully. Freeze the round fully.
I really think you should go mid re-clear still as well, because they can't clear you from short, and should be nobody like close elbow. Yeah.
I'm just holding the smoke.
And did you hear, guys? They closed market door. Go make the door red, and fake B split, and you go top mid surge.
Okay. I'm picking first, guys. You can trade me maybe.
David, smoke M1 now.
I'll go behind you for the
I don't see shit.
Behind you, Derke. You're alone.
Smoke M1 now. Make the door red, and then don't break it. Don't break it. Now go top mid, and then when you guys are close top mid, somebody has to break it.
I'll break
Open the wall in middle.
I'll break it on recon. Just you guys go top mid. You guys go top mid.
Timo, go top mid.
Yes.
You will finish B. When the smoke fades, you do it. David, smoke market also.
Smoking market now.
I don't see close.
30 seconds left.
Biggie, Valley. He's gonna send. He's scared. He's scared.
You are on, Derka. Kill him.
Nice. One trick today. They push A. They push A.
Nice.
Push B more.
I'm CT with you.
Max 1B. Max 1B. Guys, keep CT. Keep CT.
I'm planting for CT.
David has paranoia for us.
They pushed A perfect.
10 seconds left.
David, smoke deep C market.
Have everything. You have everything, guys.
Yeah.
And market.
There is so much micromanaging going on, but we will kind of digest that after this round. Profek, he knows there could be someone, but he didn't expect the second player there. Now suddenly getting boxed in on the site. This is going to be difficult. Sayonara and Chronicle need to isolate Hero, but he's going to play the timing well. Oh, he's going to do more than that. Chronicle's gone. It's Sayonara in a 1v3. And suddenly nowhere feels safe. Dart back up any second now. That's great work from Sayonara. Needs the last. He gets it as well.
A little recognition.
Brilliant, brilliant stuff from him. A Red Bull clutch to start. Mike, those comms are terrifying to me.
Yeah, they are. There's so many things being discussed, and then even as Yampi's kind of laying out this plan for them, is that it takes them a little while to get into position to even do what he's asking. Luckily, able to get themselves successfully onto the B site. I mean, Sayonara, very quiet first half. I mean, he's up to 4 kills now. 3 of them just came there.
Yeah.
Beautiful clutch, though, nonetheless.
A confidence boost potentially as well. My concerns are just for Yampi. That is so much on his plate.
I mean, he's
so
put a
much.
shift in, yeah.
My God. Talking more than we are mid-round, but a round recovery, because that felt like it was slipping away from them there. So at this point, how much more can they do? Got to keep this safe. You look at what they've invested, the 2 rifles, prime possessions to keep in hand.
At least Navi considering on boards there. Maybe not something to indicate a green light. Still, Profek's got to be careful. Only a pistol in hand, so they won't necessarily get an upgrade off that, but they do peel away from A main here, allowing the space for Profek to be put to work. Still, no challenge in towards B main yet, so no confirmation just yet on Hero. Just missing that now. Ton of info for Profek. Is he asking for the rotation to come back this way?
It looks like it. Oh, now do they cancel? Surely at this point, I mean, it gets really messy here. Where do you go? You got 30 seconds.
Going around the world.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Maybe a catch here from top mid. Yeah, X has got 1. Sevov shut down. Sayonara's got 2. He's got to be really careful.
Yeah, at this point, they have to fight around him. Cloric shouldn't be able to achieve too much. The shock darts, hold on. Oh, and the catch.
He's got another shock dart.
Oh, Christ, look at Sayonara's
That's going to land. That's going to land.
That's Spike gone. Spike's gone. No time.
I have retrieved the
Surely
Oh, no,
no
he's got
time.
it.
Sure, wait,
He's got
was
it.
Was it? Oh, that was right down to the wire. All right, Cloric won. He's got the right guess. He's got the absolutely bang on right guess. What a mad round that was.
Well, any confidence booster from that round one is extinguished in the follow-up round by NAVI. Chloric putting on a clinic. That was absolutely outrageous. I mean, that second shock dart is pixel perfect. Show me that again from 3 different angles.
At this point, it's always going a bit haywire, but again.
Perfect.
Oh.
That's just outrageous.
That lovely timing on the reposition
yeah, and unfortunately,
too.
Chronicles just got so many question marks there.
Yeah.
He has to stick an unorthodox plant locate again. I'm pretty sure he was, what, 0.1 second off missing that altogether.
Exactly. You got to plant where you can at that point.
Oh my word.
Well.
Scanning ahead.
I feel like I need to catch my breath. Vitality right back into the mix of things. Looking pacey, up towards middle and exit, fully prepared. Gonna note there was more than one. Just trying to get scrappy through market.
Vitality have got to have a couple of rounds, in my eyes, where they just totally flatten Na'Vi. To get it, and in terms of the tempo of this game right now, Na'Vi are going to be feeling themselves.
Oh, God, yeah. God, yes.
And we didn't see enough in the first half where Vitality were really challenging in the way we wanted to see. So we need a few blowout rounds for Vitality. If, in my eyes, there's any hope of getting the morale back on track and getting back into this map.
Yeah, I think morale's the key word there as well. That kind of belief in the system, get everything feeling good. Feel like you got that hot hand in the game. Great info for Chloric there. That's at least 2 noted. They're already starting to work. Na'Vi, they're just not resting. There's no resting on the laurels. Hero outdone though. Durka bulldozes forward. Chloric going to be noted backside. Durka on the follow-up. Gets better. Sevov though stops the bleed. And they look to pivot.
Well, are they caught in transition again? I mean, it would take a miracle for Sevov to go forwards down mid here. I think he's just going to miss the window. At least we'll get a catch here on the cage. Trip to go up behind it as well.
Still have to outgun them though. This is there's rifles in the hands of Na'Vi.
Spike planted.
Aren't in though. Wait, see if they catch him. Sevov not getting played. Yampy didn't stand still for a second on that kill. Chloric wants a gap close, needs some help there. Sayonara gonna save Yampy. Making something out of nothing now. Sevov left in a 1v3. He's got a long road now to get back into. You're already seeing Chronicle going walkabouts. Wall up. Tries to give himself a fight on sight. These are hard positions to pry away from, and Chronicle feels like the full stop to the sentence. I have to try and get one. Not good enough, really. That's the sad fact. He needed that kill. And what a turnaround. There you go. You wanted some confidence back. That might spark something.
Yeah, a little overzealous from a couple of members of Na'Vi. Sevov even cancels on this flank. So they're looking to regroup, at least split into a 2-1 on the approach back onto this side. But a couple of oversteps here, just leave it open for interpretation, and Vitality pounce on the opportunity. So a 2-for-1 flip here to start the second half. Again, if Vitality can continue on that trend, that's the sort of thing I'm looking for, the ones to really make Na'Vi sweat a little bit. Got a hero rifle out here for exit, though. He can get done.
He's trying to make some work happen. Just quelled so quickly. Chronicle on guard duty, catching that extremity push-up. They've got the man to the good, and that's not really a recoverable weapon either. That'd be very hard to get back into hand for Na'Vi. I think they know that. Split up through the guts and right back towards A. Ruxic. You could try and play around the smoke, but you're going to be found. It was
Durka started to hit, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, the last round, he was kind of the instigator, right? Those 2 kills he got, put him right back into business. It feels like you always get you something.
Don't be stupid.
Now, how much can they keep, though? Hero does manage to keep the rifle that was left. Sevov's, that's a classic. And there's a little bit of time on this.
I mean, a res as well to be considered, at least. Situation dependent, but he hasn't got a safe body to get towards, but it could be a trade onto sight here that he reses.
Time's starting to tick faster, though. Nice flash there from Yampy. Chronicle going to find Sevov, and it looks like it's starting to be nullified now. The initial danger put to bed. But a little bit of a warning signal sent out there, but by now, Vitality starting to find a bit of their own here. But still going to lose out on everything, so not going to make away with too much, but that's not the end of the world here.
Yeah, again,
Let's
the
see what they
finance is
have.
going to be up in the air a little bit with how these opening few rounds have gone, but Exit shut down very quickly, as we noted, and still eager to get involved in some of these rounds, but the stability started to show a little more so in this second half for Vitality. Yes, it's not necessarily, I guess, your initial expectation when you look at the minimap, but Vitality at least showing a little bit of grit and resilience here.
That's great to see.
Not shying away from some of the fights, I mean, because they were being battered in the first half.
They were.
In terms of some of the set pieces they were trying to execute. NAVI, I don't necessarily think it's back to the drawing board for them. Like I said, maybe tightening up that retake previously, but certainly not going to hold on to that one for too long. Do have the res, as we noted, coming out of that. Clark just went away for Hunter's Fury as well. That's his ultimate, we know, look to really set things in motion with that, whether or not they're going to sit a little deeper now. Angel looks like he's cracking the whip a little bit there, actually.
Yeah, he did look... I don't know what the expectations are. That I guess that's
Somebody's talking back.
Someone's talking about Angel.
Attitude coming back out.
Come on now, come on now. It'll be interesting to see the depth of this team for NAVI as well, because we've seen such a limited test pool, right? We've only seen one series from them so far, or like, what, 2 maps basically? So, again, kind of learning the depth of this team as we go, what they look like when they get challenged a little bit, when they've got a team that's willing to bounce back a bit more than expected, that can also pull off those individual plays that kind of put NAVI in a very good position early on, but as it stands, 9-7, and the gap feeling like it's getting closer here. Hero, an early test. I'm just going to shift away from main.
Other side as well, Yampy making inroads towards his ultimate. Durka just missing one, but they do have a Hunter's Fury of their own in the hands of Sayonara. Certainly an opportunity for investment to come here. Oh, great catch from Yampy.
He's playing such a risky game, but it works really well with him. Flash, fantastic, going to secure sight. Smoke just going to fade, but the spike yet to cross, so do need to be cautious of ferrying that through, just in case someone's willing to take a little bit of a glance. Maybe Chloric, but unlikely at this point. Yeah, playing safe here, probably playing for exit. And that ult coming through. Disruptive, preemptive work, though, and a bit of a hit coming in here. Vitality didn't like being surrounded. They wanted to fight back.
NAVI are just frozen waiting for this plant here. It's Vitality to... Really wants to take the initiative, but Rooksik over the top. Now it's an awkward situation. Spike is down, it's only Chronicle front sight.
Yeah, and that paranoia is good. The spike's still going to be left where it is. They don't have a real foothold here, Vitality.
Bit of a fumble.
Yeah, this gets a bit nasty. No TPs left for Prophet to try and get across with, and now the ult layered in on this. Timing is going to be a factor, and exit on the commit. Trying to be audacious against the likes of Chronicle is not going to go well. But with 10 seconds and a 2v2, it's still up in the air. Sivov on sight, and Chloric still has that ult to play around. Sivov needs to be a little bit careful here, mostly taking the damage on this, and then dives in. Yampy sends him away, and they've got the plot in. This feels like a bizarre plan, but there goes the shakedown again. Right to the feet of Prophet. Yampy on the hunt, though. Oh, gonna come down. Ring. A ring. Rosie's got him. Yampy on the chase. And Vitality knocking at the door.
Chloric just trying to wait that out, but the spot from Yampy is perfect. Not sure actually how much he was exposed on the right side there, but like an easy shot for Yampy to clean up. Again, beautiful decision making, but that just kind of slips through Vitality's fingers a little bit when the spike gets caught out in no man's land. Then I'm sorry, what was going on with the Hunter's Fury?
I don't know.
Sivov with the challenge was just bizarre to watch.
Yeah, it felt weird.
Oh, okay, he didn't see anything.
I feel like maybe you could put together where the shock dart came from, but even then, where you're just going to spam and pray, I guess the prayers get answered sometimes. With Durka instantly up a gear, going to go for the gear shift, sent away. Bye-bye, Hero with 2. Massive hold on elbow. And this is difficult now for Vitality, trying to be simplistic, and it makes it all too easy for NAVI.
Spike down A.
Vitality looking to continue with that sort of pace, and NAVI just shut it down. Getting picked apart here towards the A site. It's just Prophet left. Get a spot on the first here. Kept in check by the spam. Look at the swing. Perfectly synced here. Hero will clean up. An in-zone flawless for number 10. Vitality maybe getting ahead of themselves ever so slightly here. Just looking to springboard off of that previous round victory, but Durka and Yampi just dealt with
so
comfortably.
Yeah. It just felt like something they didn't even consider at that point, just hoping for the best. At 8 to 10 though, where's the buy at now? Because I'm a bit concerned with Vitality, because it has been back and forth. Yeah. It's Stingers, it's Sheriffs.
No ult to offset this either.
Oh yeah, Yampi's a mile away, isn't he?
Or at least keep them in check for the time being here. Chronicle actually taking a ton of damage. Yeah, X has to perform some aerial aerobics to get out of that one.
Still in the air as Hero did manage to deny Yampi a bit of play in this round and exit. Oh my god, come on, you don't get played in on this sort of thing, do you? Okay, good trade for Chronicle. Still a 3v3, if those upgrades get to hand, it could be something, but at this point, I feel like Profek is going to be in a tough spot here.
Shadows traveling. Chloric and Seavoff both plenty healthy. Still a bit of util to play around as well. Chloric shock darts, which have been decided. The double swing is perfect. Chloric to clean up with a third. RV up to 11. Certainly a threat here for Vitality, but once again, very well handled by NAVI.
Again, Hero's so good at honest value work. Again, that was what? A couple Stingers, Sheriff or two? Did get a little bit threatening. But sadly, a little bit threatening is still going to have the scoreline sad 8 to 11.
Down!
Sit the frick down.
We don't bleep things anymore.
To be fair, there were some that were absolutely wild in the last couple of days. Loved it. Loved it. How European of us.
Yes.
So EMEA.
I've missed EVS. They are my favourite.
I think we got a good bunch. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think Vitality are talking about here?
Sayonara, mate. We took you off the Phoenix. Can you get more than 6?
I mean,
like
Yampi on Phoenix, though, right?
Yampi on Phoenix is good.
Right.
Guys. I think Chloric's done more with the shock darts than you have, Sayonara. Can you get going, mate?
Just to come back as well, that is heartbreaking for Profek, by the way. He was so close to getting a TP off. The player react cam was just a...
One of those. Right. What do you think of the same?
I mean, they've tried a couple of different approaches here. The last few rounds, though, a bit of a head scratcher for me. Like I said, I think maybe getting carried away with themselves ever so slightly. I mean, it's still closely contested second half here, but it's NAVI up to 11. Not going to be an awful lot left in the bank behind this for Vitality. And Hero's pick could be pivotal here.
The Petra box.
Yeah.
She's here. They had to do it. Hero saw her and was inspired. And oh my god, it actually worked. It worked so well! Why does it work so damn well? Hero gets 2. And Vitality are in tatters. It's a 3v4 from the word go, it feels like. They at least have the site though, right? They've got some security. They can get the plant down. Don't say it like that. I'm waiting for a shock dart, but luckily Chloric's dead. There's safety. We're fine. Oh, I don't know if we are fine. Hero's gone bounding in on his own. Yampi decides that the round's still on. Game's still on. Gets involved. Getting active. Oh, doesn't quite manage to make it out against Ruxic, but he does bring it down to this 2v2.
Yeah, Exit has to win this one out cleanly. Any chance of getting back into the side? He absolutely does. Profek will forward. Sayonara left now. A recon, 2 shock darts to play with. Ruxic's going to be the easy target there with a shock, but...
Time on Sayonara's side. He actually manages to live through the first, but the second, yeah, very well done.
Another big clutch from Sayonara.
Need some of those.
Put in a position to deliver once more for Vitality, and he absolutely does. Still, he's looking fairly timid down the stage. He's never usually want us to be too animated, but certainly feeling the pressure here on Sunset. I'm going to come out of that. I mean, decent purchase. I can't really springboard off that as a couple of people still struggling behind that. It's only the neural theft. Yampi 1 away from a running back. Sayonara 2 off a Hunter's Fury. So pivotal ultimates potentially available here for Vitality. That could be enough to string 2 rounds together.
Okay, the emergency button gets pressed over towards B. Can't talk. And here we go. Some of those key ults. Respected. You can see them already
Hero's got to
backing
give
away.
this up.
Yeah, there's
run
no
it
way.
back to cancel out very quickly. Certainly don't want to hang around in there.
Navi are close though, 3 players and already one slipping through back sight. And this is where it gets dangerous. Durka needed help on that, but there's no help to be had. Sayonara and Durka just get destroyed on this. Chronicle is alive on 5, but
5 HP.
I'm hearing shock darts. Luckily, they've weathered that storm. But a 3v4 to try and maintain this. He's been good so far, though, waiting, poised in that smoke.
Ahead of this trip as well. Might
Be
be
nice.
a little bit of a bait here for Ruxic.
So close.
Waiting on the smoke. It's the right decision. He's won it.
Yeah, Ruxic just does wonders. Hero in the mix now, and Chronicle 5 HP. It's going to be Na'Vi clearing house, and Cloric letting them know, man. Like,
you can tell
fired
Cloric's
up.
feeling himself today. Seen it in a few of the player reacts, and certainly seen it in some of the rounds themselves. Na'Vi up to 12. Vitality, unfortunately, another one that just, it feels like it slips through their fingers. Not necessarily a couple of misplays here, but certainly Durka.
There's just no swing
He's
on it.
another second or two on that bait where he's thinking somebody's got to be on this
Somebody's
angle.
going to
with
hit
me.
that,
Nice!
It's also good to see a Na'Vi with fire beside them. They've always been a bit more, seen as the reserve team, a little bit calmer. Nice to see a bit of fire. As Vitality's finances still looking woeful, aren't they? Stingers.
That's what I mean with that previous there. It's that they almost needed another to solidify the purchase to close out the map. Now got to get it done on a lesser buy. It's only Profek really with a full rifle here. So sure you're going to get invested from Cloric. Just fishing though. You won't get a bite on the other end here. Sevov will. In terms of the information off this wall, one of the rounds that Bayer was looking at previously, fairly similar in terms of the approach here to Sevov.
Good point. Looking to re-hit towards middle though. Oh, they're going to just pass each other. This could be it. This could be the 1 foot in the grave basically at this point. See you later, Yampi. By Durka. Absolutely just running rings around them. The late round confidence there to go for it. Careful, Sevov. Almost got caught then. He's soaking damage, but they're not getting much done here. There's still an issue of Exit being where he is right amongst the pack. So yes, as much as Profek
Look at the
can
clock
get ahead.
though. Look at the gap between Profek and the other 2 members of Vitality.
30 seconds left.
I think Exit's close enough to hear these steps as well.
I think he has. Yeah, he's definitely heard him. You can already see the movement. Top middle, though, for Profek could be quite nice. He's going to see 2 and just try and buy time. 18 seconds. Profek doing wonders, trying to at least alleviate some of that pressure. Exit needs to do the same, though. He wants to buy time. All he is doing is going to play to that clock. 10 seconds. Can he buy the precious seconds? He can! And he's on for the 5 here. He gave it a damn good go, but the round will be won. And Na'Vi looking like a brand new team.
Fantastic stuff from them overall. Vitality, again, showing a number of different approaches to some of these rounds, but Na'Vi just looks so well equipped to deal with whatever Vitality threw at them here on Sunset, Lauren.
It's been absolutely lovely to witness, and as soon as we're ready, I'm pretty sure we'll be hearing from Ruxic, so I can imagine the atmosphere pretty good down there for Na'Vi. So I'm already seeing them get themselves prepped. We're going to hand it over to Frankie to get this one wrapped up at least on map 1.
Ruxic, you look so excited to be doing so well against Vitality. Sometimes, do you think you forgot yourselves and maybe overstepped a bit, lost some easy rounds?
I mean, it was like, I think, easy game, but we just like fucked up a little bit. I don't know, like we was no like there in B, but we just like too excited. Like we are not calm down literally. Like.
So who calms you down in those moments? Because, for example, you throw round 17, round 18, you're in your own and smokes getting a 2K.
I mean, I try to calm down, but some round is not working. Like it's okay. Like we need to just.
It's okay because you just won Sunset.
We need to just improve this. If we improve this, like we will be very good. Like, but still, we win.
All right, well, go off, go meet your team, get ready for Breeze. All right, and you guys get ready for Breeze too. Grab yourself a cup of tea. We'll be right back.
No! What the done? What are you standing up for, huh? No! Sit the down! Sit the down! Wake up! Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The team fighting and util was looking clean on Sunset. Has it been a big focus for you guys coming into stage 2? Yes. It was actually very important for us to prepare Sunset well, because it's new maps. We knew that we're gonna have advantage over some teams who didn't have time to prepare it better. And team fighting is more like our philosophy on all the maps. It's not specifically applied to Sunset.
Strong together.
Thank you. Yes, Monkey strong together.
The Battle of Sunset was an absolute scorcher. This black and yellow derby is going to go down in history if it can continue on this track, because we saw guns going all ablaze in Kakuka.
You speak about the guns, I speak about we were right next to this. Right next to the studio, right next to the stage that we have here. And let me tell you, screaming right at left and center, both of the teams were given it, but especially right at the end where we see NAVI being completely shameless against Vitality.
And it's so fantastic, isn't it, Petra? Because we're seeing NAVI, these new
members. Exit stepping up, looking right at home. Seafoth, that util, being so successful, and the reactions there are plain to see. This team is enjoying themselves, Kakuka.
Yeah, I think that they have a right to do so. Let me tell you, it was incredibly loud. Chronicle and Yumpy started off the game crazy right from the get-go. They had something to say, and they were screaming at each other for the entirety of it. It is crazy to see that Navi is the Vibes team, and they will talk back at you.
Well, we did actually get to see Vitality in the second half jumping on their feet. Chronicle, Petra, were you surprised by the way he was screaming at his opponents?
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing new, but I've seen it before once, maybe.
So Petra, are you a screamer? Do you like to bring the loud vibes when you are in the server?
Usually I'm a bit calm, but I can scream when there's hype. Yeah.
You have the sweet word. She'd be like, oh, yeah, damn, you're amazing. You know, like she cheers up for you, she cheers you up, but it's not. It's not. She doesn't need to scream.
Well, I will reveal that Kakuka was yelling in the green room at some of the moments in this map, including the Aora's team up moment.
True.
Kakuka, can you talk us through it, please?
True. Because this Aora's team up moment is about playing together and doing so beautifully. We had a Navi that had to fight for mid a lot, right? So they do this first. They do this first, like recon onto it with the smoke going onto mid to just put a lot of pressure onto Vitality and just going on the fight. And then the second layer is Exit going in through here, but he's not even supposed to be stopping the first one. That is just to see. It's Seafoth who's going to get the kill, also with that brilliant paranoia. Angel was saying that this map is ready, and let me tell you, this is a sick protocol to have. The smoke, the slow, the wall, the recon, everything that it happens has so much intention. There is not a single piece of utility that is simple charity in that round.
I mean, more of the rounds could have been 10 out of 10 though, Petra, if Navi hadn't got ahead of themselves, forgot that they were playing Vitality, who were going to punish the mistakes, because there were a few.
Yeah, definitely. As soon there was a little gap, Vitality took the advantage of it, and you should not let it slip away like that.
Should we also get your verdict on the role swap we saw from Vitality? We see Yumpy on the Phoenix. When I last checked, he was top fragging on behalf of his team, Sayonara, that first half. It was a bit of a ghost town for him.
Yeah, he was not really getting into the game, only near the end, and it was finally starting to work for Vitality, but it was a bit late.
There was some shaky moments and some intentions. If we take a look at the MVP graphic where we have, you know, like the comps, as I was saying, this kind of like Vitality, to me, this is incredibly late for them to be playing like this. I don't know if this is something that is going to happen across the maps. Yumpy's always going to try his best. Like, even if he has a bad game, he will try and give it his 100. He will be cheering up. Sayonara didn't find... Well, he found one kill in the entirety of the first half, I believe in like round 10. I will give props to Navi. It is difficult to play against what they're bringing. Exit, it's incredibly comfortable on this stage. It's like he walks around here like he owns the place. In the best tone, I am saying this. So now moving on to Breeze, we obviously expect the changes to still stand, and like for if there is a secondary duelist for Yumpy to be that player. I would also be down for some chamber action. You know, it's Yumpy, it's a chamber. To me, it's like good memories, good vibes. But it is very difficult not to cheer for Navi in this instances, because I also since we're filling up a bit, I will let you know. There were many moments, especially when we showed up the comms. I don't know what Yumpy has to micromanage onto some of these players.
Well, I wanted to talk to you about that. I particularly wanted to talk to you about that, Petra. How did that make you feel listening in and hearing Yumpy? It was quite, personally for me, shocking to hear how much he felt like he was having to do for his team in that moment.
Yeah,
I so experienced some of these players.
Yeah, but I just feel like Yumpy had really clear plan in his mind, and he wanted to make it work very well. So that's why he micromanaged in that moment. I'm not sure if it went like this the whole game.
So you don't think that it was a lack of trust, it was just a moment where he felt like he maybe had to step up and do a bit more just to get everyone on track and focused?
Yeah, he just wanted to make his plan work, I think.
What did you think, Kapuka?
I think...
Is it a good thing for Vitality, hearing him do this?
No, because I want to hear some comms from Vitality. Like, we've shown them so many times throughout the year, and I just want to be like, damn, that's my super team, you know? I expect great things from them. Like, and I don't think I can be blamed for that. So when homework starts piling up and Sunset is not ready by the end of the stage, I start worrying because they should be the pride and joy of EMEA.
They should. We've got Yampy back on his beloved KO. We know that he's fantastic on that. Sayonara now on the Sova. Petra, how do you feel about the Vitality composition?
Yeah, I like it. I mean, it's a bit default, I think. Yeah.
And I mean, obviously Sayonara is trying to get comfortable on playing Initiator. It looks like map to map. So it's not like he's used to playing the Agent. I just wonder if he's going to have a loss of confidence after everything that we saw on Sunset.
Yeah, he's brilliant on the Agent. I do think that he's going to bounce back. Like Sayonara individually, he's absolutely brilliant. I just need them to breathe a little bit. I feel like they're tense, you know, because if they are to lose today with all the expectations and how the year is going, they also have to bounce back from that. And I'm saying it's more homework piling up. On the other side, Chloric moving on to this Harbor. EMEA, wake up! You need to play the Harbor in so many maps. It's become so good. Like, the wall is so good. There are so many possibilities. So seeing Navi also take this turn in a team that is already moved away from the double duelist completely, and it's looking so good. I love seeing both the Viper and the Harbor on both sides.
And we're going to have a mirror matchup here, so we can't call it a comp difference. We can only call it a team difference, and right now the team difference, it's saying Navi is going to win this one.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you need to think this is Vitality's map pick. They understand what they're getting themselves into. To me, is like looking at players like the Harbor, like how cheeky can they get? How much can they surprise people, and especially how much they can surprise Navi?
Well, let's see if we're going to get surprised and head to a third and final map. Hanbok, over to you.
Well, speaking of surprises, honestly, the question that was posed by Frankie that really got me was, are you a screamer, Michael? How do you feel about that one?
I've been called many things in my life. Banshee, hyena, all fitting. But Chronicle being a screamer is certainly what I've taken away from the desk here. Alongside the discussions around Harbor. I mean, for me, Vitality, Breeze, it's been a little hit and miss. Obviously, the composition change initially, Profik really struggled to get integrated into this role. And I feel like over the last few times we've seen Breeze, they've started to stray away from what was working for them.
Yeah, and I think the proof's in the pudding, right? Because we don't know where map 1 really sat with it being Sunset coming back around, but we know that Breeze was played in with Vitality, so we should be seeing a good version of them here. Obviously, Yampy's still on flashes. That's not too surprising. I do want to see a bit more from Sayonara, finding his footing. And then, well, hello, Chloric. And it's exit already to find Yampy. Goes back for seconds, and NAVI already right off the rip. Gonna get things started. It's lovely in mid from exit there, and just a catch from RRQ. Profik was just completely unprepared for it. Leaving Kron in a 1v2. And very complimentary positions for NAVI. As soon as that contact comes in, it doesn't even need it. Exit's on a heater.
Beautiful start here for NAVI. Again, want to squash out some of these pacier rounds of Vitality is certainly going to look towards to kick things off here on Breeze. And again, just to come back to the discussion really around Yampy, for me, it's been really impressive on the KO. Seen some fantastic appearances from him on Breeze. Certainly going to have his work cut out for him. NAVI going to be feeling themselves in terms of certainly being the ones that are more comfortable to take the initiative, take the fight to Vitality, especially starting on the defense here. And whether or not Durka can go back to his roots once more. Another highlight for me for Vitality on Breeze. See him be unleashed once more, out of jail, as he's put it so eloquently previously.
Yeah, he doesn't pull his punches when he's talking about his comfort and what he enjoys. RRQ, though, feeling confident enough to hold this space. Right click from a classic could be pretty nasty, and I guess he's shown that off there. Sayonara, last man standing, and okay, goes down swinging. If he does go down, I imagine he will. There we go. Playing whack-a-mole on the site pretty much at that point, but NAVI with their second.
Vitality looking to pile behind Durka here, but he's removed so quickly. There's just a weird sort of stalemate that ensues behind the wall. As you said, he's very happy to get up close and personal here. Awkward occasion onto the second for sure, but never really became a threat. I'll be able to clean up a second very comfortably. We'll keep 3 Bulldogs. We've got 2 Sheriffs to round things out here. Chloric already with great progress. Exit's the one you want to see get online early. Obviously just saving up for an op to follow here. No real exchange to kick this round off. Vitality want to protect their inventory as best they can to open up.
Yeah, no massive reads so far. Vitality just gonna bide their time. Patience being displayed. And if they can find out where Exit or RRQ actually sit, that would be incredibly helpful. See Chronicle feeling brave enough to do this alone. Maybe trying to catch the timing on the shock dart there. And he's found his man. Nice slip from Chronicle there. Doesn't need to do too much, but you're going to have to hope that they can bulldoze their way forward. RRQ's making a bit of a stand on this one. Had a place, but bloody hell, that got a bit too messy for me. Even just Chloric, who is noted on the A side, so the B side should be more than secure.
Spike planted.
If they can keep 3 guns, they'll be happy enough with that. And they will. So 3 being walked away with Vitality, and that'll be 2-1.
Really not much pressure applied here, though, due to that VIE being tempered in the previous. Like I said, the operator's still going to be there. It looks as if they want to, well, they started to struggle a little bit. This is the Sheriff scaling up on towards B.
Chloric! Chloric, brother! Where are you running?
Obviously, Chloric the most animated from map 1 for sure, so Chronicle just letting him know.
Be interesting to see if he becomes one of those players who actually steps up with a little bit of back and forth there, getting fired up. But as you noted, Operator
certainly wants to lean into that,
exactly. And that's what I'm hoping. And Exit, gonna now know he's got plenty of targets.
Oh, my word.
Turkey, a lucky boy. Just almost
It's only really
caught.
the turn that saved him there, to be honest.
You can see he's prowling around for another angle as well. Exit trying to stay active on this. Oh, the owl drone almost costing Hero his life then. And Exit still not finding a way through this.
Good info, though. Well, very good. Where did that go?
Hello?
Where?
I don't really know.
Did he duck under it? It looked like the timing was off on the duck.
It did look like it was off. VAR. Get a little replay going. There he is. Going to find it for the second time of asking. Exit still patrolling around middle and kind of indicating they're still fancying this approach towards A, considering the position from RRQ, right? They can put their eggs in this basket. Exit allowed to sit on this angle. Yampi still with utility to force him away, as is Sayonara. So again, this should be a pretty well-rounded approach. Durka goes through Yampi with a belter. Takes away Exit, and the site should be,
30
I
seconds
say
left.
with bated breath, theirs. Unless Sivov can get involved in this. There's the swing.
what is that?
Beautiful shot from Chloric. That's Durka gone. And there's no security for the plant just yet. An isolated fight and another lockdown.
No way.
Oh, I thought he was on for another.
Down A.
So close to combining it. But RRQ's position is absolute filth.
10
Gonna
seconds
make this
left.
tricky.
Spike
Gonna do what he
planted.
can. Vitality being herded forward. Easy, boys. You gotta swing together, and they do. Vitality making it through every single hurdle.
Yeah, there's a real chance there for NAVI to flip this on its head. Vitality, luckily, able to stabilize here. Very quick decision making as well. Oh, it's just over the top. Exit's so unlucky not to find that one. So they catch on the second swing, but Operator well handled here. Initially, again, I think the only thing that prevents them after finding this pick onto Hero is the Operator really being a question mark of how they scale towards A. A bit of frustration shown there with maybe the outcome from the NAVI coaching booth. We will get a chance to listen in with Vitality comms just to see how round 5 pans out.
They took jet type Z. We should
Go, yes. Exo,
KM backside.
Yes.
I'm droning.
But guys, we brute force, okay?
Viper backside.
Go right, path right.
Still left. Kayo, man.
Backside, pillar. Launch,
I reveal.
Launch, big guys.
Middle one.
And out backside. One is out backside. It's two now.
I'm ulting.
Jet type down.
Minus 47 backside.
One broken wall and one get right. Should be
One
get right,
middle.
David. KO.
One
There
mid,
should be
guys.
get right.
Last player
Middle,
standing.
middle.
Still got right.
He's low. You get ulti when you plant.
Enemy remaining.
One.
Spike planted.
He can have Cove. Nice boys, like I whipped, literally.
It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter.
Good shit, boys.
Oh, that felt a bit close. Sevov put in a real shift then, but also, where's Get Right? Because I'm baffled.
Close outside the main on the right side.
We're just calling that Get Right?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Not a name I thought I'd be hearing today, but here we are. I'll start calling somewhere Forest. Neo. I'm just going to start adding things in.
Just throw it into the car.
Yeah, just with full confidence, so they have to listen. But man, Sevov almost had him.
Yeah, there's certainly a chance for NAVI to convert here. Chronicle with a beautiful Red Bull clutch. NAVI back on rifles though, operator back in hand. Oh, exit noted early on here, and it's going to be Profek. Put on alert, down to 3 HP now. Do have the knives behind that as well, just in case things get a little chaotic towards B. Vitality actually calling the rotation to maybe go into this. Do have ults themselves as well, Hunter's Fury and an ult command.
I think my concern just resides in the fact that Sevov almost did that with just a Sheriff. Now they've got to do it against two pretty well-equipped players. Should be able to get info at least on one.
Snakebite ahead of the null command as well.
Again, Exit doing really well to keep this one in hand here. And there's going to be issues now. You can see him tries to go back in for seconds, but a refight comes out from Vitality. Sight now looking far more available.
Ooh, beautiful opener from Chloric though. Way back in. Has to be conscious of Profek's position. Very low.
Nice ratty stuff from Profek, but good. 3 HP. You've got to try and make something happen with it, so it's a bit of an ace up the sleeve almost at that point. Keeping a lot of the space on the site, though. Clark trying to tee them up.
He's not going to get cleared.
No, he's certainly not. There's no way you give this a glance. There we go. Okay, I was concerned for a second when it took a moment, but at the end of the day, Sevov not getting much play in now. Best he could hope for would be to catch Profek, who's already making a run for it. He wants to get out of there. For Sevov, options become 0.
At least the approach here towards B looking a lot cleaner for Vitality.
Oh, massively so.
Stumble a little bit. That sort of second player defending, but even here where they're held out, the Snakebite ahead of the null command just to prevent anything but Exit's in a really awkward position. Not sure how that's done 97.
We've had some interesting op shots today.
It's just not zeroed in, apparently.
200 meters above. NAVI, though, going to pump the brakes early. It is 4-2, so it's a pretty respectable one, I guess, considering how these rounds have managed to shake down once the buys have come out. It hasn't felt, I don't want to say confident or comfortable from Vitality. But it's just early season stuff. I don't know how much space you get against the new NAVI now. Are they a team that's pretty solid in this? They're going to give you those fight backs. You're not going to get clean rounds anymore. But again, for Vitality, it doesn't feel super certain yet, but scoreboard-wise, I mean, they've got to be happy enough.
Yeah, it's certainly going to feel a lot better after some of the rounds of the first half on Sunset, and at least establish themselves a little bit of breathing room now. Talking about how dicey it is to really feed into a team playing aggressively when you don't have the benefit of, the economy and the scoreline aside from that. You're certainly going to be in command of this first half of Breeze for the time being. Obviously, NAVI going to be struggling now financially. Maybe considering a couple of purchases, but Exit really to offset that with the knives.
Yeah, I do wonder if he gets played in much in this one. Again, he got noted so early on towards A main last time around, it'd be quite surprising. Go, Crab, go.
It used to be like a race. It used to be like 2 racing somewhere on the map.
Oh. We'll give the feedback to the devs. They'll ignore us, but we'll do it.
On a form.
Get out of my way!
Love a form, mate. There we go. Let's see if they can identify where these knives are currently invested. We can see they are going walkabouts towards elbow here. Exit, trying to be played in alongside Sevov.
Vitality look well equipped to receive this aggression, though.
Right place.
Profek's got to be careful on his transition away from window.
The steady pressure from Vitality over towards A is going to force the hand eventually. And it's right about now. It's a pretty quick shift this side. Hero going to try and make himself safe by doors. Give up a fair portion of the site. They're really banking on Exit here. All eyes turning, but very little damage done between the two. A little bit of a curious round here. Sivov gone with the Vandal as well, but Durka takes him away, so that should be able to fall in hand. Exit going to spot out Chronicle, but still two on the side to clear, and that late pressure through double doors is going to be a problem. Yet to be at the forefront of their minds, but it will be soon. Sayonara. It's not pretty, but it's got the job done. And there's the strike through the double doors from Profek. Brilliant positioning, very patient from him, and Vitality making it up to 5.
Beautiful timing from Profek. That's as things start to get fired up on site. Durka now will have the knives in response. Profek just missing one. Still a couple of ults to play with on the side of NAVI. Beautiful shots there from Profek to clean up.
Yes, yes, Ruxic.
That one was muted out.
That one they didn't like.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, certainly Vitality now. A little bit of momentum behind them. 5 rounds unanswered. Exit to go forwards with the operator once more.
Even with that knife there. And I don't want to say limited support, but it is going to be just one. I think Hero beside him, yeah, really out on a limb. Lovely from Vitality to turn and face this and then just burst through. They leave the spike behind, but they can recover that shortly. It's on Ruxic to over-deliver now. Goes back in, and he does. Yampi deleted, and the site stays in the hands of NAVI.
Durka has got his hands on the operator, though. A deadly position as well to cut off some of these rotations. There's still knives to play with. And call a quick pivot in towards A. Still one player, it's Cloric, to hold down the fort. We've got a sound cue. Can't line up both of them. It's only Profek to fall. There's still a 2v2. Sivov and Ruxic both have ults.
Spike planted.
Durka and Chronicle can't give up the site here.
And Durka's paranoia about that back line. Misplaced, as we can see, but of course in his head, every opportunity for it. Chronicle alone on the site. Now the cross going to be supported. Hard for them to break in. You've got to look to see where that flash from Sivov comes through potentially. Chron looking potentially to try and back away as well. There goes the knife, and there comes the swing. Chronicle down on 30, and Durka actually off the angle now. This is where he gets a bit dangerous. They can now gap close towards the site itself. Looking to find Chronicle. He's not backpedaled away. And there's the ult, but this is last minute stuff. This is down to the wire. Sivov takes away Chronicle, leaving just Durka. He knows his lines, and he knows his timing. That's all he needed is Vitality make it to 6.
Beautiful shot here from Durka. Sixth sense just telling him when to pull the trigger. We'll nail that one. It's number 6 on the board for Vitality. Again, a beautiful just switch up here in mid. I think NAVI expecting to have a little bit of freedom to control behind the utility, but it's just not there.
Wall hacks.
Yeah, I mean, could be.
Could be. I guess there's a chance. Weird. Admins. But now again, it's destitute affair for NAVI. Sadly, those finances starting to weigh pretty heavy at this point, and they're just not getting that same spark that we saw in that previous map. The control that they had. Exit looking to go further, but he's already being watched here. Yampi could be called out. We know that he's going to have a lot of time kind of micromanaging the rest. But a deep drone indicating they're aware of this. But Exit, ooh, how much of his life does he get to keep? No, he doesn't. Yampi going to hunt him down. And that's him gone.
Great way to secure the kill here, but Cloric, we get a little bit cheeky. We'll catch Durka. Not able to retrieve the op, though. So it will just be the Sheriff in hand for Cloric for the time being. Got a ton more players on the other side of this. Chronicle with a hard clearance onto him. Looks like looking for a spam, but won't connect. He's kept in check for the time being. Now plays towards Hero, who will be noted, but finds Yampi nonetheless.
Yeah, it's that follow-up, not to be. If he was able to string it together, you could have had a bit of a fight back through the doors, because Profek's position then gets a little bit more, I guess, hectic for him, but he's in a good spot now. Considering both are trying to approach through this way. And again, the want to just keep that operator becomes too paramount.
It doesn't really make it feasible to fight back in here either. As Ruxic's given a freebie through the double doors, but don't expect Vitality to be over-peaking. Situation still showing composure here. Again, we kept talking about map 1, a few of these rounds slipping through their fingers. This sort of situation, you know, an over-peak there and puts it to a 2v2, makes it way more doable for NAVI.
Yeah, good to see the discipline in play. I mean, after map 1, you're surely going to be having words. Nothing too crazy. I don't think it's going to be...
Well, I mean, the comfort factor as well coming to us. Vitality have so many reps on Breeze.
Oh, yeah,
again,
massively.
you know, once this comp change did come through and there was a few hiccups along the way, Power was kind of leaning into cleaning up a lot of that. Maybe opponent dependent, but...
Nice working today.
Yeah,
Really happy with
certainly
this.
a contrast from map 1 for me.
Oh, night and day. It feels night and day. Once they've got into the swing of things, a couple of, you know, I don't say even close rounds really, but some moments for Na'Vi, but it's been few and far between. It hasn't felt like a team effort really yet. It felt like who's able to have a moment or two, but that's been about it. Unable to really deny Vitality. Once those guns came out to play, firmly in the driving seat. Exit still trying to get involved here. And Operator going to be trying to play ahead now. Going to get dangerous. Not exactly a prime position, but this is helpful work. But the flash fantastic for Yampi, and we were complimenting his flashes, I believe, in London on this map. And Durka goes a little too deep there, trying to get a bit greedy with the site security. I get it, why wouldn't you give it a go? But now down to a 4v4.
Well, come on, Pumped here as well. Hero going to go forwards to find Chronicle. So try and find another one, though, ahead of that utility, but just can't do it. Gets shut down. Yampi now over the top will find one, but Rooks it quick to trade.
But can they really string more together? Maybe so. And Sayonara, last one standing. This one much harder. Yeah, not in a position to even challenge. Oh, this one's gone. Absolutely gone. Not even an opportunity to fight back. A little unfortunate maybe, but still would have liked to have seen him in a position to try and make a difference.
And maybe expecting some of those outcomes on site to all go their favour for Vitality. Yampi going forwards here. And has to try, I guess, make use, get the information on the back end of the null command, but it's really Hero to find a crucial kill to get the ball rolling. That is just a third for Na'Vi. I mean, if they can make a recovery here in the final 2, it will be a miracle, considering how this half has panned out. Durka again aggressive. The Operator. He's going to be rewarded. Positioned. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's lovely from him. Reading the approach, good information, but a good bailout from Rooksik there. Just dips his toes through those double doors and going to claim one. So back down to a 4v4. They have to reset in middle.
Well, Hero was so close to that as well. Didn't have the box to obscure his vision, but we'll hear at least that they peeled away. Doesn't necessarily look like they're well equipped for this B hit though. It's going to be Exit on an island with an Operator, and there's been a few just passing him by. Durka's creeping on.
Durka's doing pretty good against Opus, but this angle,
Oh
I mean,
my God.
he's one of a kind when it comes to it. If it's a pound-for-pound battle against another, he is very, very good at it. Seen there. As, again, now you're in the awkward position. Trying to fight this one back, and you hear that pit being invested too. It's a compounding problem. Gonna need 2 or 3 quickly.
Save, yeah.
I think it already is. You can see Steve off there. Backpedaling away from this. Gonna keep the 3 rifles up if they can. Vitality.
Exit can buy an off as well, so certainly want to hold on to it, not impact the ability to get a scope in for round 12. So 8-4 going to be the best that Na'Vi can aim for here. They have a Hunter's Fury to overcome. Obviously the pit invested here. I mean, it's going to be Seavoff and Chloric with ults available for Na'Vi. But again, it's Exit, unfortunately, just not delivering some of these key shots. I mean, there's not much for him to do in this situation. Durka obviously catches a wallbang here. Just ever so slightly exposed.
He's just so good at slicing the pie, finding these chances.
Yeah, look at this.
So much seen there, is there really? But
I mean,
again,
I don't even think Exit saw anything.
I don't think so. Just so aware of the angles, though. When you look at Durka, it's not like he's sitting towards the top of the board. He's 6 to 7. He's negative, but that round was pretty much on his back as well. Opened it, got them the sight then. So at 3 to 8.
Effectively closed it.
Yeah, pretty much. It does feel as though Na'Vi not quite comfortable here yet. This feels like Breeze was not in the wheelhouse. And this is something we have to learn with some of the new teams with shuffles coming in and adjustments. We just don't know where their strengths lie. And not in play yet for Na'Vi.
Durka not given an opportunity here, but Exit's position won't be noted. Actually didn't opt for the op in the final round. He's looking to go aggressive with a rifle now. 3 players for Vitality guarding bottom mid right now. There's nobody to play off exit either. He's once again on an island, a solo endeavor for him. Forced out by the drone here. Has to respect the utility and the clearance here from Sayonara.
He really wants in though, doesn't he? Still wants to hold space towards middle. But if anything, does he hear these steps and then maybe call the rotate, or... You can see where that spike is. At 40 seconds, Vitality trying to be slippery about it.
I'm not sure this isn't really what's worked for them. Bit of a gamble here on the last.
Massive
gamble to cancel that, but it's still ice trained towards A main, Lauren.
Yeah, there's still 2 players here, and Heroes found Yampi. That spike lost. They don't have to be too concerned about this B hit now. NAVI with their just resilience, their unwillingness to move, Durka. You got to be dead here, surely. 13 seconds. I doubt the outcome of the round's going to change, and he is. Sayonara, last one alive, but once again, not going to have much impact in the outcome of the round. So a little bit of silver lining to be had for NAVI.
Still a miracle from either that, with how that panned out, that they've got 4 rounds here. 8-4 to Vitality there. I believe we'll be going to an interview with Exit and Frankie right after this.
Exit, you impressed us all with your debut against FIT on Wednesday. How did you feel about playing on the stage for the first time?
It felt really nice. I was trying to get comfortable as much as I can because it's the group stage, and we don't really care about the group stage that much, since this stage 2 is going to be there as play-ins and playoffs at the same time. So we're trying to reach deep in this stage, also trying to get more comfortable. So it was really fun and nice.
And it's also great to see a really vocal NAVI. And I feel like you're the person who's bringing the vibes. Why does that matter to you?
It matters a lot, honestly, for me, because we sacrifice lots of our lives into just coming into Berlin and live here with your teammates. So you need to have fun as well, because this game you cannot win if you're not having fun at all. So I'm just trying to be myself and playing every day with the players that I'm playing with, and I'm having fun.
How are you having fun with Angel? Because he's someone we know has a sense of humor. You clearly like a laugh as well. How do you guys work together?
Angel on practice is really good coach, and I really love to talk to him. But we have 2 different personalities, me and him. In practice, we are boxing a lot, locking in, trying to not have much fun. But outside of the game, instantly we just connect as 2 player and coach.
I think in the UK we call that the odd couple thing. I literally need to see a video series from NAVI on this one. Going up against Vitality today, though, this is going to be a huge challenge for you. What do you think is going to be the hardest thing about this match?
I don't know, honestly. I don't really care who we play. I know that Vitality is a really good team. They're insane players, have insane coaches as well. They have been playing since the kickoff, and they've been really playing good. And for the other side, it's me and NAVI. This is my 2nd game, so I have no expectations, but I'm just going there to have fun and enjoy and show people how real NAVI plays.
Thank you so much. I think the Exit's going to be joining us on the analyst desk before we know it.
I think it's really important as well, just to note there, Exit, again, there's a lot of hype around him as well coming in. He doesn't really have any expectations for himself. He's just happy to approach with how he feels comfortable. And I think it's shown in the server as well. He's already had some fantastic rounds, and going head-to-head with an opponent like Durka, in terms of the role and the agent, it's a delight to watch him so far.
No, he's been a real treat, and I liked hearing what they were saying about the kind of comms and the attitude, even clashing with Angel. So we're going to have a little listen in as well this round, see how it sounds live in the server.
Okay, that guy's half full. They're going to crunch mid right now.
You close?
I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you. I have your
Wait, I'm with you. Guys, half full spamming with Deagle right now.
It's going to be split, Kane.
Yes, B splits. That's him. One more on B. I'm walled up.
I'll go nest. I'm got on now.
Okay, go. Nest. Ding, nest.
Run with me.
I'm with you, nice.
I'm revealing backside. I'm coming side. 2B, guys.
Backside. Ladder.
I think one cubby.
Ladder.
Oh. Ladder picking.
1 HP Viper.
I'm holding. Swung me. Other guys swinging are quad.
They're picking you.
1 HP Viper, 90.
Okay.
That's right. Did we kill the next guy?
Yeah.
It was a nice try, but not nice enough here. And that's an issue now considering the scoreline, right? This then opens up the conversation of map 3 pretty much, because you gotta feel they're on the verge here. And bloody hell, they are just swinging them.
Just, stringing together kills with these sheriffs.
I
Beautiful
believe
stuff
it's
to watch.
a deagle, actually, was called in game.
Oh, okay.
I think it's got the new name.
It's weird pronunciation.
Yeah, maybe a language thing. Could be. 4-9 though. Ruxic gonna have that. Oh no, changed it out. Okay, I thought he was gonna opt for that new weapon. Not to be. Vitality, you just got to see them go through the motions. I want to see them keep it clean, see if they can just close out on a nice strong note, not let NAVI back in. As NAVI sounded fine in the comms.
Where are those shots going?
Don't know. Don't know. Look,
some
look
chip damage,
good.
but they look good.
Probably could do a little bit more, felt like. Shock darts. Oh, that one's not bad. Chloric, a little bit of taste of his own medicine there. And a follow-up. You like to see that. Exit. Gonna potentially live up to his name here with a couple on the way out, but it will be clean stuff for Vitality.
Certainly looking to not mince their words on the start of the second half. Already progress made to Sayonara and Chronicle, the Hunter's Fury and the Pit. And positives to have for sure on the defensive side here. And already double digits posted. We talked about see the scoreline here. Now NAVI going to be really tested. A long road back into this one. Hero actually bringing a Guardian.
I mean, Hero's pretty good with it.
I mean, yeah.
I'll give him that. Don't think he needs my compliment on it, but, you know, just letting you know. He's all right with it. Does okay. Now, saying long road back.
Yeah. Disagree?
No. It's really long road. An arduous path to even get competitive. Vitality looking pretty fluid throughout this so far. Can't quite get a beat yet on where NAVI are approaching from, but the timing could be pretty rough here for NAVI, depends. We'll pop flash ready. And there it is, does catch on Hero, and there he goes, Durka. Again, these lovely little pop flash plays.
Vitality have worked on so many of these,
And it's we saw the kind of start of it in London when the synergy was just right, and now you can see the confidence. They've got rounds to play with. So they're going to. Prophet getting cheeky with it. Does get checked, though. Seavoff sharp. Wants to speed up off the back of that.
Certainly space to play into here, but there are 3 members of Vitality still looking to defend the A site. In fact, the Nobi's playing towards default here at least. But everybody's here so early. Plant's going to be really awkward. Challenge come through. Actually, the shock dart's a little short. So no chip damage done off that. Now Chloric's got himself in a deadly position.
I was wondering if anyone could play off it, maybe. If maybe Ruxic could help, but no, Ruxic's a little bit more dedicated towards main. So I'd love to see someone try and complement that position. And now with Seavoff gone, he gets left on such an island. Yeah, can do 1-for-1 trade down. The numbers so favorable here. This has to be monumental from Ruxic. That's a great beginning, though. Sayonara gone. And a fair fight at the end. Durka just going to pip him to the post, though. And 11 rounds made. And Vitality now so close to taking us to map 3.
Starting to build up in terms of confidence. You can really see it. Some of the approaches to sort of very pivotal moments in some of these rounds where instead of come back to on Sunset, they just weren't really aligned, not on the same page. The bonus conversion here certainly looking much better, especially considering financial situation on the other side of the board. I mean the investment back in here, 2 Guardians to round out for Seavoff and Hero. Ultimates-wise, nothing to play with just yet. Vitality certainly with an advantage in that regard.
It looks direct, doesn't it? Simple in approach. Yeah, just going to go straight to business. Not really slow down on the roll. And Profek already going to catch Chloric, so that's a lovely little pickup. Maybe just, I don't say blind, but it certainly wasn't as considered as that was. Exit already going to catch Profek right back in things. Happy to stamp his authority deeper.
Full control here over backside.
Yeah, but I'm waiting for the support on it, though. I want to see Seavoff right there with him, but actually Hero to catch Yampi, potentially right through the doors, and there's the kill and no trade potential. They start to scale back in towards the site. Seavoff now has to be cautious, not get overwhelmed. There, nice little bit of unison work, just right off the back of each other, but they fall back towards main and play for the plant.
A win, though, for Vitality. It's come to a 2v2. RV now considering the util. A late wrap back through double doors here.
Oh, it's dangerous. That puts Sevov right in the crosshairs. If he can't control this, it gets really rather concerning. But the time is a factor.
No, he's not
And
got
they've,
it, yeah.
whoa.
Very fine margins,
Yeah.
so Sayonara will fall. NAVI to find one. And fine margins, but these are not the sort of wins you want to see NAVI have. They need to stabilize the economy. They need to do it fast. Certainly hope to get back into this. Alex just getting ahead of that flash, and I'm sort of okay with seeing him posture up like this. You talk about there's no trade on the back of that. Again, I think he's just a little bit distracted by what's going on behind him. If anything, for me, in that situation, he hears the drone, he deals with it, he's not tagged. Go further forwards. He's still looking back towards double doors in that situation, and just hearing him speak in that interview there, yeah, I'm looking for the confidence. Looking to really take control of some of these rounds.
There's that confidence.
It's
a tough one. Yeah. But look, and the thing is, I'm not even looking at him being the issue. I want to see someone maybe support
everything
him
around
a bit.
it, yes.
Like
yeah,
if you've got him willing to play his number up, cool, love that, brilliant. Go for it. I think he even caught Vitality in that position too. He actually really held some ground. I want to see a little bit of synergy with it. But RRQ there, going to find Yampi.
Oh, can he get out?
He does. He does make a win. Sevov even finding Profect. This is still game on. That's an issue though. Sayonara should be on for that one, and he is. And now Chronicle starts clearing, leaving just Hero alive. Not going to be able to use that Hunter's Fury as maybe he would have wanted.
Needs a kill or two to
Oh,
make
he
use
needs
of
a
it.
lot. And if they're just on the same page, it'd be very surprising. He knows he's got a fight on his hands now at front. Durka not going to be denied on that defuse unless you got it going. A bound on the swing, tees up Sayonara. Defuse is there. No problems to be had. 12 for Vitality.
Coming out there as well. The pit obtained for Chronicle.
Oh, yeah.
Vitality will hit number 12. It's unfortunate. So I was saying, I think Exit's just looking to rinse and repeat with that same execution towards A. Profek. He found the same kill in the previous round, right?
I think so.
And a headshot onto somebody else, but Exit, unfortunately, the one to fall here. One away from the knives. It's a muddled purchase. They've got plenty of ultimates to play with, NAVI. On the other side, let's just rinse and repeat again. Let's see if Profek finds the same kill. Third time's a charm.
Yeah. Eyes on Profek. If he does, could you imagine? There we go. That's how you stop it, I guess. All right, so played out of this one, but Vitality kind of given them the site a fair crack, right? It's, all right, we'll let them take this. We'll play for retake. We've got full kit of utility. We're fine to play for it. There need to be errors. That's one. Exit out pops the knives. He needs to go wild in this, expecting a flash not to be. Playing on the one-way here, trying to buy time, but just gets burnt out of that. Kron going to take him away from the equation, and the problem is the buy behind it. The rest of NAVI are not well equipped.
No, really not. Now in a position where they have to hold on to site. They do have Hunter's Fury to play off, though. The investment's coming through. They're piling everything into this. Bigger picture-wise, this is a win for Vitality. They're spending everything just to get one more on the board. Profek will find Sevov, but time's starting to dwindle now. And like I said, Vitality going to feel really happy about the level of investment that comes through and removing any weapons they did have in this situation.
Yeah, it's a silver lining, but it is one that basically gets you teed up for the rest of the game, right? NAVI had to put everything in, because if they didn't, they'd probably lose the round, right? So it's that double-edged sword, what do we do with this? But you're right, you look at the buy coming back in, they don't have those ults there to bank on anymore. They don't have that little cushion, and it starts feeling more and more readable. But again, Vitality are happy with this. How many times have they gotten close, even when they're playing for this retake? But eye up where the spike is. RRQ, this time not with the pack.
You've got to be conscious here if he even peeks onto window with it in hand. He is challenging. They're just trying to fake out this A again, but Vitality have been happy to leave just Profek.
Oh, and he's been caught by the knife. That's a little bit worrying. He's been able to backpedal away, but they're getting active down middle as well, Mike. They're hunting him down.
Just have a couple of teammates nearby now. Look how far Exit's gone with this space now. Has to find this kill onto Profek. And he doesn't. Chronicle will find Chloric alongside that as well. NAVI just getting ahead of themselves ever so slightly. Giving that freedom towards this A site, hit a few rounds and try to switch things up a little bit here to get the plant, but it is a 5v3.
Okay, good find for Hero. Joker gone. The rest slowly making their way over. Profek, I mean, he's still in spawn, basically, at this point.
He hasn't moved since the start of the round.
No, he's just holding space here. But again, time will become a factor. They do need to get a move on if they want to challenge in this. Na'Vi running a little low on HP, but they've got the ults to try and help out here. Rooksik going to play off for the Hunter's Fury, get that swing, gets Yampy down, but the trades coming through. It's all on Hero. But the time is on his side, but now there's problems. He needs to get back there and check on this, but Profek catching me on the cross, but time is in hand. Vitality, extend, play, 13-6. We're going to split.
Beautiful stuff here from Vitality to take control of this series back in their favor. And Profek, really the star for me in these last few rounds of keeping Na'Vi at bay and closing out here. Very comfortable fashion for them. That comfort discussion certainly something to consider here, but we believe we'll be jumping down to a sideline with Yampy and Frankie right now.
Did you just slap Profek on the bottom?
Yeah, you know, get him excited for the next map because it's not over, so, you know, making sure that he has the energy.
So, where was this Vitality on the first map?
Shit map, if I'm honest, but, you know, it takes us to get into the game, and I'm happy we reset like that. The energy was a little bit low on the first map, so we talked after that, you know, just rise up the energy a little bit.
Well, I'm going to let you go and re-energize your team. You're going to need it. One more map. Let's see if you can take it on split. Take your place with your team, and you guys stay where you are. We'll see you in a few.
Oh, nice! Hello! Hello! Nice, Stefan, nice!
Nice! Hey! What? Nice! Hello, exit on the THEO! What? Nice!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Women will want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-worn break. Vamos!
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Breeze has been something of a home map of Vitality. What's made you so dominant on it?
His strats.
I mean, I think the boys are confident on the map. They understand really well what the roles are. And we have a really good understanding of our strat book and how to add new things on the map. And also it helps when like a lot of other teams are playing the same comp as us, so we can take inspiration elsewhere too. But I do think that current meta, a lot of teams are playing different things on the map, and I still think that the double info on this map particularly just help you a lot, especially when you're talking about coordinating your rotations. So it's good comp, and we know how to run it well. Roles suit us.
So for once, it's you talking longer than me.
Yeah, somehow.
Simple answer is just your strats are good.
Pal is like, Scott, we don't have time for this. We're going to split. We need to talk about what we want to do. He tries to answer the question for Scott. Scott is like, no, I'm having my moment. As you say, Pal, my strats, my answer, Kakuka. And I mean, they played a blind on that map. In terms of Breeze, I think it was good news.
Then I think that we should have asked them, Ben, did you do split as well, as we're moving on to that as
that
the
would be a
last
good
map?
sign, right? That would be a great sign.
Next sideline.
Before we before we take a key look at the numbers, Petra, we were chatting in the green room, and you were like, "Yeah, Breeze, it's a great map for teams that are playing as individuals."
I mean, yeah, they showed some team play on Sunset too, right? But going into Breeze, I feel like they get away with a lot of more aim duels, and it was working out for them pretty well because they're very strong aimers.
Yeah, there is also something about now that we're taking a look and we see both of the compositions here. Yes, there is that mirror there. There's something that I didn't catch up on when we went into Agents Like, and it's the fact that Hero's on the Sova and Chloric is on the Harbor, and then Rooks is going to be good in anything. No, thank you very much. Oh, they're offering me food. No, pal, thank you. They look good, though. We need to figure it out how we're going to deal with actually having the teams being here all the time. But yes, please, bribe us. Bring us food. But sorry, I go back into what I was saying. Having Hero on the Sova when you have Chloric being so good, Rooksik, I would have liked to maybe see in the cheekiness of playing the Harbor. I think that he would have done a great job. And then keep Hero on that Viper. I think that, you know, makes more sense for me, but it's something that I didn't catch up on, and I think it cost them to a certain extent because so many things have been new, good, and refreshing for this Navi team. But why would you change anything that is working so well as Hero?
Yeah, and why would you change things that are working so well for Vitality? As it was mentioned in the coach confession, Breeze, it's a home map for Vitality, and mid was definitely home for Prophet and Chronicle.
I think that with them starting on the attack, I loved several things. I love how they were forcing rotations. I loved how they were faking, trying to move people out of their positions. But most importantly, I love how both Chronicle and Prophet were comboing their utility to be an absolute annoyance here on mid. And on top of that, we saw Derke that I know maybe if you look at the numbers, you will not see it. The impact that he was finding time after time with the operator, with the cheekiness that we also saw in the first map. Like, to me, Derke today is playing super, super well.
And something we also saw is Exit discovering what it's like to play against Durka, Petra. It's terrifying.
Yeah, it must be indeed terrifying. You need to have a lot of good team utility to take him down, I think.
So really, Exit's trying to step up. He's trying to get the job done on his own, and that's the first mistake for Navi.
Yeah, but I want to put that on Breeze.
Yeah.
There's a part of my heart that is just hoping that we get to see a good Navi, you know, like back in the days when they were FPX and whatnot. But I want to think that they will revisit this Breeze. And funny enough, we are going to split. We were speaking about the preparation and whatnot. And of course, Vitality was definitely watching and was happy to leave the split open. At the beginning of the day, I was speaking about the cool things that Navi had. On the day we talked about what they did on the attack, I just took a little bit of a showing of what they do in the defense, but it's a very well-rounded map. On the side of Vitality, though, what is everybody going to do?
composition.
Yeah, but what about the role changes? Like,
yes, but that's what makes it interesting. Yeah. Sorry, I was channeling my inner Mini there. It's a very standard composition, Petra. If you were Vitality right now, like, are you saying, yeah, we're going to stick with what we want to do going forward? We're going to put Yampi on a duel list for this one?
No, I don't think so. I think you need to be more heavy with utility, so let's see what they have.
And it's Yampi on the Phoenix, so things are changing around. This is very similar to the composition that we saw at the beginning of the day, with them two, with Yampi on the Phoenix and Dirty on the Neon. Yampi was so comfortable on that Cypher. Casters were highlighting it as well. I do hope that this is like a point of inflection in Vitality's mindset and obviously how they're feeling. I think it's the first time that I'm seeing Sayonara smile, so it is a good prospect for them.
Are we happy then seeing Yampi on a Phoenix rather than the Raze, Petra?
I prefer Raze, but I think it's good to have Phoenix flashes on the split.
It's because of Yampi being confident on Phoenix, right?
Like, no, I don't see Yampi playing Raze in this one. I don't know. We shall see. Like, I see a lot of combos here, possibly. I want him to actually shine and see the same thing that I saw between Chronicle and Prophet, but between Yampi and Dirty.
And now also Vitality have got the benefit of being able to see what NAVI like to do with this composition, because they would have watched the foot game.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that they played so well on the defense. I don't know how much of that I can put onto foot, actually, because they had so many ideas that did not require necessarily just to be aggressive. That I expect this to be a very good map.
Yeah, I expect this to be a very good series that we'll be talking about for a long time to come. This is going to have serious implications for the rest of the group stage of Stage 2. So let's head back one last time for tonight to Pansy and Hypoc.
Yeah, Frankie's been on one today, hasn't she?
Yeah, she has.
She's been on one. Are you enjoying your work or something, Frankie?
It's just like Frankie try not to be the most British person challenge. Impossible.
Impossible. Did you just slap his ass?
Did you? On his bum.
But one thing she said that I do wholeheartedly agree on is this actually could be a very good map. I don't know if I think it'll be close, though. I think Na'Vi looked really damn good against Foot.
I think across this year, Navi's sitting at 6-2, and already we're seeing that upwards trend. I think Vitality are really going to struggle here on the decider. And again, one thing I never want to see is Yampi playing Raze. I'm just going to put it out there. I absolutely agree with Baya. I'm happier to see the Phoenix come out here. Obviously, Durka back in jail.
Back in jail. Look, you can't have all the fun.
Power will only give you snippets. Just a breadcrumb here or there.
And I do want to see how good this looks, because I think we see the validity of how Na'Vi approach this map, and it looked really solid. I think this was when I really saw Chloric and Exit in that lovely synergy. I saw the kind of openers and closers for the side, especially on the attack.
They just have Hero going bonkers.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the stars aligning sort of stuff. But even outside of that, I want to see how Vitality then go pound for pound with it, because if this is what the new comp's going to look like and how they want to shape their team, I need to see it looking viable. So Yampi with a late presence shown towards middle with that flash.
Almost wins out, though, with the timing there. We get a confirmation behind it. With a gap in the edge of the wall here. Hero has just been tucked into screens, though. So happy to lean into this retake approach. Full 5v5 here in the post. Plant open for heaven here, so need to see that awareness from Na'Vi to address the situation.
I'm also looking at Chloric too. This position could be nasty. Depending on when he wants to start really building on it, they've already applied pressure towards Pillar and they've won at least the first step in that
Vitality have cleared vents, by the way.
Yeah, this is getting a bit weird, isn't it? Oh, Yampi. Brilliant heads-up work from him. He's done more than enough for me this round. And it should be a simple conclusion, and it is very well handled.
Vitality doing everything they needed to in the downtime here in this post. Be rewarded. Again, the only thing really it could have got astray is Yampi being caught in mid, for example, and maybe somebody getting a little overzealous towards Vents, but the clearance is so early on that Vitality then know where to shift their focus. It does really well. A bit of noise back from
oh no, we've got a headset full.
Well, time is still going.
Yeah, it's still good. He's look, that's the experience there. That's the pedigree. He knows how to get those headphones back in nice and quick for Na'Vi. Gonna have to try and figure it out, right? Learn on the job. Yampi gonna be farming this up. That's pretty solid on the Bandit as well. Exit, how far are we gonna chase Kron here?
All the way.
All right, Hero. That's one way to stop Durka, but again, the rest of this is all going one-sided. Seems still pretty nasty as well on on the old pistols, but yeah, how's he got another?
Well.
How's he got another? Sayonara, that wasn't pretty, and Sevov is on an absolute heater this round. Does get caught on the prowler, keeps himself just tucked. Oh! That is something else! Bloody hell, give me the replay now. Give me a kill by kill, because Sevov, what was
Another
that?
second round flip as well, in fantastic style. 4 kills for Sevov. He picks up this rifle that's left on the floor and goes to town with it.
Oh.
I'll change that spray though. Not updated the config here
No,
on
not
the
yet, not yet, not yet. Still,
on the tournament client.
He's like, wait,
Oh.
Angel's seen it. He's like,
Angel's seen it, yeah, just staring at the logo now.
Docking 5 points from you there. LUственG, what a swift reminder what he can do. Again, look, he's been a man that we've been waiting to see find his footing, so if there's more of that, be happy to see it.
Makes it with a chance here, at least presence shown on the other side by Vitality. Given an honest shot of things just yet as Hero to get a bit greedy there, finding both. Sayonara will shut down Exit. Trying to springboard off the back of that.
Looking where they find the next couple of steps out. That's really well done by RRQ to keep control and you know, a little bit of a side glance over towards it in case someone's trying to find some space. But as it stands, Sturker and Sayonara are just going to take the walk, putting it right to the man who just went nuts. Actually, Sayonara is still alive in a 1v2, and that's not impossible. Has utility to play with, has the spike, and has 40 seconds.
One more for an ult. Could be a big tool to flip this 1v2.
I'll find you. 30
For a
seconds
safe
left.
plant here as well. No, they're close in heaven,
Spike
but
planted. Bring them down.
just goes on here, RRQ. Times it perfectly with Cloric. And close this out now and find number 2. And ult's already in hand though for Sayonara and Yampi. Certainly a chance to fight back in here. Inside NAVI, not too far away from a couple of ults themselves. We're looking sharp as ever.
Yeah.
Beautiful equalizer though from Sayonara.
I'm concerned about his posture.
No, we've got to get his eyes tested.
That's what
Got
you
it,
said.
yeah.
I'm a little bit concerned.
They're just being fried week in, week out. The posture's not even a concern
Yeah,
for me.
that's a
There's
second
physical
thought.
therapy for all of that, but get that man some glasses if he's that close to the screen.
I do need to get contact lenses soon. Maybe we can go together. I'll take him down to the opticians. All good. We go back in. Buys on both sides. Ults there for Vitality. You heard it with Yampi. He's going straight up towards heaven. Flash in. Sees very little, but he's going to actually find one player. Gives a lot of space over, but Daka kind of hoping for the same sort of thing through vents, and that's not to be.
Sevov able to put the wall up as well. Anything from bubbling over towards 8. We dealt with though. Chunk removed. Prophet just goes glancing up towards Ramp here, but Yampi with a backstab. To find the
Good
first
flash.
at least.
He's keeping him busy. Oof, Exit does get there in time, but not quick enough to save Hero. A bit of a bloody battle between these two, and you look at the positioning from RRQ, just disconnected enough that he's not been noted. Clark down on 10 HP, can't really be the one to take that point of contact, but if Sayonara's walking, that's got my concern here.
I was going to say, how long do Vitality read that this is a safe TP towards site, but finally now, Chronicle catches a glimpse. All to do now in a 2v3. Spin through from Sayonara. Doesn't catch though.
No, they're trying to imply that CT side has presence, but now the numbers. Oh, made nothing! Chronicle looking on it until then.
That would have been a hell of a clutch.
That would have been one for the books, wouldn't it?
Looks like just letting him know as well. Certainly an opportunity.
Smiles on the other side, but oh.
Beautiful shots from Kron. RRQ down to 24 HP. Very, very close.
Man, this could be a great map between these two. I just hope we keep seeing this tempo here. That's That's it.
That's
Okay,
it.
I was like,
yeah.
hey, he got their attention.
He's getting the
He's like, I gotta do
high five out of the way first.
Yeah. But I want to see Durka find his footing here, and Yampi as well, just going to that punch towards the site, because everyone else is firing up here. Sayonara's looking solid. Everyone at Kron's almost clutching out here. Give me that front line to add to it too. Sivov tested again. Been passing with flying colours. RV trying to hold their ground here, but the Stinger's up against them. Certainly could be valid in a round like this.
No spam connecting yet on either side. Yampi got to be conscious of ammo already. One more clip left here. With a lean from NAVI over towards B initially. Actually an exploration from Hero going on a walkabout.
Poison's off.
He's maybe catch a couple of steps there, so.
It seems like Chloric's getting a little bit closer in towards vents. Putting a fair amount of faith behind exit. A lot slower tempo now. Just a bit too early on the flash to know any progress.
Gonna fall back here.
Exit not noted.
Ooh, it's a bit messy though, isn't it?
First.
Is it drawing any other bodies? No, they're still keeping players where they are. It's a freeze from NAVI. They don't believe it. They're not buying it. But it could still be this crunch through vents, which I think is what's happening here. Exit's going to be in trouble. He's got players left and right to deal with, but he's... Oh, well, he tried to isolate, but Yampi was there so fast to bail him out. Troy tries to play in. He's got one. Can he turn around in time for? Bullets not enough to handle it. 12 seconds now. Vitality making something out of nothing. And don't forget about Profek in this.
Get the pit off this. Chronicle's going to invest. He absolutely will, yeah. It's a good spread on site as well. Now seems to just tuck in. Let Durka and Profek do the heavy lifting here.
Profek needs the upgrade though. He's still on that Stinger. Has got a paranoia, but that feels late. He'll be on contact if anything. Does he get any help? No. There it is. Durka's now going to be vision limited. This has to play in Profek here because it can't all come down to Kron. There's the catch and denial. Went to do it as fast as he could, but Hero sends him away. Chronicle left now.
Oh my God.
How many times will this man get the two, but the third too far?
Great synergy from NAVI, though.
God, the spacing had to be good.
I mean, Profek has to play out here. The plant's not for him. Obviously, there's a pit to really cut off some of the crucial sightlines on the approach towards Chronicle on site. Very awkward engagement here with Chloric on the drop down. Just can't hold on to the spray.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's really unlucky for Chronicle.
Nice job! Oh, nice job playing together, boys. Oh my God, I love you guys.
Okay, gets a little controlled at the end. He gets a little controlled. He's a little excited, then he gets a little controlled. What do we think of it so far? How do we like the cheers?
Yeah, no, I'm feeling it.
You're on board?
Get a bit of America's spirit into the
yeah,
studio.
okay, getting pumped up. And we are going to have a little listen in with Vitality. Currently sat on one round. Let's see how that sounds.
Here, 3, 2, 1.
They won't be.
Yeah, they won't be.
Yes.
Is it strong to say?
They one way.
I think.
All blind.
All blind. Nice.
And one.
Guys, no more. They used Omen paranoid. Guys, just come A, exact. Just come A.
Can you flash?
Okay.
Crossing to
Yes.
Barrels. And the orb up. Wait.
Oh man,
He's gonna pick more. Open the orb.
I'm coming too.
yeah, just go A, exact. Where did he ult?
Omen, he's on A, guys. Ulted on.
He ulted. Okay, guys, cancel.
I have double prowler assist.
Okay.
With Neon ulti.
Yes, go overrun him.
I mean, I'll not ult, but I will go.
Yes. I'm ready to prowler. Tell me when.
Wait, let me get closer. Let's just finish the raid boss. I'm gonna wall off ramp also.
I'm ready.
3, 2,
1. Careful, he's in the ramp. Okay, he's main. I reveal above.
Nice. One heaven, guys. One heaven.
Careful, ramp.
Just go towards side.
I put the molly on rafters.
Careful coming out
Nice.
after.
City one.
I have paranoia if they retake.
planting full up.
Maybe TP right.
No, he's
I
not
have
above.
paranoia.
He's not above for sure.
No, I mean TP right on the
Okay,
city.
yeah, it's fine.
Careful main, bro.
Clean comms. Clean, concise comms there. Bloody hell. All right, let's see if they can hold on to this one, though, because Na'Vi have been good at these retakes. They've been getting up in their faces. We're going to use the dog to get close. That's going to know Chronicle.
They're out on elbow.
Yeah, they're already there. But Sayonara and Profek, good work in synergy. Chloric can't do it this time. Vitality with the numbers and able to get their second.
Great clean up here. Well, like things were a little frantic in terms of the initial approach here. Durka, again, he wants to try and run away with this space, but unfortunately shut down so quickly. You can hear the frustration as well. And still with a very good util to secure this site hold. Vitality will find number 2.
Again, it's just the fact that he goes so far, especially after the calls.
Stay focused.
And it's like, how do you temper a player like Durka? Because you need
Yeah,
him,
'cause you need him to
do
yeah.
those things sometimes.
Yeah, you need to. Oh, well, like I said, you still need to let him do his thing.
Yeah, it's so easy to sit there and be like, oh, you should temper him, but actually, Rooksik, hold on. But you don't want to quell that confidence. Sometimes he's got to make a misplay, and you got to kind of take the good with the bad, I guess. But for now, Vitality putting together a beautiful round. Brute force towards B, and job's done, it looks like. Exit limited amounts to have influence on this, maybe make it costly, but it's one of those, isn't it? It's very hard to find that perfect balance with a superstar, and he is a superstar. That's the long and short of it. So you kind of put them in their own box almost.
Exit noted here, down to 45. Offering up the knife fight. Chronicles having none of it though. Still discipline here to protect the inventory, and Chronicle will shut it down. Number 3 found. Durka and Profek and Yampi will all have ults to invest now. NAVI will be back on a bye. The first time we've really seen him try and get ahead of this slow orb onto B main. Again, it could be a death sentence in most situations for Durka to come up against Seavoff wherever he's playing. Chloric, Exit and Rooksik all with ults to invest on the other side though. Couple of light shields, I mean, yeah, the scope's gone now anyway. But yeah, certainly Vitality showing a bit more of that resilience we saw displayed earlier on in the series. To keep this one in check for the time being after a string of 4 rounds for NAVI. They look comfortable as well in terms of the retake.
And I think, just kind of rolling my mind back, right, just because we're here in this timeout for a second, NAVI calling it. The comms have been frantic today from Vitality.
They always every listening with Vitality.
I know, but it felt like they got cleaned up initially, right? But then stage 1, this was when Yampi was playing more of that duelist role almost, or like, you know, come towards that side of things, and it was a bit more hectic, taking almost a back seat to a degree, right? Not massively, it's not like he was ever a passive player, but it felt like there was more focus on it. They tried to really drill that down. I think my concerns just go bigger picture here. It's like, yes, you could probably scrape a win against a NAVI here. We don't know how good they are bigger picture. We don't know where they really settle down. I think they're towards the top end, to be fair. I think this new NAVI does look solid. But Vitality aren't meant to be see if they can just scrape through a group stage. They're meant to be pushing back to internationals, doing deep runs, right? This is the team we hold them to high standards. My concerns are when we start really looking into the nitty-gritty with them. Now, it's early days still, obviously, with these role swaps. First time we're seeing it. I just want to keep a real eye on it going forward, and operator out for Durka.
Yeah, last second switch up, actually. Have the ult behind it as well, but going to be put to task now. Try and open up round number 8. Seavoff again, no surprise to see him on an island once more towards B. It's really put NAVI in a position to explore mid quite proactively. Haven't necessarily found much on the other side of it up until this point.
Yeah, enough utility or kind of posturing was shown on B that they called the pack back towards that side. But you can see it is a bit of a ruse, hoping that Durka can crack that open. I think Chloric's taking a bit of damage there, but he's still standing. Don't know how much he can do from Pillar on his own, though. Yeah, not enough, nowhere near enough, but Exit dives in head first, puts up a damn good stand, and brings it back down to a 2v2. Seavoff then slips in ahead of the curve, catching Yampi and leaving Sayonara in a 1v2. With the spike not down, they can gap close. Look how close Rooksik is already, and Sayonara none the wiser until now. Gets a second chance at this, though, and not going to get much more from it.
Close out here. Sayonara goes for an open plant. Couple of options for him, but like you said, just not noting Rooksik being there so early on. NAVI to find number 5 now. Again, Exit just goes absolutely insane. Drop down here, rewarded massively for taking that risk.
Oh.
He looks so snappy as well.
That is a treat to watch.
Somebody to have an American in here, bro. No.
I was saying he had too much America in here.
Ah, too much.
Just keeping Chloric in check.
You got, yeah, you got to. He's Chloric's on 1-7. You got to keep him in check.
Yeah.
Getting too confident.
I don't think he needs you harping on Exit, to be honest. He's got his own problems.
He's got enough on his plate, mate.
Switch up here, though.
Yeah, look at Seavoff.
Actually over towards A this time around.
Yeah, nice
Wall
to see
will
them
be
going
noted.
through it.
Chronicle trying to bait out the inevitable. I was going to say, could get caught off on the reload here, though, and absolutely is.
This is going to be a hard site take. It felt like they had done enough in their minds to just make it through, and they have, apparently. Yampy goes wild opening this up, but XEM not going to get away with it twice. Trying to drop down ahead of expectation, and they are a little weaker than they like, I'm sure, but Sevov has 3 players to locate. Spikes to defuse. He would start with a blind catch on Profek, potentially. He's not been given that.
Sayonara just a little shallow on the Prowler. Won't note Sevov's reposition, but he's looking to give this up. Hold on to what he's got. I mean, it's only really Clark and Hero with money to bring into the next. Do have Seekers available, but doesn't necessarily help the buy too much. Great turn of pace, though, from Vitality to just barrel towards the B site. Switch up of the formation from NAVI, and it's punished here in the first instance. I don't think anyone's going to get close enough to Sevov, but look how there's still Durka's ultimate to play with. I mean, Yampy, you said, just brute forcing into this. Profek will catch a spam off the reveal.
Felt very individual there, just catching him.
Yeah. I mean, the time is just all over the place.
Headshot at you!
I couldn't handle playing against Yampy.
No, I couldn't.
I couldn't handle it. I would be unwell.
Just carries ranked comms into the stage.
Yeah, yeah. There's that Fnatic spray again. The buy's not particularly pleasant, is it? Sevov, the only one to really have that buy in hand that was kept over from the previous round.
You said Hero Guardian. You were big on the Hero Guardian.
All right, yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, I am big on the Hero Guardian.
I'm
Wait till you see what he
too.
does. Wait till you see what he does. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. That side of the map, just kind of cool to deal with.
It's not how it starts, it's how it ends, you know?
Okay.
Come on. Like, you can't just walk this again, though, boys, please. Oh, Corey's getting involved, all right.
He can walk it
Yeah,
from the
he
other side.
absolutely could. Fair play. Yeah, that's on me. Can the other two make it back in time? Cloric is putting in a shift here, trying to buy precious seconds. But that smoke going kind of means it's done for. And
You can see
now-
nothing but Prowler there, by the way.
Wait to see what Hero does here, though. 3, 2, 1. Sevov that time.
Down B.
3, 2, 1. There it is. Told you. Can't believe you doubted it. Durka and Yampy to locate.
30 seconds left.
I like the way the observers play along with our
Yeah.
nonsense now.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, boys. Heals there.
Just on the off chance.
And actually, the fact that Yampy's made it back towards main is mad to me. So you feel like that's kind of the checkmate on this. But again, it's what Hero does next.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait till you see it.
It's that one when he spins back, right?
Yeah, yeah. Here we go. 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Oh, the res is not what we needed. Yampy, please, man. Yampy just waited. We said it's a checkmate. I didn't expect to do that, though. But the res coming in as well. Ah.
As you said, just not noting the possibility that Yampy's repositioned the way he has. It's at 12 and 7 right now. Another ultimate in the back pocket here. Tie things up. Got 5 apiece now.
Bro, face card, call me 360. Maybe checkmate first.
Maybe check main first.
Maybe just check main first.
Yeah.
He's so nice to help them out, though. Because they probably weren't
He's
thinking
IGLing
that.
for both teams.
That's so sweet of him,
Yeah.
because you thought the comms aren't hectic enough.
No.
Let's up the ante.
Yampy's actually micromanaging 9 players.
Scout destroyed.
Oh, it's 5-5. Yampy's got ult.
Going up.
Kron's on his phone. Doom scrolling. All been there. 1-3-1. Right up middle.
I mean, first time actually, Navi haven't been positioned to explore towards them, or at least greet this. And no progress from Vitality behind that, though. So typically, when we've seen Sevov over here, they have had bodies in place. We've got to be careful with the timing now, but we'll slip away through vents.
I've got your trail.
Seeker's not going to be there fast enough to truly show where they are. Dirk are going to deal with all of them anyway, so not as indicative as made they'd hope, but at 30 seconds, look at this walk from Exit. Exit, get your gun out.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it was late, but man, Hero.
Oh my God.
It was all three. It could have been everything. In the end, Yampy once again playing spoiler. And the plant's now in place.
Spike planted.
Again, it just could have been an absolute disaster there into Vents, but traded out so quickly. Clark, though, he slipped forwards. Won't be noted as of yet. Durka now on the clearance, and good for the headshot. Steve off left now, Sheriff in hand, and Chronicle, the one to close things out. 4 alive, number 6 on the board. Vitality looking very good to close out the first half here.
I will say though, that Exit and Cloric coming through on the side swap, right? Like, that's still something we have to wait and see. This is a very close affair. It's a good time, though, for them to hit their stride for Vitality, however, right? Start getting that confidence building. You look at the second half of this first half, it has been predominantly them, Yampy, really
script,
essential.
really.
Yeah, like, I'm very, very impressed. Oh.
And a broken bye here for round 12. Spectre's a Bulldog. Hero on the trademark.
Makes it out. All good. Stayed around. And God, the timing on that wall might have just saved his life.
Rooksik got a kill.
How are you finding kills there? You were meant to be dead. Look at the HP on him. Dirk is on 21, Signer is on 3. I don't know how they won that fight towards B main.
Hero will be noted here. Retreats away. Really now, Vitality sight set towards the A site. Makes it not going forward this time around. Happy to just tuck in. Catches a glimpse, but can't catch a kill.
50 seconds. They've drawn the rotation. Do you pump a fake on this then? You've got 3 players over on that side of the map and you're pretty sure of it. You've still got one in towards middle. It's good calling, but this HP issue is still such a problem. Sivov playing in this angle as well. You've got to feel he's good for one here. Got to see that spacing between Kron and Yampy. Does Yampy still have a flash? He does, but I mean, okay, not good for one. Kron just on the corner. Reads it so well, and Rooksik's options are hard here. Yes, there's some weaker players, but it's just pick your poison. And Yampy's just winning today.
Up to 14 now.
Oh, my bad, huh?
Doing God's work for Vitality here on split. Plant will come through. Still concerns, though, for me. Still 3 left to deal with on the side of NAVI. Pause now in silence. Hero has to be diligent in his clearance through mid here, but Chronicles won it.
Yeah, Hero's gone down. This puts it down to Cloric and Exit. Cloric can only do so much, and Chronicles' presence now becomes paramount. Exit in a 1v2. Sayonara is low.
Oh, the timing. Jinx.
You gotta do the throw now.
Well, 7-5 for Vitality. Again, a good way to close out the half, especially with NAVI taking control early on. I believe right after this replay, though, we'll be catching up with Profek and Frankie. An interview recorded just before this series.
We didn't get to talk to each other in London. So first of all, how have you found the last few months? Because you haven't really had a moment to catch your breath.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty tiring, which I pretty like, you know, back-to-back a lot of events. Right now we are back EMEA, and I mean, goal is clear for us, you know, to just make champs, and yeah.
Is it quite nerve-wracking, though, going up against NAVI today? Because you haven't had much time to prep.
No, I think we are confident. I think we are confident in our stuff, and especially in ourselves, so we are not scared of NAVI. We are scared of Leviathan, you know, right now.
Well, you don't need to be scared of them for a few months at least. Let's talk about today then, because Pau has mentioned to me that there are going to be some changes. I'm guessing not for you, though, because you look rock solid on the smokes.
I mean, I wish it would be some changes with me, but unfortunately this time it's not me. I need to stay on the smokes, but I'm pretty excited for the new changes, and I can't say much because, you know, I will take a fun, but it will be interesting.
Okay, so we can't talk about what's happening for the other players, but you don't want to be on smokes anymore, so make your pitch. What do you want to be doing?
Double duelist, Phoenix, and neon.
Okay. Oh, so you'd be primary, you'd be secondary. You'll do anything as long as you just get to focus on fragging.
Yes, yes.
Okay, right. I'm your biggest fan now, Profik. I want to see this man on a Phoenix, please. Pow. Thank you.
I'm not sure it's power you got to convince us. Yampy at this
exactly.
point.
Exactly. And he's
Yampy's not giving this up. Yeah.
He's having a great time. Oh man.
But also wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. Roll the dice. Roll the dice at this point.
Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows? However, 5-7, right? So I think I don't want to call it recency bias, but the way that first half closed out, it looked fantastic for Vitality, right? Like some real confidence builders in there as well, looking quite sharp in there.
Yeah, the things that were kind of lacking in map 1 and obviously were on display here for Breeze have been carried across here for Vitality for sure. Na'Vi, again, with how well prepped they were for Sunset, I think they'd certainly had the benefit of the element of surprise.
Same approach as the last map. Yeah. Last time I played this simplistic stuff, just all in, and expect this. Expect a lot of that ramp pressure. You can't expect that.
That's disgusting.
Man.
Not just the shot, but the position of where he's died. Chronicle's going to be reeling off that.
I was going to zoom in on it on the map, but you know what? We'll get it on the replay.
Mitch, man.
It's a circle. Hold on. I don't know if it even works. Look at where he died. Shocking. Shocking.
Did it show? Yeah, it did show.
Don't know. Doesn't matter. There's a wall.
There's a wall.
There's a wall. We've got walls.
Lauren.
Oh, they got guns. At this point, it is down to Profik and Sayonara, and it ain't happening. Na'Vi looking solid on that. This is what I'm going to come to expect. If you watch the previous series, this looks very similar, and we need that replay. What the hell was that shot, man?
Yeah, like I said, it's where Chronicles died, which is crazy.
Please replay.
I mean, it probably did look BS from LUπαιNG's POV as well.
Yep.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
Cool. I wouldn't even pre-aim there.
No.
That's not even... That is wild. All right, well, potentially extension of play, 6-7 now. Don't look at me like that. I hate it.
I didn't say anything.
No, but I can see it in your eyes,
but yeah,
Michael.
but you said it for a reason.
Because it's the score! Don't.
Vitality looking to crunch in, you know.
Where?
Towards B main.
6 bài.
See on the X-ray. Oh well.
Thì có mẹ rõ ràng kênh này vận hành đéo cần mình. Đéo có mình vẫn 500 mắt xem thì mẹ kênh này chắc chắn đéo cần mình. Kênh này chuẩn bị đổi thành VCT tiếng Việt rồi đấy. Nhá. Chính chat nhá. Ta sắp đổi tên rồi đấy.
To have a say here, I think he's just going to be caught in transition as well. Heroes already. Well, actually just giving up the angle now, but it's only a classic. He's going to take his time.
What would you like to talk about during this extension of round?
Why are you muted? Why did you mute?
Because I was laughing, Michael. Because you did the... Well, okay.
I did the what?
You did the little thing.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. I
specifically leant away from the vertical stream so that there's no video
there's
evidence.
No proof.
Trêu tí chat ơi. Vừa ngủ dậy mà. Cho hài hước tí đi.
Member of talent. Stop leaning away and making faces.
Đấy là một phần của sự thật thôi, nhưng mà ý là cho hài hước tí đi.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. I won't say the scoreline, but it is tied all even. Because I'm not allowed to, apparently.
No, it is.
Yeah.
Mày ngồi yên đấy Toàn ơi, đợi hết trận này đi ngủ.
Looking to go back to basics for what worked for them earlier on. And again, just to note as well, Yampy going forward, see it. Nobody following up.
7 đều à, ra full buy của Vitality.
Look like one of those rehearsed pieces.
Mày có tuất Gloric bắn gì 42 đấy.
But we'll be hearing Na'Vis this round, so we'll see the difference in composure.
The vibes have been great.
The vibes have been good, so maybe that continues. I hope so. It looks quite pacey, so we get to kind of be on board with this.
Mày em hero tao sẽ cả trái à. Nặng vãi rồi.
Take my timing, B. Still didn't say when. You hold then, hard holding me.
Sao? Full buy gặp Vitality súng to nó bắn nó hiểu rồi.
Yo, can you throw dark smoke or?
You're gonna flash me.
Flashing.
Nó bắn nó bay hai hàng cánh kèo luôn mà. Ôi rồi, mẹ em có súng to nó bắn đâu kìa.
Now, can we just talk about
Kron với cả Hero nó bắn nó hiểu luôn.
finger of death? Second we listen to someone, lose a round. Every time. Every time.
Anh em Kron với cả ấy chứ. Kron với cả Perfect. Sao đi mẹ tí mình nói Hero làm đéo rồi.
Unless he yells really loudly, and then he probably could actually. Please don't do that again.
He comes in at 120%.
Don't. I absolutely lifted out of my chair earlier in fear. But coming into this now, we have the rifles coming out. Let's pay a good amount of attention to this one, as I want to see NAVI looking solid on this attack. Something that I was quite excited by the previous season. Need to see them on the same page as well. Get that synergy, timing, all the buzzwords right. I'm looking at Cloric, looking at Exit. Not been their best performance yet on this map, so it's gonna be a nice upswing for them.
Mới ngủ dậy anh em ơi. Để giam tiệm bắn con Phoenix ok không á? Không hiểu sao lại đổi role nữa. Kron một máu. Ôi. Ôi.
Marvelous in this round.
Bạn một tôi một à?
But it was a team effort at that point, and Hero was in the fantastic position in
Ui,
case
Sopang của đéo
needed
chết
it.
con mẹ hay thằng rồi.
So now Sayonara and Prophet.
Wow, từ từ đã nhá.
What's going on there? Exit and Hero. Way ahead of it, looking to punish the res.
Rồi. Perfect vội rồi.
Make sure that doesn't get out of hand.
Và đấy Sivop. Sayonara chắc đéo nói gì.
The ponytail, always a problem.
Biết hai thằng ở sau tường rồi đúng không?
Slip back into the smoke though. So maybe not expecting that. Nearly caught off guard by the Prowler.
Still got a Horn and a Prowler to play with. That's a really viable way to start it.
Wow.
And goodbye, Steve-Off. That is how
xử lý à?
V2. And that's going to be a gut punch for NAVI.
Biết chó cắn ông này mất luôn đó.
Clutch here from Sayonara to close out here. Find number 9.
Wow.
Fantastic stuff from him. Saw him shine with the Sheriff previously. Here, just dissects this 1v2 perfectly.
Trông nó khéo gì đâu.
So telling.
Yeah, I believe Seavoff is inside the smoke, so doesn't even go for that. Yeah, a little bit confused actually, yeah. I mean, was that at the end of the round? When did that happen? That can't be the post round.
Cô địt mày đứng dậy gái rồi.
Surely not. Surely not.
Scuts usually want to get a bit more animated than that. 2-2 now in the second half so far.
Here comes that pace.
Still maintaining the lead.
Lại nếm up này. Lại nếm up này. Dirky.
Completely brutalized at this point. What does Roxic and Seavoff even do?
Dirky special shot.
Perfect here, but Yampi's responded. Seavoff shows his hand and Sayonara.
I already have everything.
Có tường đã ném 10.000 nhá. Dậy rồi.
Dậy RRQ.
Thì bình thường những kênh khác người ta lúc ngủ người ta phải donate liên tục để gọi streamer dậy. Đây đéo thấy gọi dậy. Đời. Streamer kênh viewer kênh này thực sự là chả cần streamer.
I already have everything. Smile đã ném 10.000 đồng cho em Tumi. Dạo con vợ
Smile 10.000 nhá.
Nào là sủi không báo, nào là bật sim xong ngủ, thậm chí còn không cho xem ngủ. Xong rồi miệng cứ kêu cảnh dạo flop mặt cười.
Dậy được quả đấy là may lắm rồi đấy, thề luôn. Anh em đéo hiểu là đi mẹ vào cái trạng thái gọi là bị ngủ sâu ấy. Cảm giác cái chết vãi đồn. Nhưng mà cam tuyển thủ này là check theo mặt nhỉ á. Cam giống đợt ở RRQ vừa rồi ấy. Hình như nhá. Hình như chỉ là hình như thôi. Là đội EMEA này mua hết thiết bị giống với cả RRQ vừa rồi. Cam bây giờ cũng là cam OBS bot rồi anh em ạ.
I think Vitality back into confidence plays here. You saw NAVI go back to basics and do what worked earlier on in the series.
Em tưởng đối link của NAVI là comeback à? Comeback đợt đấy chỉ là stand-in thôi.
On form now.
Yeah. It just feels like it doesn't have that same burst, right? Like I feel like Vitality are handling that front line so well here. It's what impressed me watching NAVI against Foot. but we've seen it in this series. Chloric can exit in this map, not having that same freedom as they previously had. And
Đợt đấy exit nó bị vướng vấn đề visa anh em ạ. Bây giờ anh ta bắn vậy à? Tí 3 giờ đây để tôi lên sự kiện đã anh em ơi.
Really close the door though. U2 and an ultimate. He does feel the pressure. Already got reinforcements here though. Great bait off at Sayonara. He's found two.
I like that.
Phải luôn Sayonara kiểu đéo moi 2 kill ấy. Một tiếng nữa anh ta bắn rồi, đợi tí.
The spike's the biggest issue for them now.
Where is it in terms of the wall?
I'm not sure if it's which side
it looks like it might be their side.
Yeah. So Hero's on a long road here. Not sure.
I think it is just in view. I mean, maybe considering getting the orb and TPing across here.
Yeah, it could be a shout.
Thằng chơi Sage ở Navi trước chơi cho phần tích đúng không á? Đợt đấy cũng là stand-in anh em ạ. Cũng là stand-in thôi, bắn thay. Nói chung là tình trạng anh em hiểu là Riot có một bất cập khi làm cái hệ thống franchise này, đấy là họ làm, tức là nhá, bình thường anh em hiểu ấy, cái dạng để mà bên CS họ làm ấy thì họ chỉ cần làm visa du lịch thôi là player có thể bootcamp và thi đấu được ở trong quãng thời gian mà giải đấu diễn ra, bởi vì giải đấu nó chỉ có 1-2 tuần thôi. Nên anh em làm visa du lịch thì anh em có thể đi từ 1 tháng đến 2 tháng. Thì cái việc bootcamp nó có thể diễn ra từ trước đấy khoảng 1 tuần cho đến 2 tuần. Anh làm quả visa tầm 1 tháng thì sẽ là ok, hoặc là 2 tháng là ok, đúng không? Nhưng visa mà để mà thi đấu Valorant này thì anh em hiểu nó là visa dạng gì không? Visa để mà thi đấu Valorant này ở tại cái địa chỉ mà anh em thi đấu franchise, tức là các cái giải đấu của từng khu vực ấy, nó là visa gì nhỉ? Visa tiếng Việt là lao động. Sorry, quên. Visa lao động. Thế nên là nó rất gắt gao ở cái vấn đề là anh em phải chứng minh thu nhập này, anh em phải gốc gác này, rồi thì nhân thân này. Đấy, anh em phải chứng minh tất tật những cái đấy. Thế nên nó rất là khó duyệt. Nó xảy ra cái vấn đề visa với rất nhiều thằng. Mà thằng Exit này còn khổ cơ là mẹ mà châu Âu đang có vấn đề. Thì thằng lùn này là người Trung Đông nhá. Thằng lùn này là người Ả Rập Saudi. Thì mẹ mà nó lại càng khó, hiểu không? Rất nhiều người gặp vấn đề về visa ở trong đợt vừa rồi. Nói chung nhá, ở châu Âu hiện tại có 2 cái bọn mà duyệt visa lao động rất là khó. Một là mấy thằng từ châu Á anh em mình nhá. 2 là như trường hợp của mấy thằng Thổ là bọn gì nhỉ? Hôm trước bọn nào đang thiếu một thằng ấy, bọn GX đang thiếu một thằng người Thổ ấy, là đang làm visa mãi đéo được ấy.
Seekers all go one way, so it's going to be fairly telling for Hero. He's actually going to reposition here.
I like that. I like what he's doing. Heads up work from him.
Now actually a complete flip here to maybe get the pit in towards elbow and screens. Yeah, it will actually cut off the entrance a little bit as well. So there's a lot of ground to cover. Decay going to take effect very early on if Vitality come through screens, but everybody through heaven.
Ít mẹ nói một tràng thế xong rồi đéo ai chat bổ ích đời.
They're either all in there or they're on ramp or they're somewhere else, but we are on site and they're going to have to start clearing fast. Hero is the last one standing in the pit. You saw how far away Chloric was, and Hero's fallen. Chloric, how much can one man do here? Flash in, gonna catch on that spot on the side. Does not see the second Prophet. Slightly off to the side, gonna rejoin with the pack here. They need to get the defuse going. Sayonara, fast with it, making up for some quieter maps here. Doing incredibly well. And getting Vitality up to 11.
Certainly taking charge now for Vitality.
Giờ mới dậy Khuê Hoàng ơi.
Starting to hit a little more consistently. Then there's a really awkward situation for Navi to be in. Like I said, they're here so early. Look at the kill that Chronicle finds as well.
Bắt đầu Vitality bắn retake được pha đấy luôn. Mình còn tưởng cút rồi.
Especially with Chloric playing so disconnected. Cheeky little side eye. Prophet.
Anh em ơi, tình hình là như này nhá. Là cái Kênh của Tumi bây giờ là đang tình trạng là đợt như tháng vừa rồi là doanh thu không đủ để trả tiền cho các bạn editor và cộng tác viên. Thế nên là đợt này em Tumi đang phải bật quảng cáo ở trên kênh. Nên là anh em hết sức thông cảm. Anh em chịu khó gọi là dùng anh em nào có premium thì không nói rồi. Nhưng anh em nào không có premium thì anh em dùng trình duyệt Brave hoặc là cốc cốc. Anh em xem cho đỡ quảng cáo anh em ạ. Hoặc không thì ở trên điện thoại thì anh em cũng dùng iPhone, anh em cũng truy cập qua Brave đỡ dính quảng cáo nhá. Không lượng nơ thì không lượng nơ anh em ạ. Lương thì trả hết đầy đủ cho anh em, nhưng mà ý là kiểu nó bị ăn vào máu ấy.
Yeah, Sayonara gets that kill, right? So yeah, Durka gets shut down immediately.
Yeah, it's good to see that kind of simplistic approach working, but it's that repeatable success. How many times do you manage to get that checkmate? How many times do you have that res there? How many, you know, when you go through the list, it gets a bit trickier, but Navi needed something.
Cậu nhận định trận T1 Payback thế nào á? Payback thôi.
As you said, the finances not exactly the most stable for Vitality, even though it has been a decent run for them. It's been back and forth enough.
Yeah, a couple of factors to offset it for sure.
Ok anh ơi, đừng spam 5 phút quảng cáo một lần là được à? Mình đang để tự động anh em ạ. Cái tự động là cái nó recommend nên tôi để đấy. Còn tôi mà gọi là khát máu như Brim nhá, Brim bảo tôi bây giờ anh xét quảng cáo anh phải bật cái gọi là tự động, nhưng mà bật gọi là tần suất cao lên. Ui thì mẹ mày con chó tư bản. Ngon, Ducky Ducky special anh em ơi. Ra thì phải bắt cóc ngay một cháu rồi.
It's a miracle he's got away with that, honestly. Get another catch here, Durka. Find one, yeah.
Ngon.
To follow through on the run it back. You almost, yeah, don't want RRQ to deal with that. But
ngon. Cậu RRQ định bỏ người ạ. Thật chưa?
Now just hero left. We'll give it a shot at things here. A chance to reset. Regen will take effect. But he's being hunted.
Yeah, nowhere on the map looks good for him. Pick the way forward. Okay, good, clean kill. I need one more of those, and I'm paying a bit more attention. How'd you get past these two? 38 seconds. A little bit of doubts caused him to walk away. Or at least put Profek to a position to eye up the other side, but for 30 seconds.
Nào win vậy á? Vitality win thôi.
Hero do with this?
Yeah, he's just hoping not to see Sayonara go forwards here. The reveal won't catch.
I don't know how much it was heard.
Yeah, I don't think they would have even heard his reposition either. So it doesn't look like Profek's reacted.
It's just going to be too late in the day anyway. For Hero, just going to try and keep hold of what he can.
Nhưng mà từ lúc mà tôi dùng gọi là cái phần mềm, ý là bật cái chế độ quảng cáo này thì doanh thu của video có sự tăng trưởng anh em ạ. Ví dụ như là một video như kiểu bình thường tôi like ngày đợt trước nhá. Một video tôi like đợt trước nó chỉ có tầm doanh thu nó chỉ có tầm khoảng 30.000 thôi. Trên một buổi livestream thì nó đã lên được tầm khoảng lên được khoảng 60 mấy nghìn rồi. Cũng gần gấp đôi anh em ạ. Được. Từ một video mà bật quảng cáo đấy mình cũng có một chút thu nhập ấy.
Missing one away from a nightfall here. Do have Durka's ultimate still. NAVI rinse and repeat once more. Punished again.
Plan's not good enough. It's not good enough to get past Durka. RRQ's found some success towards middle.
Lần này chết mẹ mất Zampi rồi.
They're so hell bent on this, and they still can't get past Durka. Who's gonna pop? Oh, he's having a look.
Đéo ai để ý em RRQ lướt ở đây rồi này.
RRQ now going to be noted though on the progress forwards. No clearance into vents just.
Làm gì ấy?
Sayonara again.
This is good. It's starting to see some of that confidence there. RRQ needs that.
Whoa, Chronicle, what are you doing? Whoa!
You had no right on that one. RRQ needs to ace. He needs all 5. Time to take the TP, pull the cord, and try and go into the unknown.
Smoke back up in 5. A chance here to get a clean plant. Vitality of just holding fire for the time being.
Bam.
Prophet didn't catch a glimpse there.
So close though. Willing to spray on that. Maybe hoping to catch him for free. But RRQ keeps his life. Horns up, and that
lộ.
timing of that is just
Mù rồi.
lovely. RRQ forced
Đứng kê là thắng, 50 máu.
putting him into a near on unwinnable scenario.
Mày đi. 13-9 map 3 anh em nhá. Kết thúc trận thi đấu này.
Able to handle what made NAVI look so deadly on this map.
Yeah, really great work from Vitality. In my eyes, probably overcome the odds ever so slightly here on the decider, considering what we saw previously from NAVI. And that's with them being dictated to on Sunset. Again, close affair, 13-9. It wasn't necessarily...
Ok anh em ơi, chiến thắng dành cho ông vàng. Chuyển luồng thôi anh em ơi. Chuyển luồng anh em nhá. Bây giờ mình sẽ like cái luồng còn lại lên. Anh em mình chuyển luồng nhá.
Want to see them get back on track. You do not want to see them in a similar situation to what we saw in stage 1, which is preying on other outcomes. And I think they've probably righted a lot of their wrongs over the last month or two.
Yeah.
But certainly want to see the consistency on display from the get-go.
Yeah, and it's hard to look at it, you know, and be fair about it. They are trying to make some changes here. Really geeing up the crowd.
Chuyển luồng anh em ơi, chuẩn bị đổi sang luồng ấy anh em ạ. Luồng America.